Hello, you lovely lot. How's it going? I'm here. I've got coffee. Ad breaks on. Thank you, ABH, for the resub with your Prime, by the way. So you did that while we were offline. It still goes unnoticed. It does not go by unnoticed. Hey Kirby. Hey TFC. Oh, my hay fever has been kicking my butt, people. It's been pretty rough, moving back to, like, rural environment, which means that there's a lot more, like, trees and plants and stuff, which completely destroy my poor nasal system. Oh, gosh. Hello. Suspiciously short Kirby message here. Alright, this is our table right now. Anyone's Legend, BLG, both in first and second. On the same series score. Both playing again today. They're separated by game score right now. BLG going up against WE. Did you hear about Wenbo, by the way? BLG's Wenbo slipped and fell in the rain, and he's got quite a complicated fracture, I think, in his wrists, according to some posts I was saying. So he's probably out now. So even if they wanted to, like, go back to Wenbo, he couldn't play, I don't think. Oh, that is good coffee. Oh, I needed that. Right, rosters for our first game, NIP versus LNG. Well, LNG, they really haven't impressed me in any of their series so far. It would not surprise me to see LNG go winless in this split. They look like they're on death's door, really. Which is a real shame to see, because, you know, they're a team which I've typically been a fan of in the past. I'm a big fan of 1xN. Oh, it's YCX playing instead of missing again today. Okay, so no missing, YCX back in. Yeah, and they're highlighting Care. Care has been really good. I think that Care in the past has talked about how it has been difficult to get praise when he's winning, but the criticism still keeps coming when he's losing, you know? It's like, you know, criticize him when he loses, but also praise him when he wins, basically. Wonder if YCX just has better synergy? Well, they'll take anything at this point, right? Maybe missing's just mental boomed. Who knows at this point. Call them PNG the way that they're not a moving picture. I can't think of them that for LNG, sadly. Throw shit at the wall and hope it sticks. Hey, I'm not gonna knock that too much. Sometimes that can be a very effective style of, you know, management and stuff. Hey, Alec, good to see you. Oh, tell you what, my hay fever is not taking it easy on me, though. Okay, hey Ruby, how's it going? Boy, am I excited to watch BLG versus WE. Yeah, me too. I am. You know, it's a fun matchup. And we've seen a lot of good games of that over the last... Gosh, how long, actually. Yeah, particularly over this year, WE BLG's been relatively fun. We saw the 2 best-of-5s, like... No, it really was just last playoffs thinking about it. It wasn't so much the rest of the games. What is this? Top of Nirvana group. Oh, yeah. This was in split 1 and then split 2, right? Split 1, then split 2, and then, because they lost to WE both times. And then they ended up going, well, they're kind of bombing out now because they failed twice to go through WE into Group Ascend. It's really sad for them, actually, because LNG should have realistically made Ascend. They had the bad luck of the draw, shall we say. And also welcome in on, hey, Ether as well over on YouTube chat. See, I actually have YouTube out open today. It's basically, folks, while we've been doing these basement streams, the setup's been a little bit scuffed, so apologies again if we've missed some chat messages here or there. Just, you know, bear with us a little bit. I really want to work on stuff that you guys can do in the breaks as well. I need to figure out something to do with that. Okay, Mecha, good to see you. Oh, well, it's going to be a bit of a zombie cast today. Because, I'm not just ignoring you. No, I'm not just ignoring. Precisely what I'm not doing. You idiots. Hey, Gio, good to see you. Is anyone I haven't said hi to yet? Oh, hey, Nidhogg, I missed you briefly. Surprisingly not Sam. Hey, Sam and I are trading off the early series, basically. Because, it's really hard to do the 3 series days. But particularly, it's really hard to get up early and do the first one on our time zone. Because what that also means is you're doing all the tech setup as well. Because, yeah, you know, we got to get the stream rolling and whatever. And that can be a bit of a pain at points. Not always, not always. I should ignore you, but I don't. Yeah, but so... Yeah, communities tend to like to stick around more if they're actually engaged with, I find. Nymaera actually spends too much time acknowledging me, which, given the state of my post, is a mistake. Yeah, next time you type like a two paragraph one, maybe I'll consider it. You know, the first time, I think it would be a sad moment the first time I actually missed one of your copy pastas. I only stay in Higgs because the platform's better for second monitor anyway. Yeah, no, YouTube's a really good player on the whole. It's just Twitch is a better community experience. I think it's just YouTube is a better player on the whole, especially if you have premium. Premium helps a bit because you don't have to get ads that way. Right, NIP LNG. Well, I'm not going to lie. I don't think there's a crazy amount to go into in this series. LNG look dead. They have 0 synergy. I just got freaked the heck out there. I moved my chair around and it creaked, and I thought it sounded like a human voice, so I thought that Sam was here or something, and then I just saw no one. And I did just watch the Blair Witch Project last night. Anyway, enjoy the interviews. God, that actually freaked me out.
大家好，我是深圳的的代顾问。
欢迎顾问。那首先第一个问题，你们作为涅槃族首支锁定骑士之路保持全胜的队伍，大家在心態上会有怎样的变化吗？
사실 멘탈적으로 큰 변화는 없고요. 그냥 저희가 시즌 2 때 기사의 길에서 이제 패배했던 기억이 너무 좀 충격적이라서 그냥 시즌 3 때는 그 기억을 반복하지 않도록 노력해 보겠습니다.
心态上是没有什么太大的变化的。第二赛段的时候在骑士之路失败了嘛，所以当时对我们的打击也比较大。 希望这一次不要重蹈覆辙。
其实现在大家的心态都是调整的越来越好了。那距离上次对阵的 LNG 已经过去20天了，经过版本的更迭和大家状态的打磨，现在交手信心是怎么样的呢？
사실 리닝이 지금까지 성적이 좋지 않긴 하지만 그렇게 만만한 팀이 아니라고 생각해서 준비 잘 하겠고 그리고 이제 저희가 앞으로 기사에게 준비하는 픽도 많이 보여드릴 예정입니다.
虽然李宁现在的战绩不是特别好，但
Pretty sure Mecha has, don't worry about it.
小事的队伍，所以我们后边还是会为了骑士
never an obligation.
准备的一些阵容打出来。
好的，也期待你们今天的表现了，加油
You sip that warhorse, you.
同样的，我们也邀请到了苏州 LNG 的一昌选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州 LNG 的 AD 选手于昌。
欢迎你。那距离上次登场已经有近1周的时间了，能不能分享一下最近队伍的训练状态呢？
最近的状态的话，也是最后这2场比赛的吧，就尽全力全部打好吧。
I wonder if anyone. How much do you think you'd have to pay the players for them to shotgun the warhorse? Oh wait, that sounds really bad. Please don't shotgun an actual like an actual warhorse. But if you wanted to shotgun the energy drink warhorse and do it in one of these interviews, how much do you think? How much do you think it would cost? Sorry, just these are the things which go through my head occasionally. Yeah, no, be careful not to actually shotgun a living being. I hear that's, well, unless you're self-defense, I guess. Anyway, try not to do that. Too late. No, you've already shot a warhorse. No! What am I gonna ride into battle now? Oh, you idiot! You've killed my warhorse. What am I meant to do? Oh, it's ruined my day. I can have a war pony. Can I have like a mountain goat? It reminds me of this reminds me of something that happened in A Practical Guide to Evil. Shout out that book. Okay, right. Is this another 2-0? I'm not gonna lie, it probably is a 2-0 to NIP. I don't think LNG have given us anything to work off of. It's sad. It is the way that it is. I just don't think LNG are a great team right now. I feel like if you ride a war goat into battle, the goat will just end up being the goat. Exactly. That means I don't have to do any of the fighting. The goat will do it for me. But no, obviously you forced me into this situation because you've shotgunned my warhorse. You know about the bear that served in World War II, right? Yeah, Wojciech or something like that, right? For Polish military, was it? Something like that. Yes, very famous. In fact, there are some tabletop battle games which have that bear as a model. There's yeah, there are some like tabletop games which do feature that model. Yeah, there was also. Is this Swedish, which have a penguin in the armed forces, or like the descendants of a penguin that was in the armed forces keep getting honorary ranks in the military every so often? So there's a penguin in Scottish zoo somewhere, which is occasionally given a promotion by the Swedish military. So they're like a major general or something like that. You know, they're something like crazy high. Oh, my hay fever's killing me, man. Anyway, fun facts for free, I guess. But yeah, I think this series, look, I wish I could say more about LNG. They've subbed in YCX. Look, I liked YCX on LGD to a certain extent because I liked his story. I don't think he is going to save LNG. We saw him for one series at the start of the split when Missing wasn't playing. It didn't work then. I can't believe I'm outranked by a penguin. Exactly, same, right? What have they got that I don't? Well, a line of descendants of historical significance, I suppose. Cool. All right, let's do this intro and then let's get into the game. I feel like NIP is a threat for a WE run. Well, last split, before they demoted, I said they were like a dark horse. No, NIP are meant to be a great team, and they are a good team. Penguins have very sharp suits. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, who's their tailor? Yeah, I think NIP, they have a solid roster. They have a solid roster, even with the changes to the roster coming into Split 3. They are a threat. LNG on their home arena now in Suzhou. We don't question this opening. It's definitely animated by humans. Oh, gosh. Alright, okay, right. NIP up first. Sorry, I should be throwing shade like that. I just have, did anyone else get those feelings, by the way? Humans? Yeah? Alright. NIP first out onto the stage. NIP, of course, demoted in Split 2 down to Nirvana. Lost their bot lane. And had to figure out what to do after. Brought in Feng Yue, who just came second in top esports. And of course, lost Assume to IG. They ended up picking up Photic instead. LNG on the other side, they've had huge roster changes. You know, their failure in Split 2 led to the departure of Croco and Bulldog, and then somewhere along the way, Missing has also been subbed out too, so Nia replaces mid lane, and of course now YCX replacing support as well. 1xN still really the hero of the roster in many ways, but LNG are a shade of what they were earlier in the year, which just fell short of making Group Ascend multiple times. Take you disabled, opted out of the new Gen AI Twitch setting. Yes, I did. I did actually put a tag below the stream just so people are more aware of that too. Just because there's a bit of a fear that Twitch chat messages might also fall under that purview. So don't worry. I'll whatever settings I can, whatever I can do in my power to like protect the content on this channel and also the chatters in it, I'll do. Sheer Weiwei 1xn on a bad 3-man on the roster. Yeah, I mean, Weiwei wasn't great in 2025. He's come back now and he's been okay. The LNG just don't have the chemistry. Their team fighting is really where things fall apart, whereas NIP on the other side, I mean, they are a much better team fighting team. Karen 1xn, smiles between them. Kaz had a good split. I've been enjoying watching Kaz. But Kaz is a good playmaker. I think his Cassiopeia has been good. I think his Rise has been good. His Ari, of course, on Ari main from in the back. It's been good. As good as Kara's been, I need Durnby back on this team. Yeah, Durnby in the first split, he was on NIP, was legit. And then the shine wore off a little bit. Yeah. I sometimes glance at tags, sometimes. To be fair, unless you're browsing through channels and you're looking at tags for what you should watch, you don't often pay that much attention to them. Thank you, Hoya Ad, that's nice. Yeah, some people search by tags. So, you know, I try and put relevant ones in. Sheer is a veteran at the age of 14 years old. Gosh. Yeah, I that's one of those situations. I'm not sure we'll ever find out the truth of what happened with the Sheer JDG thing. I'm never sure we'll find out the truth of that. Yeah, because the rumor was that Sheer's age was hard to prove. Blah blah blah, paperwork, blah blah blah. Is backseat gaming allowed? Do I get the backseat cast? You can certainly try on Twitch, chat. You can certainly try. I'm not going to stop you. You know. Who am I to do that with? Clean Feed just having a bit of a stutter there. Hopefully it's fine today. Yeah, Clean Feed had a couple of issues yesterday. Anyway, hopefully it'll be fine. But yeah, anyway, into draft, we've yapped enough. LNG NIP first game. You aren't going to stop us? The Clean Feed is trying to? Yeah. Hey, maybe that's something I do on stream at some point. I go and review people's casting footage they want to send in. Okay, right, let's get into this. That'll work. Cool. Alright, so Olaf has been so high priority, he's bound away. Oriana's up, but there is Locke. Is Oriana really first pick? Oh, sorry, the volume thing's up again. So Oriana's not the first pick, the Neferi is. Now the thing is, you do have a good Oriana combo. So you can Oriana on 2-3 from NIP and you'll have Neferi Oriana, which is scary. If you lock in Rise, you're giving an Oriana over. Because I think the only thing keeping the Oriana out of the out of the first pick scenario is Locke. So if you lock in a mid laner, you lose that. I don't think they should lock in a mid. Going Rise Lee Sin maybe? Rise Kiana? Oh, Weiwei used to play this. Are we legit going to see about... Am I going to have to read up Bel'Veth changes live on air? Oh, not the scroll of Bel'Veth changes. Karma locked in and Rise. So now the Rise is there, you don't care, you'll just lock in the Oriana. You just lock in the Oriana now. It's a fine matchup. You can Syndra as well, I guess, if you want a slightly better matchup into the Rise. But I think you just slam the Oriana, no? Isn't that just the easy one? Ezreal to take a... Well, they might go Ezreal Bard, but I think there's... If you're afraid of the Karma, you might go Ezreal Bard, but then you're passing up the chance to go Ezreal, like the Oriana, which is so good here. So you might just slam the Ezreal and just say, okay, we can go like Rel, Seraphine. See if they can find a third one in there, which is just like fine for laning phase. You can go Jhin Karma, you can go Sivir Karma, I guess. Sivir's a bit weird because you can spell shield the shockwave, but it's quite hard to time it at points. If you smite on the way in, sometimes you lose your spell shield to that as well, if the Neferi Oriana combo's coming at you. Okay, that's worse against the Neferi Oriana, because you don't have a spell shield. but it is better for lane pressure. That's the bonus you have here. The Caitlyn Karma is going to be pushing in ad infinitum, really. Second round of bans. NIP, well, they've got the combo for engage. LNG have global, but they don't have true engage, really. They've got Rise for pick pressure. I think NIP ban Lee Sin. Lee Sin's good versus Orianna. It's good with Rise. Okay, into Neferi. I'd actually ban the Lee Sin. Did NIP miss a ban? No, I'm trolling. That's the pick order. Pick order has done my head in the whole year, I tell you. So the Nautilus banned away from Fengyue. They still have Seraphine. I think LNG should ban Seraphine, actually. I think at that point just have uncontested lane shove. Do you think you've got uncontested lane shove anyway? Vayne away from Sheer. I guess... Yeah, a lot of the time if you're planning on blind picking, if you're not going to last pick top lane, and of course NIP had the first pick, so they can't guarantee last pick. I think Vayne just protects so many of the bruiser champions, which are fine otherwise. There's still Jace, Nah, in terms of really good lane pressure. There's Yorick. Plenty of options available. Seraphine is banned. I think there was an option where LNG actually let the Seraphine go through and they just win lane anyway because Caitlyn Karma is a sub. Seraphine would be good laning pressure and then also good engage later on as well. And if you have the combo for engage, that's kind of it. Poppy banned, okay. That could mean anything, really. You can go... Oh, well, I guess that would have been a jungle pick for Weiwei. Weiwei was a big jungle Poppy player. Okay, my hay fever is still really mauling my butt. Lee Sin wasn't banned. Is going to get locked in. That is a worry. Oh, hang on, really? No, wait, really? Is that a legit hover? Oh, come on. I actually want to see the champion. Come on, give us something new. LNG, you are completely bombing out. Give us something new. They lock in Shinzao instead, which is... It's better against the combo. I think it's worse with the Rise. It's not that it's bad with Rise. You root someone up for the Wind Becomes Lightning. It's very strong. I don't know. That's the most milquetoast of the picks available, sadly. Hey, Enos, how's it going? Random question, but have you delved into the whole King in Yellow in 40k? No, I haven't. Although King in Yellow is obviously big in this big Cthulhu mythos stuff. King in Yellow. Yeah, lots of stuff about that. So Bard does get locked in because Bard wasn't banned away. The Ezreal Bard happy now. I mean, you're going to lose pushing lane, but you're still happy to farm. Bard will be useful. Get into the Rise and the Caitlyn. Nars locked in, as good a blind pick as you're going to get here. You might Ambessa for Sheer now. Yeah, Ambessa looks good for Sheer. Jace is not great versus Neferi Orianna, or Bard, really. Good versus the Nara individually. How hard do you want to win lane? How hard do you want to win lane? Sheer was a big TF top player. What would I prefer here? You need something to survive the combo. They go TF. That's also not great at surviving the combo. I would have preferred Ambessa, I think. I think I would have preferred Ambessa. I think there's more of a way for you to survive the initial engage and then clean up. And it's fine into the Gnar. Maybe they're just aiming to have, like, another winning lane. TF top it is CC. But if Guon and Care have a good game with Fengyue, isn't it just really difficult? I feel like it's really difficult. Okay, let me go run some adverts and then we'll get into game. Okay, let's get to it. Oh, Fairy Tale Boy, thank you so much for the stream streak. Appreciate you. Oh god, hay fever. I'll tell you what, folks, if you have a choice between having hay fever and not having hay fever, don't have hay fever. Sadly, I didn't get a choice, as in fact actually most people did. Sorry, I kind of phrased it that way, you know. Anyway, in terms of overall composition, I do prefer NIP's comp. I just see the Neferi Orianna, if it gets off the ground, doesn't it just do unspeakable damage? Oh well, alright, let's get into game. You like being miserable? Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe I can help you with that. I'm an LPL fan at internationals for the last few years. Alright, let's get into the game. Here the gyros. Oops, all squishy, the game. I like that. Wait, Guon fighting level 1. Oh, not bad from Guon, actually. Level 1 Qs from Nefiri, kind of nice. Now, if you're actually just going skill for skill... Hang on a second, that's a flash, but he doesn't get the stun! Fengyue flashes in for the root, doesn't get it. YCX gets the Mantra Q down. Fengyue likely to die here. Fothig is so close to killing, but he does! 1xN goes down, Y6 close to hitting the ground too. Fengyue, despite not hitting the actual ability, does end up getting the first kill. By the way, both junglers are still just fighting over raptors. It's going to reset again. One of the small raptors goes to Weiwei. And got it. He's just fighting him again. Why not? He's got Hail of Blades. That's why he's doing it. He's got Hail of Blades. He doesn't have Conqueror. He's got Hail of Blades, and he wants to make the most of that. Now, Nia pops the Ghost to run at him. He's losing minions for this. And what the hell, man? The big loser of this is LNG, because they need to be playing through winning lanes plus jungler invading and getting value. They need to be playing through that, really. Screw doing camps, screw ganking lanes, just sit and wrap the bush and fight to the death. That's true juggling. Oh my god. Oh my god. Snowlads, they're actually going to kill Nia. What do you mean they're actually going to kill him? That is not allowed. That is so unfair. What? Yeah, I feel a little bit of fever dream. You know, I got only a handful of hours of sleep last night because, you know, nose is fully blocked from hay fever. And I wake up and I see whatever God has graced to put on our screens today. Oh, Jesus. Well, I did say that NIP's comp was maybe better if their combo gets online. Care has a kill. Botic's also got a kill. The Caitlyn Karma was meant to win lane, notably has not. Dude, what is LPL? You're dreaming right now? Sometimes, you know, I feel like that is a thing. Okay, Nia pushing and roaming. Obviously died. Lost the Ghost at level 2. Lost the flash in the mid lane gang because the binding did hit. That was an awesome angle by Fengyue, by the way. What do you mean he takes the magical dirty level 2 and ganks mid from that angle? That is just psychotic. Weiwei's gonna get double scuttle at least. Okay, at least it's a double scuttle. Guon is actually not too happy in terms of farm right now. Actually, what was Guon even doing there? Hang on. Guon even wasted some farming time there because he wanted to go to Magical Journey in, I think. He's now going to clear through his full camps because he's barely touched his own jungle. What should we do? Guon, what's wrong? You've barely touched your camps. We say at the dinner table. LPL is chaos. Like, I know that NARAM is a meme, but LPL is, oh look, it's time to duel. Yeah, I think that the thing is, also, I mean, I've talked about this a couple of times on podcasts over this year, because I think it's quite an important topic. Sometimes fighting all the time is the correct decision. Guon walking in, using Halo Blades early, is that, hang on, Weiwei's actually going to counter gank this. This could be nasty. Caitlyn Trap comes through. 1xN's going low, but Fengyue goes down first. It's a good counter gank. Halo Blades almost gets the kill, but not quite. 2 kills to LNG. Very good counter gank. Suddenly, you know, the psychoticness of the early game pathing from Guon and Fengyue kind of comes back to bite them. Top lane Hoya's actually doing alright. You know, this is actually completely fine. Hey, Gio, how's it going? Why would you hate watch LNG? Because they hovered Belveth twice and didn't lock it in. And, like, they hovered it for a really long time, too. Cat's grouping up the wave here. He wants to get the slow push back, punish Rise by just denying a minion or 2 in mid lane. Care is pretty far ahead. That is scary. Guon needs to get his farming time up as well. Nefiri is not good if you don't get XP. Ooh, another play top side. Binding hits. That's a lot of damage. Gold Club comes in, but doesn't lock anyone into tower. She is not happy. Jinzhao's top side. Weiwei's had a... Look, Weiwei was disrupted so much at the level 1, but I don't think much of this is his fault. Hoya about to hit Mega, does have level 6. Can't do much with it, doesn't look like. Cheers playing on LNG. Is he ever happy? Oh, come on. Oh, of course, nothing to talk about here too. We've got 2 XTT teammates in Hoya and 1xN. 1xN gets... oh, he did get both the kills in bot side. And he does have a BF sword. Let's talk about that, actually, because 1xN, Hoya obviously used to play back on TT, and that roster was basically, can TT just get 1xN to the promised land and hope he carries? Particularly after UCal left. Okay. But yeah, 1xN getting that first BF sword, that is nasty. Yeah, it used to be, for those of you who used to play back in like season 3, season 4, hell, even, no, I guess that was the time really. But when you go back to that kind of era, a lot of bot laning was, can you get to 60 CS without dying or falling too far behind, so your first item is a BF sword. If you can get a BF sword, you are really, really happy because it's such a stat stick. That was back when there was a point where BF sword, obviously it's like, it's expensive now, but it used to be, gosh, chat, can you remind me, was BF sword 1550 gold for a while? 1550, yeah, that's it. Good, thanks, Fazan, yeah. It was really, really expensive. Fungo's going to get jumped onto here. Will magic journey away, does get the binding. Dawn does have Halo Blades, as we've been saying, so good early game pressure. Less ability to, like, get elongated fights. Can be less of a hyper carry later. I don't mind the Halo Blades, though. It's allowed him to have some really good pressure early. I haven't seen Care come into the equation yet. Fungo tanks the ace in the hole. Recall coming through from Guon. Gonna give himself a pickaxe alongside the 2 long swords, even in farm with Wei now. So he's actually managed to pick up the camps he lost earlier, or not lost, but like didn't focus on earlier. Nia is kind of naturally down 20 CS because of his roams. That's not great. Also, hi YouTube as well. Hope you're doing well over there. And Enrique, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Gaben, thanks for the sub as well. Fungo going to mid lane near. This has happened to him before, but this time he won't have to flash. Won't get bound. Yeah, again. The binding of Nier will not be a game here. Built on the Unity engine. Boya, he's going low, but he does have Mega Nod. Does he die? Maybe, actually. The root comes through. Yeah, I guess he just does. Extended chase down. Can't get them in range of the tower, and he just dies. Good chase down. Good roam up by Y6. Of course, we've got some that he was subbed in for missing today. Nier does have flash. Used the ghost earlier. Good discipline. Won't have to flash. Take some damage after... There's 3 summoners were used by NAP's bot lane, actually, in the mid lane. That both are using the exhaust, Fungo using the heal and the flash. Grub's going down. First one taken by the Shinzao. Second taken by the Neferi. No smites for either of these now. Oh, the Neferi Oriana combo, the first of the game, doesn't quite connect. Flash away from YCX. Combo not quite working. Teleport coming through from the Gnar who just died. Ezreal tagging 1. Caitlyn's not here. Ryze isn't here. Kez coming into the play. No shockwave reminder. Wei does have flash but can't use it in time. Neither of the carries were there to do anything. So LNG gets split apart. Can't do much. Go on. Careful there, buddy. Gets rooted up and he dies. So, you know the whole thing about the carries not being positioned? Well, there they are. You found them. Congrats. 1xM. Using the Grub to body block Ezreal Q so he can outtrade Photic. Well played by him there, actually. Takes Photic out of the fight. 1xN and Nier kind of saving the play there a bit. Is Shovel playing better than Pyoshik? As far as I'm aware, he's been playing really well. Although I can't say I've watched enough of the Pyoshik DNS to give you a comparison. Put it this way, clearly Shovel is the better player for the team right now, and they're actually finding some wins, which is kind of big. Shovel's been popping off. Classic LCK CL honeymoon face. Most challenger players coming up to the LCK actually have a pretty good first series or 2, and then things fall off a bit. So the combo fails. Wei knocks them back with the Crescent Guard. Y6 flashes out. And the carries the starting position, though. Their positioning is far too aggressive for a team which doesn't have their AD carry in mid lane position. They are lucky to get away with that. Hang on a second, Y6 almost kills Photic there. Ooh, puts the ult down onto bot lane 2. Of course, Gorn picked up the end of that. This is just 1xN 1v2, by the way, taking those health bars. Y6 now back in lane. 1xN has the Storm Razor, 600 gold ahead. Ezreal ult used to clear out a bit of the wave and poke out a little bit. Really good sequence of play there by Onyx, actually. First item spike really helping him. Hoya, not enjoying this matchup versus Sheer. Now he's flashed on and killed. Sheer kills him. The ADTF, notable Gnar answer in the past, coming out pretty strong here. Second kill for him. First one was helped by Y6. This one he did all by himself. He's great. He's a big boy. He's a big top player. He can do it himself now. Oh, God. In case you couldn't tell, I'm somewhat dying in the background. Except I don't give 300 gold. What loot would you all drop if you died? Just, you know, if you were a minion or a mob boss, what would you drop? I'd probably drop like a guitar pick and oh, I'd drop the RE guitar picks I always have on me. That's what I'd drop. Yeah. That'll be it. Is depression a drop? Some may describe it as that, yes. Yeah, I have some RE guitar picks, which they'd drop 100%. Maybe a pair of headphones? Yeah, are they good headphones? I've changed my opinions on headphones over time. I used to not like headsets because they're too bulky, and now I've kind of come back towards them. Convenient earpods also something which, you know, I like using both now. Now I have both. I use both. Hang on, Mega Gnar maybe coming in here. Does get the stun down with the W. That's a pretty clean combo from Hoya, actually. Sheer will die. Flash for the solo kill earlier. Doesn't have it to escape now. 1xN and YCX were on the engage. I just realized they have very similar formatted names. Actually, wait. Could fly top side. Bottle used. I guess it stops a potential engage. I don't think it was that necessary then, no? Botic left alone to push bot lane. Now, if NIP hadn't got that counter Sheer, what they did, 1xN and YCX would have been able to like triple up with Sheer, push in for much more confident topside push, maybe even dive the Gnar in the right circumstances. Hard to walk it back down and really see. Combining there for Fungi stops an auto attack going onto the turret too. Because of course what Caitlyn really wants to do is hit the tower as many times as possible. TF teleports bot side, using his ultimate. Botic was pushing in, Sheer back into that. Of course he has a gold lead, he's got the two kills. Has 100 CS as well with TF passive blocking on them. Mid lane, 15 CS to care. Hasn't really grown the lead which he had, which is a bit concerning. He's got the 10 boots in. Ow. Yeah. Caitlyn with early gold. Nasty. Oh, another trap. Hang on, that's really close to killing him, actually. He has ults on him. Hang on, that's really close. Mega Gnar comes through. And there's a heal as well. You can see the panic there from NIP. 1xN, he mechanically has been playing the Caitlyn really damn well. No, in some ways I've tried to talk less about 1xN, because I've talked about him so much on this channel, you'd never hear the end of it, basically. But you understand why I talk a lot about him, right? Like, he has just been cleanly rattling through the headshots. Now, he needs to do this because later into the game, I think the draft is not great at surviving an Orianna shockwave, which could be quite inevitable to come through if you do win your lanes hard enough. 1,000 gold up. It's not enough right now. But if they win their lanes hard enough, maybe they just outrange, just throw gold cards and then NIP die. Sheer still doesn't have flash. Binding doesn't hit the wall. We'll ignore that. No, we'll ignore that shockwave. You'll get him next time, Cat. Alright, okay, he goes down. Botic takes the bot lane tower. We'll ignore what happened to that shockwave. Oops. This truly is a 1xN stream. Yeah, when you look at how the rest of the team on LNG struggles to have synergy, it's become about that. The thing is, LNG are a team that kind of just have to win. I should have highlighted this in draft again, actually. I didn't think about it at the time. But LNG are a team that kind of just have to win lane to win game. They are not a good, complicated team. Anything more complex than win lane, group up, fight, win, earlier in the year was likely to fail. Goal's going to spot out way in the bush. Huawei's had a bit of a mixed game. Very good counter gank on bot side. Maybe a play top side. There's no shockwave here. It's a 3v3. Where it goes down. Fungo is hit, so it's a 4v3. Bottle's there. I think LNG just back off. Maybe Herald gets started from NIP. If you wait long enough, shockwave will be back up. Herald, is this going to get contested? No, it doesn't. So Dragon spawn, Herald goes down. I think LNG would much rather recall and set up for that, because you don't want to give NIP a double Dragon setup. They get 2 Dragons early. Then this combination, which I think just scales better, can just stall, wait for gold to come into their pockets and be really happy. NIP, they do have teleport on Ahri. She can recall. She has really good build. This is the best kind of burst build you can get for this point in the game. You're level 11. You got Lunas. You got Assault Clan boots. Like if Kara actually gets a shockwave, the fight is kind of over. Knockup with the W is W by Q1. Oh, 1x's caught. That's a problem. TF's coming into the play. Exhaust goes down. Where is the shockwave? It's there. 1xn gets hit by it, and he's just going to die. That is the problem. You just can't survive the team fights. LNG are already not a great team fighting team. I think 1xn, you got to flash that. We were talking really highly about him. Gets hit by the Bard ult, dies. I guess he realized he needed the flash for something like the Neferi combo. That's probably a dead Rise here now too. He has flash. I don't think it's going to save him, is it? Halo Blades, flash comes through. Fungo is here. Won't really help him too much. Y6 gets slowed as well. I don't think he's dead. NIP just roll through the first team fight of the game. I actually am not sure I've seen LNG win a 5v5 this split. They played 4 series. It's their 5th one. I am struggling to remember a 1-team fight from them. Can anyone else remember any of their series? Yawn tried to go for the red buff steal, couldn't find it. Takes a bit of damage. Dragon wasn't taken in that play, by the way, because everyone died on LNG before it could be secured. Now, cooldowns are down for NIP. There's no shockwave for the next, what, 20 seconds or so? I think it's close enough that you can delay, wait for the shockwave and fight again. Sheer doesn't have ult, he's got flash. This composition is so much about winning lanes and then just playing around individual strength. It's not you don't have obvious ways to like start AoE team fights, especially not in a way that doesn't get you killed by Neferi Orianna. Every time, like, I'm just trying to shadowbox it in my mind in a perfect scenario for LNG. I think even in best case scenario, 1xn just gets dunked by the Neferi Orianna. So, where we charged up his Q3, we're in for the knockup. Go and press the W. So, he does get hit by the auto, but it's whatever. Okay, well, it's a short-range ultimate from the Bard. 1xn is, I mean, he's not in the best position. He shouldn't be positioned there in the first place. Probably should flash the ult. I don't think he lives even if he does flash, unfortunately. Okay, well, there's 6 Dark Seal stacks for K. He's got a Proto Belt now, which, it's actually okay versus TF, because if you see him porting at your feet, you can just W and then Proto Belt, you might be safe, maybe. Second item for Shear's coming through at some point, but needs to be sooner for him, really. Brody has 2 items. Yuon's really happy with Voltaic like Cleaver. 1xn's got Fire Cannon, so he has like the very long-range utility build, but it's not... Well, it's not really the best if you... Hang on a second, jump on top side, Hoya. Doesn't really care so far. Whoa, oh my god, the damage on the Shear. Tower goes golden because Bard has helped him with that. 1 kill in the fight. Doesn't look like there's going to be any more for now, but Nia's walked up, and he might die anyway. Very, very close, and eventually goes down. Nia, you didn't have to step up like that. LNG, they have the globals. They got the double global solo laners. They should be the ones ahead of the map. This has not been the case. I said NIP at most to pull the trigger. And yeah, the full build, the full burst Orianna, it really, really hurts if you're a full squishy team like LNG are. I mean, yeah, the Rise is tanky, but not tanky enough. What are LNG doing? I don't know. I think they're just sliding into the abyss. It's not an easy time to be an LNG fan, let me tell you that. And you know, I was an LNG fan back in 23. 23 with the Scout Tarzan roster, one of my favorite rosters to watch of all time. I actually stole one of the small ones. Yeah, LNG 23, a very special time, particularly the summer roster, right? When they brought in Gala instead of LP, interesting player. Bit of a mercenary he was. Wayways jumping in. He's currently jumping into 2. Not bad though. Golka comes through. Also the double out of the Neferi. Could have been worse. Defends the turret at least for a little while. That me blowing my nose isn't coming. Hang on a second. I saw the particle effects. I was like, wow, is that TFL? Because I was hitting my head for some sort of my nose. Anyway, I hope that isn't if you're on camera. Camera's off. There is a shockwave from Care, by the way. You could have just pulled that and killed Y6 there, I think, probably. Wanted to hit them to carry. Ooh, TF's come through. Not in the best spot. Here comes the other global. Magical Journey's come through. Didn't need to flash that to try to get, I don't think. He gets hit by a Q. You do have the Neferi Oriana. He might... Yeah, you do have the Neferi Oriana. Double globals come in from LNG. Neither of them actually find the target they want. But thank God, Weiwei smites the Raptors. Oh, that's the real victory there.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, Nia's not had a great time. For those of you that don't know about Nia was on Invictus Gaming in Split 2. He replaced Renard for a bit. And it wasn't great. Yeah, it wasn't great in general. Hey, Y6 takes a whole ton of damage. There's a 10 stack Dark Seal on Care, by the way. Get that Medjai's boy. Gojin on the way for Photic. His bot side doesn't have ult. He doesn't have roll quest health, but they're just giving up Baron. They don't have the TF in position. This will go down. I mean, you're not winning even numbered fights. You're not going to win them without having numbers advantage either. Weiwei force Crescent Guard, easy zone away, and IP have just very cleanly played out this like game from ahead. It was a little bit psychotic early game, like the counter gank bot lane threw things into a bit of disarray. Hey, you see him, Montes. Thanks for stopping by. What extent should legally be allowed to claim the rest of their salaries? What the hell, man? Look, one extent is really good. Look, he made that one mistake in bot side Dragon, which sadly was an impactful one. But you also got to remember he was also completely, you know, doing his mechanical best earlier. One extent is also, you know, he's not immune to the failings of LNG. We are not blind to that here. He does make missteps. I think that there is potentially a case of mental boomage, perhaps. Any member on LNG. Hard to not be, I think. Says something that a Twisted Fate, even with his passive, can't have a gold lead. Whenever you see a TF like even or down in gold, something has gone horribly wrong. It's only 23 minutes in. It's only 23 minutes. What like, 23 minutes? What are you going to do with that? Oh, did you see the chat question post? All-time team excluding Faker and Carrier. What players would you say are the best at each role make the best team? Make the best team. That's a different question than make the best team thing. Maybe that's one for the break. Magical Journey coming through. Gorn is hit. Funny, might die for this. Care will need to be careful. I think the ball's pinged back on him. So, but I think Weiwei may die anyway. No, Crescent Guard enough for now. A little bit discoordinated between Care and Gorn. I think he could have held on to the shield after the Magical Journey, so he could have gotten range. The problem was he was on cooldown, couldn't reattach to Gorn. And go now, of course. Gorn half HP, is it in there? Yeah, I think they have to stand back. You'll notice how LG is standing all the way back because they're afraid of the Shockwave combo. Not bad spell points there, actually. Magical Journey in, Magical Journey out. But no, I didn't see that list. That's an interesting one. Hang on, Shockwave lands onto Tia, out to the rise, and they come through for the global. Gorn's gone very deep. These are not bad kills for LNG, actually. Reminder, this is with the Baron buff. They've actually got themselves a negative Baron power play now because there have been 3 shutdowns. What the hell happened in IP? Their recalls were just not good enough, and Sheer will survive because Ezreal goes down. That's 4 kills. And IP lose about, well, almost 3,000 gold in the play. In fact, I think they might do, because I think a tower should go down the side of LNG's way. And IP? What the hell? What would... ill discipline. Gosh, okay. But yeah, Mast, I think that's an interesting question in regards to, like, is it peak? Is it average of career? Is it just the GOATs? I need to understand more about the premise of the question, really. Because if it's at peak, there are people who have peaked, like, very, very high to contend with Faker and Carrier. You can actually, there are actually some arguments to say you can pick someone who's, hang on. So, this is the retreat. Nard already gone back. Teleports in, but it's too late. Yuan flies in, but there's no shockwave. Goes in very deep. could have just flashed and E'd out. Mistake from him. Fotic gets gold carded. It's not a bad response to just ult, so you can kind of use your ult duration in the duration of the CC. Ken now has a Medjai's, by the way, and he lost all his stacks, so good job there, buddy. See? No, it's an interesting question, but it like requires a fair amount of setup. Oh, but I'm telling you, I've seen better days in terms of health, folks. LNG wins? I don't think LNG wins. I think they don't scale as well, and look, NIP definitely threw a bit there. NIP have been known, look, NIP are a throwing team. They'll do this every so often. They are not beyond a throw. He was talking about the GOATs, where it says the top 5s are on TikTok. Right, okay. Those are GOATs. I mean, it's quite obviously Mako then for support. But like, I mean, so the thing is, we kind of already covered this topic on Shut Up and Scale. We actually kind of already covered this. If you, yeah, so we did that a month ago or two, a couple of months ago. They're like the second best players of all time in their role. But making the best team is not the same as GOATs. That is a very different question. You're asking, yeah, that's quite hard to choose. Right, okay, minute till Dragon would be Mountain Soul for NIP. Baron's also up in a minute. I mean, NIP, it's so easy for them to just fall into a winning fight. The fact that they lost that last one is kind of crazy. 1xN gonna get saved by his jungler putting the Crescent Guard and knocking Bjorn away. Bjorn actually has to recall now, I think. TF gonna teleport in while body block Caitlyn ult. Weiwei's been pretty good at knocking that aside, actually. TF did not ult into mid lane. He popped the ult and then chose not to follow it. Ezreal ult. Does go into 1xN. Ooh, think about the shockwave. There's no Crescent Guard now. He uses save 1xN, but he's not a save himself. So even though LNG played that last situation well, it didn't buy enough cooldowns. They bought 2 ultimates, but not a shockwave. And the shockwave on a full burst Orianna is kind of nasty. He gets the assist. He gets 2 Dark Seal stacks / Magi stacks in. Alright, Dragon spawned. LNG. Dragon is alive. Jungler is dead. Free soul for NIP. Not too difficult, that one. Not a single dragon for LNG. This game, Whitex spotted on a warding mission. The rest of the team is back from LNG. Can't really do that much. They try and get some vision around Baron, but not really sure that will last. As a player of the game, if NIP end up winning this, well, it's one of mid jungle, I guess. No, Fotic's been okay too. I don't think there's... Is there a real standout MVP here for game 1? Caitlyn ult goes into a shield, that feels bad. Sometimes Caitlyn ult just feels... Oh, they catch 1xN. They catch 1xN. The binding comes through, but there's a good cleanse. So 1xN just gets the Mikhails. That's not bad, actually. Not bad there for LNG. They could have gone a lot worse. You do lose your Mikhails, which is, you know, not great, but it went a lot worse. Baron started. Do LNG even have a chance of contesting? There's a Mountain Soul. Ezreal landing Qs. Fengyue doesn't have flash. Weiwei takes big damage near. Looking to see if he can get some extra CC down. It's a double shockwave onto both solo laners. Fotic goes low though. That's a bit of a worry, but the Mountain Soul keeps alive. In fact, he can hop inside the Crescent Guard and kill him. So, despite the fact that it looks pretty fine, no, it is not. Triple kill towards Fotic. There are actually another 2 alive. Did they give himself? They give him over a Penta. That is the Quadra. That is the Quadra. Do they fight for the Penta? There is a recall from Sheer. Ezreal is low HP. A reminder, the timer for a Pentakill is really long. They might try and fish for this. Fotic, player who was replaced on Invictus Gaming earlier in the year, may just find himself gifted a Pentakill here in Game 1 versus LNG. NIP, calm game from them on the whole. Well, the early game was psychotic. After that, they just rode out the win. Sheer is going to walk up. The Bard's
Ultimate goes down, Phony looking for the pentakill, but will die before he can claim the 5th and final part of the puzzle. Nexus turrets go down. Nexus itself will go down afterwards. Guwon may well die in the process of it, and indeed he will. But IP will finish the first game. Look, it was an interesting 5 minutes of the game, and then pretty much everything else kind of just exploded. Mucking Co, by the way, thanks for the follow, I appreciate you. I missed that earlier. Nier's atrocious with struggling with the LDL. He's really not impressed me, sadly. Yeah. When would you classify Knight's Peak? There are a couple of times you can classify that. 2019 summer, 2024 the entire year, really. Particularly 24 Worlds was really good for him. He was the best player in the world at that point. He was better than Faker at Worlds. Definitely best mid laner. And then I think he found himself in another peak. Knight's Peak is next year. Always next year, of course. Always a higher peak. Okay. Okay, right. I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go find myself some more hay fever medication. I'm gonna put on an ad break and then we're gonna get ready for game 2. Thanks again for watching, everyone. Again, wouldn't do this without any of you, whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube or elsewhere as well. If you're enjoying what you're watching, think about liking, following, subscribing. If you're really enjoying what you're watching, think about clipping out something from the stream if you find something, I don't know, funny, informative, hype, posting on socials. Does make a difference to us. All right, folks, I'm gonna head off for a minute and I shall be back. 1 second. Well, no, not 1 second, like 3 minutes, but you know, same difference. Okay, I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. I'm alive. How's everyone doing? Trophy 25 Spring is probably the most insane he's ever been. No, 24 Spring was better than 25 Spring. Yeah, 20. I think 24. If you look at if you look at his if you look at his 24 Spring playoffs into MSI, just utterly insane. Because like effectively, bot lane at that point was a bit of a liability for GENG. Up until finals in MSI, his bot lane were really not doing well. So he had to do some mega stuff to get them across the finish line. And they still had like some ridiculous win rates. Obviously, Pays went on to be better beyond that point, but he really struggled in spring. Oh, God. Yeah, 25 Spring was still good. 25 Spring was still good, just 24 Spring was a higher peak, I think. Not that it was bad. Again, like, these are two of the highest peaks we've ever seen anyway. How is it 4 AM? It's not, it's actually 9 AM. Get on the correct time zone. TFC for roast that. Yeah. And of course TFC, you two should move to wait, let me think. Yeah. Because the problem for TFC is that, you know, he's in a country which has, you know, only one time zone. You know, who the heck would think that something which spans half a continent should use one time zone? You know, maybe you should just have a time zone for the entire world and just figure it out from there. Maybe that's the easier thing to do. Everyone just has a universal time job. So MSI was better, but the games he had in Spring 25 were incredible. T1 game when he crushed with Victor was crazy. That's true. That was a really good late game, yeah. Time is a made-up concept anyway. Well, yes and no, because time is actually important to a lot of actual physics-y equation-y stuff. The passage of time may well be a human construct. We don't know if the universe experiences it the same way that we do consciously. But yeah, time itself is a thing. UTC does exist. Yeah, Greenwich Mean Time. Pretty much. Arbitrarily British, as many things are in the world, because they conquered a lot of people. Quite immoral ways. JJ used to have mastery over the flow of time, right? IG lost 1-2, that's true. It was a, yeah, wait, Greenwich Mean Time implies the existence of Greenwich Nice Time? True. True. So already game 1 is, yeah, game 1 was quick. Okay. I'll leave it the fan segment for a bit. I'll suffer in the background my hay fever.
LNG 的主场，苏州的观众朋友们，你们好吗？欢迎各位来到苏州。马上要进行的是我们今天的第一个场间小游戏环节了。只要您来到我们的线下，参与我们的场间互动，就有机会拿走我们为您准备的闯关礼品哦。那今天的第一个小游戏叫做9宫格猜选手。稍后呢，在我们的大屏幕上，我们的导播会为大家放出这个选手的定妆照的局部图片，您需要根据这个局部图片来判断这究竟是哪位选手。只要您连续答对了2道题，就可以拿走我们的奖励啊！我们的第一题已经出了，谁想第一个回答谁？来吧，请我们这位小姐姐，哇，这个手幅真的非常的精美，有没有准备好？准备好了。那请问这道题他是谁 ？Fortic AD。Fortic 究竟是不是正确答案呢？请看大屏幕吧，恭喜你回答正确，别笑，还有第2关，能不能过第2关呢？只要是 NIP 都可以。好，没问题。那这个不是 NIP 了，但是有个提示啊，他是，你看他的队服，有感觉吗？LNG 的辅助选手 missing， 他根本没有看到5关，但是他猜测是 missing， 是不是正确答案呢？太厉害了，恭喜你完成了我们的挑战，也可以去我们的工作人员这里领取我们不凡完品为大家准备的选手小卡哦，太棒了！那第1关已经完成了，我们还有第2套题，谁还有梦想？你，好，没问题。这位观众，你的题目已经出来了，请问他是谁？
NIP 的中单选手 Care。
想一想，你是怎么判断的？
感觉发型有点像。
感觉发型有点像，但我觉得
不对，应该是后亚，对，后亚和那个头发比较长，对。
头发比较长，那这位长发男子是不是后亚呢？请看大屏幕吧。哦，恭喜你完成了识别，但还有第2关哦。来看一下你的第2道题目吧。哦，这个他有眼睛了。
李宁的打野微微。
微微是不是正确答案呢？请揭晓吧！恭喜你完成了我们的挑战，也可以去工作人员处领取傲风为您准备的 LPL 水杯。非常感谢2位召唤师来到我们的场间互动环节。那么我们本轮的场间互动环节到这里先暂时告一段落，接下来一起来期待精彩的比赛吧！加油！
Interesting conversation about Shen and chat about, you know, is Shen overrated or is he underrated or is he what is up with Shen? I think Shen has been kind of dunked on for a lot of his career. Very often, successes of his team haven't really been attributed to him that much, and a lot of the failures are often put his way. I think that Shen did peak as best jungler in the world earlier this year, particularly around first stand and bits of MSI as well. But yeah, I think that Shen, across his career, probably underrated. Right now, I think his form has been up and down. I think post first stand and post MSI, his read on the map, his level 1 read hasn't been fantastic post those sorts, and actually wasn't great in MSI finals either, actually. Think about a couple of the games where like, Knight had to roam over at level 1 because Kanavi just read his level 1 better. Yeah, it's nasty. His biggest positive is that he works well with On, and weirdly not many junglers do. Well, yeah, I don't always know if it's the synergy with On. Always. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the stream streak, Katari. Good to see you. Get back to 100 this time and Twitch won't stop me. Nice. I'll try not to stream variety then, so yeah, so you don't lose it. I can't talk because holy shit, Junger. Yeah, Junger is a conflict. Oh, I gotta get my YouTube chat back up. Apologies, YouTube chat. Sorry, that means conversation. I watched the Jats video and his quote was all-time starting 5, not including Faker or Carrier. Well, that's easy for support. That's Mako. I think there's an argument to have Mako over Carrier for longevity anyway, and not that it's a strong argument anymore, but I think it is. Thank you guys for no worries, Lewis. Sorry again. Apologies, folks, for not keeping it on YouTube chat earlier. Top lane it's the Shy, although there is an argument for Keen Khan. Yeah, Keen Khan, maybe Smeb if you're talking about peak. Well, Noggery as well for peak. Jungle it's Canyon for all time. Although peak, you might argue Dandy. Maybe Score. Mid lane, outside of Acre, it's like toss up between like if it's on level of play, it would be like Rookie, Chovy, Knight, one of those three, maybe Showmaker. In terms of peak, if it's in terms of average of career, well, yeah, any of those 4 as well. 80 carry, I'd put Viper. Oh no, Deft, sorry. Yeah, Deft number 1 all time. And like 2nd, 3rd, 4th is like Viper, Ruler, Uzi. Well, I talked about this on a podcast before. Yeah. Gonna make some food or I'll die. I did actually manage to get a snack just before this, which is luckily me. We should be getting towards stage again now. We can get in. Okay. And the volume back up. Peak is Chovy or Rookie, longevity is Chovy or Knight. I think also Knight is in the conversation for peak as well. I don't think you can count Knight out of that. I mean, it's 2019, 23, 24, 26 all had incredibly high peaks. Showmaker's been a criminal for 3 years. He's definitely had like his weaker moments. Look, I love Showmaker, but his last couple of years are not ones you're gonna remember as fondly, for sure. But yeah, there's definitely a conversation about peak in mid laners. I think that obviously Rookie back in like 2014, 2018, 2019, really, really good. I think ever since Knight came onto the scene, he has been better than Rookie. Yeah, anyway. This series up, let's get into our draft. Okay, right, let's start it up again. Okay, so first game, pretty quick. LNG tried to play through lane. It did not work. Okay, so Nocturne off the table. Olaf, another popular blind pick in the LPL for some reason nowadays. For Showmaker, still say it's a cool stat that last year was the first time he missed Worlds. Yeah, it's a tragedy for him too. Okay, Poppy off the table. What have we still got up and available? We have Cassiopeia Syndra. Bot lane you've got, well, you have Ziggs, but I'm not sure if I'm not sure teams are vibing with the Ziggs as much now. Maybe they are. You still have Ziggs Zerath with Camille, especially with Poppy gone. That's more popular. You have stuff like Lee Sin. This is actually really killing FX. I just like the discussions. Granted, top lane feels the only one people can't put a defensive goat on. Oh, so again, I'd really suggest going back to watching the Shut Up and Scale episode we had on a similar topic, because we did that a couple of months before this. People had the same topics on the podcast all the time, right? Lucian and Lee Sin gone, because of course the Lee Sin without the Poppy in, kind of scary. So in terms of jungle, is Jarvan, I guess. Jarvan Vi. Oh, yeah. Might see a Pantheon. Occasionally see the Pantheon instead. We might see Vi traded for Jarvan Rumble. We've seen a real fixation on Rumble Vi Ari again, like the 2024 Powerpuff Girls kind of combo. Although Rumble is an honorary Powerpuff Girl now. It used to be Kai'Sa back then, really. Do you agree with 2019 Spring? Yeah, 2019 Spring was really, really, really high from me. But all of 2018 was also great from him too. You can just pick a time between 2018 and then 2019 Spring, and you'll probably very, very good rookie moment. Oh, they go Varus Jarvan. Okay. Well, they wanted the Varus, but you don't want to play... You could have locked the Jarvan and maybe not had to lock. Because you might get rumbled now. Maybe they're okay with going with the Ambessa. Oh, that'd be different. Ash Seraphine. Well, it's an encore extender into the vibe. Nautilus is up, so Varus Nautilus is fine as a lane. In fact, you can kill that bot lane. Not that one extender is a bad Ash. I missed the Rumble J4 Kiana Wombo combo. Yeah, it's my favorite composition of all time was Kiana Rumble Braum, and it was Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. Which is, I just like, it's my favorite combo because it's a funny name for it. That's why, by the way. There's actually no deeper reason. It's just funny just seeing, like, these two just lines of impassable terrain. The two carpets go down, and then Kiana go and mess people up when all the slows and damage come through. When else have you had two players at a crazy high peak, head and shoulders above everyone else at the time? Mara and Faker, 2015. That was pretty damn high. Maybe Nogari Showmaker. Or Canyon Showmaker. Or Canyon Nogari Showmaker. There are times. There are times this happened. Lock Band Away. Oh, okay. Lock Band Away? I guess there is a... Once you've got, like, Jarvan Nautilus to set people up, then Lock will just come down. I think there are times where you have had, like, crazy high highs. From people just being so far ahead of the rest of the world. 2019 Spring was the most explosive and flashy example of it. Yeah, no. IG solo lanes just kind of popped off. They were kind of crazy. TL beating IG is possibly the biggest upset ever. It's definitely up there. Yeah. I think IG... Well, reminder, that was like IG as reigning world champions too. Although a lot of the reason why they fell apart is because of the drama which happened off stage. Okay, right, Akali banned away, Locke's already banned away, Yone's gone away. Jeez, okay, alright, some big mobile champions locked away. And you know, I was saying, oh well, you know, it's about the setup for the lock. I was talking about the Jarvan Nautilus necklace. It would have been more about the Vi and the Seraphine at that point. Ooh, Sylas locked in. Now you don't have to play against the Akali. I mean, Sylas blind pick is normally bad. Galio is pretty good here now. Yeah, Galio's pretty good. Although, then LNG kind of fit. Do they have to go Rumble here now? They might have to go Rumble because they need another damage carry. Yeah, they need to go Rumble. The Galio does mean that Nia isn't on like anything he needs to carry on, which is probably good for LNG. The Ambess is fine into the Rumble. You can outplay the Vials as well. You have great setup. The Ambess is good here for LNG. Very good diving mobility. The Varus can fire an arrow over the top. It's not bad for them. What are we thinking for filling out these comps? LG felt like our Ambessa combat Kasensei. Yeah, the Rumble was I guess the obvious pick. I think as soon as you see the Sylas, then you start thinking about the Galio. Galio is like one of the few, consistently good matchups into them. Okay, right, I'm going to put it on our break before we go into game, and then we shall keep on going. Why did they pick Sylas and not Anivia with J4? Because Sylas is better diving forwards, and Anivia doesn't always have the follow-up range. Yeah, and Sylas gets the Ashe Seraphine ults to steal, very true. Yep, and the Viol's not awesome, or not bad to steal either. Galio ult's great, but the Galio keeps the Sylas in check quite a lot. Sylas has some very good ults to steal. You have the Villain's Entrance, one of my favorites. Villain's Entrance, the stolen Galio ult. Is this when we have a G2 Lion where Sylas is just too OP? I mean, I think picking Sylas into Ashe Seraphine is just disgusting. As long as he gets through lane, just stealing the Encore of the Ashe and just having way more AP to throw at you is a problem. All right, let's get into game. Okay, right, so let's settle in for game 2. LNG tried to do that thing where they went through lane last game. It didn't really work. Nia versus Care in mid lane. Now, the problem here for Nia is that he needs to keep the Sylas down, like, really hard. Nautilus comes through first, trading onto support HP bars. Nautilus is getting the worst off of that. The Guardian from the Seraphine is really helping. He's zoning away from the wave. Nice to know that they do just win the DPS check. Of course, Fengyue, no strangers to the Nautilus. Played a lot of it over time. Good trade there at level 1. Gorn clearing towards bot side, Vi clearing towards top side. So LNG should know that their bot lane is perhaps under threat at the end of the first clear. Ooh, almost there, Cat. Almost. Level 2 to level 2. I think LNG is the better team fight, but NIP is less nasty in the sidelines. Well, you have a Yorick, right? So Yorick is good in side lanes. I think team fight, Jarvan, Nautilus, Sylas, nasty. I think LNG are a worse team fighting team, so that means that sadly, even though you might be right on the draft, ooh, cancels out that. Nia is not happy. He's not happy about that at all. Damn. Okay, well, it's a problem if Sylas is winning the trades versus Galio early on. Galio is meant to have a decent amount of control around lane. Level 3 for Nia now. Storm Raiders for the Galio versus the Conqueror for the Sylas. I think LNG are just not a good team fighting team now. What do you think of IG's chances this year? The start of the split, I thought they looked pretty good. I thought the game 1 curse was back, but whatever. Their drafts have been a bit middling. I think that some of their coordination in early game has not been good enough, despite the fact that I think that mid to late game is very good once they get into side lanes. I think that LGD and TT and Ascend, because they're likely to face against one of them, or EDG. EDG is bad, but I do think that LGD and TT, if they do face against them, are actually okay. I think they're pretty decent teams. So I think that IG, they don't have an easy road. They got to win like 5 best of 5s or something to get to Worlds. I think they'll be, look, I hope they are in contention for Worlds. I hope it doesn't end too early. Dive coming through on bot side to red buff. Or Guam. Flash forward to the Nautilus. And there's just nothing you can do. Turret shot will kill Fengyue. Kill goes to the Seraphine, and the wave is still lost for 1xN. So 1xN still hates this. Whole wave dies to turret. YCX will pick up bits and pieces, but not a huge amount. He's trying to freeze the next wave now to make sure they can get a slow push back. That's about as good as you can do in that situation. That is as good as you can do. Not much else you can do that. Now, Varus running the teleport, don't believe he is. Oh, he is. No, you can teleport to the wave then. Okay. Well, Varus could have teleported there and fixed the wave. Chooses not to. 1xN turns up. Not bad response there by YCX to save the wave stay. Oh no, he's going to walk into the Nautilus. Get slowed, the hook's there. Fengyue will pop the emote on 1xN. He does have flash. If the hook lands, he is in big doo-doo. Another passive comes through. Arrow there. Barrier used. Hang on, now actually, Fengyue, you emoted on him. You best not die now, Fengyue. If you die after emoting, that is such infinite aura loss. Close. That's the Titan's Wrath again. Phoenix stacking up the lights of Quiver. That could be a problem. There is a heal left. That got a bit spooky for a while. Fengyue did still have heal as well. But imagine the aura loss if you emote, walk in them and still die. Is Weiwei spotted there? I mean, Java's coming down towards bot side. Weiwei's got to be careful here. We'll spot him out now. One could actually combo onto him. Ooh, doesn't land the knockup. Close. Ooh, hook just wide there too. That lolly popped around. That would have been, well, not actually sure they get the kill there. I think actually maybe even Fengyue dies. Still has the heal. Both supports have heal, by the way. Available. Keep that in mind with these harsh trades. Got pretty close. There's a Culfin at 1xN. Got that on the first back. Here from Photic, though. 1xN managed to catch back up and farm because of the quick thinking from YCX to save them on the next wave. Mid lane, somewhat even. Top lane, somewhat even for now. Oh, that's really close from the full stack again. However, YCX may have to blow a summoner here. Full stacks. Heal used. Not going to kill because of that heal, but you can see the damage of those W stacks being popped by the W active. Yeah, having a fun time here. He's not behind in lane, which is a worry for LNG. And now if he just walks up and steals the ult from Galio, LNG are in big trouble, because you're about to get, like, Jarv and Galio having a combo just on the opposite side of it. Salah's going to the hero's entrance. Dragon, first one of the game, going to NIP. Slight gold lead to NIP as well. First kill went to Guon, so he has the gold lead in the jungle. Hang on. Whoa, that hits. That's so sad. Okay, well, I feel bad for him on that one. Kess steals the encore, by the way, because he needs to use that to make a play. Neo has not had a fun LPL experience. He went into IG, kind of sucked. Over to NIP, and it's not looking much better. That's, well, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. Look, LNG used to be a team that would win lane, win game. I just don't think they can do that as Nia as a mid laner. Nia is not an individual laning player. He's just not. I don't know what kind of player is the problem. How does he succeed? He used to be that, so if you look at the IG mid laners from earlier in the year who were stepping in while Rookie was away, Renard was bad in lane, but better outside of it. Then Neo was meant to be better in lane and then worse outside of it, kind of. But, I don't know, Neo just ended up struggling a lot. A lot. Yeah, jump got to get. I was just talking about JDG. JDG are all over the place. I think that JDG's chemistry is off. They're good individuals. They're not a great team right now. I think the drafts are all over the place. It's weird. Heck. You want to take him to bot side? Has level 6, Care use the Encore course, can still steal the Galio. So you've got a Galio Jarvan combo coming at some point. It's really scary. That's pretty much a free kill onto YCX, maybe 1xN if he flashes poorly as well. I don't think anyone should be surviving a Jarvan Galio combo. You don't have flash at this point in the game. Yeah, I do think that the regular season is giving us a lot of false positives, so perhaps if you've got a favourite team that's not performing well right now, perhaps playoffs will be different. Oh, flash forward for a hook that just about misses. Close there from Fungi. I appreciate his willingness to go for the good play. Hang on a second, jumping over here. Do they have the Galio coming down? Encore comes through. What's happening here? Galio's coming in. Where is the villain's entrance, though? Here it is. Hero's entrance, followed by the villain just after. Care steals the ultimate. I think the Silas is stronger than anyone else at this fight now. 1xN, YCX running for the hills, double kill for the Varus. Yeah, the Galio comes down, but you got a Silas who's ahead in lane. He can do the same thing. That's now Care with extra kill participation. Photic has 2 kills. Yeah, this is... Again, if LNG just don't win early game, what do they do? Who do you think is going to win between W and BLG? That's a good question. I mean, BLG might just outlane them is the problem. Ooh, hang on, Seraphine steals one? Not bad, YCX. YCX is actually having a good game. I want people to recognize that. He's actually having a good game. Doing very well here. Root, and the stun lands onto Care. Nasty. So they go on to the Nautilus, who has the shield running. Fire Drag comes through, hits 2. Ults backwards to buy a bit more space. Galio comes through, and then, yeah, stolen Galio ult. That'll do things for you. I haven't really seen top lane yet. Cheers doing fine versus white. There is a maiden for her, it just hasn't summoned it. Cat looking for the W heal, gets it. Yeah, just following back to something earlier, Mast saying that, well, you know, certain drafts do better at the team fighting or side lane and stuff. The problem is, with a lot of games in LPL right now, is that I think that reading the draft has been really hard, where some teams have just been winning against draft quite a lot, just because their players are just not as good at team fighting, or not as good at early game or side laning. The core aspects of their composition, they're just not as good at, even if their draft should be winning them, is that the players can't really show the full thing, really. I think I prefer Hunan stir-fried pork than Sichuan twice-cooked pork. Ooh. I don't know enough about, like, regional food differences. I know Sichuan. I don't know that much else. All I know is that I love hot pot. I really loved it in Xi'an. It was really... Cat 10 CS up. Not really getting to fly away with the lane because, again, Galio is kind of annoying to break through as a Silas. But Silas can just be more useful. Yeah, later in the day, I actually think... Weirdly, I actually... Look, BLG might just outlane them, but I don't think BLG look fantastic right now. Still waiting on their synergy to really kick in. If BLG just, like, keep it simple, and just play through strong individual players and stuff, and they don't just walk into random skirmishes in the way that WE like to force you into, I think they should win, but BLG have done that before. They're not always the most intelligent team. Heads up, League of Legends. Not always. Sometimes they just zug. Okay, good combo. That's a very, very dead person on the sideline. Photic goes down. Didn't have a chance to use the flash. Good 3-man dive. There you go. Easy combo for LNG. Not bad at all, that. LNG use a lot of their ultimates. No one's wave clearing bot lane for now. Dark Procession lands onto Sheer. U1 is around. Maiden stops the recall coming through. Maiden will leave tower aggro. There's a flash available for Sheer. Tower aggro was taken by Guon, actually, interestingly. So, oh, the goop hits. Easy kill then. Hoya flashes out. No extra turret shot to come through. Clean dive. Hoya hits the goop. Kid kill goes to Guon. Turret goes down on bot side, though. So LG actually have the gold lead now, because they got that kill into Photic. No one went to wave clear, and they just got a full turret. That is good for them. That is. However, on the top side, Hoy is going to get an extended amount of time on the top lane turret. Is anyone going to respond to that? Not currently. And it is, of course, Yorick with a Maiden. Decent tower damage. Very good, though. Hey, Benjo, it's good to see you. Whose scale's better here? Oh, the Nautilus ult. Wait, is that just going to follow him? That is going to follow him, by the way. This is... YCX might get knocked up here first. That would be very funny. If YCX stands there, it would be very funny if they both get knocked up. Where's the Nautilus ult? Come on. Where is it? Where did the Nautilus ult go? Come on. Come on. Surely it's got to just follow them around and hit them. Is it never going to hit them? Huh? Where did the Nautilus ult go? LNG draft is huge. I mean, it is really good wombo combo, but I do think that doesn't the Silas just do really nasty things too? I think the scaling's a little bit weird. It depends on who has gold leads. Now, if LNG go even into late game, I think they win. If they don't, and like, say, Varus has poked into Hal, or Kag gets to win side lanes, or Hoya gets to win side lanes, then it gets really spooky, I think, for LNG. I think LNG on the whole have the better... Well, their 5v5 is disgusting with this. But, yeah, it won't necessarily be as simple as that. And I do think that the Jarvan with the Varus are over the top, with like an Encore over the top, could just one-shot the poor bot lane if they don't have flashes. Think Fungway deserves a refund? Yeah, I agree. What the hell happened to his ult, man? Damn. Oh, Photic flashes. Is the Encore going to hit? No, but the Ash Arrow does. It's so much CC and no one's there to protect him. LNG are not tracking the Vi very well, so the plays come through onto the Varus twice now, and they've not really had a response. They're not doing very well at showing where the, finding where Vi is. And hang on, flash forwards onto YTX, who flashed himself. That is a dead Seraphine now, steals the Encore. Will try. Oh, he gets the Encore. He gets it onto the Ash as well. He gets the extension. That is an insane play from Care. That is one of the best stolen Encores I've ever seen. That was genuinely so fun to see. Fires it perpendicular, goes through his own teammate, extends, gets the double kill. That's insane. That is so good. 2 kills for NIP. That's insane, man. Very, very good from Care. Oh, flash forward from Care. Can't quite get that on target. Was feeling himself. I don't think the Yorick likes this at all. The Equalizer comes in. Hoya, well, what does Hoya do? He's waiting around. He's waiting time for, like, Q cooldown, I guess. Oh, he might kill near here, by the way. This is actually really spooky. Doesn't quite get the Q off, though. CC'd, well played by Near and Ship. Still on the side lane. They needed that, because they were losing quite a lot across the plate. Yeah, getting a lot of damage on top side. 2 grubs helping with that. He just gets the full turret, actually. All in a turret. Good gold there. Care is really strong now. 6 Dark Seal stacks. I presume he's going for the Riftmaker build. If you're fans, I want to see Sheer not be on a terrible team. Well, I think a lot of people feel the same for 1xN, right? Just the whole thing about LNG just feels... It's like, this is such a cool equalizer. Guon gets his EQ flashed away from, but he's still an extender there for the ult. Very, very cool play from Cat. Bumps off Wanting guys coming into this next play. So, important note is that 1xN no longer has flash. So now you have Nia, 1xN, and ICX, who none of them have flash. There could be a stolen Jarvan Galio combo coming through, or a stolen Equalizer too. That would also be fine. You can do a stolen Jarvan Rumble, stolen Jarvan Galio. Guon needs to keep his high HP. What is happening with the Cataclysm? Guon does not end up having any combo with it. The Equalizer comes through Cat, now goes into melee range. 1xN is going low. The taunt from the Galio is good though, and he just doesn't have the ult to steal. They didn't have the hijack. They go with the Jarvan, but he doesn't really get that much done. However, the Battle Herald might do it itself. Guon gets in the Battle of the Herald, and he almost runs them over. 1xN lives though, and I think it's going to be an even fight because 1xN does manage to actually play the fight. Well, sadly, maybe not now. Arrow comes through. 1xN now alone under the turret. One more skill shot will probably kill him. He doesn't have flash, doesn't have himself an arrow to use. Either one more skill shot would do it. 1xN gets hit with the goop, gets queued. Hoyle will live through the tower, and an NIP clutch out the fight, which I thought was going to go the way of LNG for a while. I thought them starting that fight without the hijack was a mistake, but I guess they managed to just outstat them. 1xN doing the best he can, just can't buy enough HP for his teammates, can he? Watch this again, because, look, initially I thought, well, just, you know, use the hijack. It's great. And, oh, Hair uses his ultimate, and he's cancelled immediately. So he steals the Galio, casts it, but then the Vi cancels the hero's entrance, so it doesn't actually end up doing that. So that's actually really well played from the Vi. I misread that in the fight. And then look at that 4-man knockup from the Herald. Guon really saving that fight with that 4-man knockup. If he doesn't get that... That is, hang on, Care caught alone in top side. I don't think he'd survive this one. Caught alone in side lane. Vi didn't even use ult there, by the way. Dragon's still alive, don't know if he's taking it now. Care, a couple of meh deaths back to back. What happened here? Did he use all of his... He used all of his cooldowns on the wave. He used all of his cooldowns on the wave. That'll happen. Uses E, used everything. Nia caught in the baby cage there. Hoyer's doing well. Hoyer's had a strong game on the Yorick, actually. Been enjoying his play. Photic. Well, needs to be aware that the Vi is around again. But this time Funga is actually in the picture. Photic's been much better this split than I thought he would be. Credit to him. Nia on the other side. The Galio did have a good taunt in that bot side fight. It did actually help 1xN do a lot of work. Probably not enough, of course. Going towards the Mandate second. The Pistol Mask helping quite a lot actually with this team. Fair amount of damage coming through for the Rumble and of course the Seraphine. Dragon was taken by an IP. LNG spinning their wheels a little bit. Spinning their wheels has been my phrase of the week. It's a good phrase, I like it. Enjoy it while it lasts before I realize, haha, I should cut down on that. The 5-man knockup? Yeah, I mean, it was an insane battle hell. That battle hell was one of the best you'll see. That was absolutely absurd. Hey, English food is actually not that bad, by the way. A lot of the bad reputation of English food comes from post-war rationing era. England has really good pastries, very good slow-cooked meats. Good pastries, good bread. Very good produce. Cheese is very nice in the UK. Very good cheese in the UK. What group percent team do you think 1xN would improve by joining? I think WE. I mean, I think he's, well, about to actually be on good form, so I don't think it's going to be like as straight an upgrade anymore. I think he'd improve anyone's legend. I think Hope has... Yeah, I think he would have improved anyone's legend. I'm not sure. Well, if they're playing him on weak side, maybe. Hang on, Stolen Ash already hits onto mid lane. There isn't a Mikhail's. Does allow them to... Oh, Flash for Flash. Very close there from YCX. Splits the uprights, though. Can't quite get the plate. 1xN going forwards. Can't really get that much done after that, though. Jack potatoes got also goaded? Yeah, for sure. Stuff like beans on toast is a comfort food from, like, post-war UK, and people judge it as though it's, like, high dining. Like, no, you just don't have context. I'm sorry, we haven't invented a cuisine post-war to change up things' reputation. You know that most Italian food is very modern invention, a lot of it? It's good stuff, but it is modern invention stuff, yep. Same with, like, Pad Thai didn't exist before, like the 1960s, 1950s, maybe. Ooh, shit, big damage on it. 4 stacks on the Shogun model. Nasty. I don't know why people hate on beans on toast. It's delicious because they haven't tried it and they like to knock it. It is pretty good on the whole. You just like melt some cheese in it. Nice. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of British food, but like I will at least put it in context, right? I prefer a lot of other cuisine. Who cares? Tomatoes came from the New World, as did chilies. Yeah, chilies and tomatoes, both like an 1800s plus kind of... Well, I mean, it's several generations now, but yes. Tomatoes and chilies, not natural to a lot of the world. We're going to hop out of that brush. He's used his Q. He has to ult out now because that Dark Possession was looking scary. Dawn is going low. Dawn's going to go down, actually. However, now you've got the Yorick in a great position. Stolen Encore's not back. Hair's getting CC'd up. 1xN goes low but doesn't go down. It's not a great fight from NIP, actually. They don't get enough damage onto the right targets. I think they could have gone onto the front line or the back line. They don't know either. They kind of end up halfway housing it and they end up losing. Good fight from LNG. That should have been much better from NIP, but they can't survive around to the Cataclysm, and they don't end up getting the damage in the right place. So now it's Photic alive, Fungi alive. LNG do have all 5 members on the table, and Baron's on the chopping block. Okay, so, well, Photic's got to get like a mega arrow, so I don't think they can do that much, can they? I guess they'll just push mid lane. So that's going to be a Baron to LNG. NIP, I think that Guon and Care really disconnected there in the fights. Dawn dying very quickly, but then Care kind of sticking on the back line instead of the front line, diving alone. I think Care's had a good split, but this game's been a bit weird. Very large lead for him, but not judging where he should dive very effectively in the game. Because they jump out. Look, they jump out of the bush with the Vi. The Vi Q's down. You know, just dunk him. But then Dawn takes all of his HP bar very, very quickly. Hongyue goes in. He actually could back off here even then. Torn comes through from the gallery, so it's an easy kill. Care should have been so much more careful about his positioning. I think maybe Hoya tried to go too far forward as well. Hang on, fight over the dragon now. This could be a big fight. Ash Arrow lands. There is a stolen galley ult. Care's caught by it. Needs to dash out and get that magic shield for the rest of his team. Might not be able to do that. Might need to cast it now, actually. That's not a bad Dark Possession. Where is the galley ult? You need to use it. Care, I think you have to go in there, buddy. You've got Flash Protobelt. Try and go with the galley ult and use the magic shield to at least buy some space. I think that's just a huge mistake again from him. I'm not liking the way that Care's team fighting. Also, Guon again, dead at the start of the fight. He's misjudging his plays, doesn't have a GA yet. LNG on the other side, we are seeing them finally team fight. LNG are not a good team fighting team in this iteration, but this composition has been very good. And 1xN being bought a lot of space by YCX. By wait, hang on, flash forward. There's the galley ult. Now, 1xN doesn't have the flash himself. He goes too far forward. Snap engage, even with 2 members dead. LNG did not expect to fight in a 5v3. NIP take down the AD carry, and I think that'll be the end of the Baron push now. Good play from NIP. They're going to snap engage while LNG thought the play was over. LNG draft is huge. It's hard to lose with this draft. Well, I think it was the early game lead from the Silas. I'm not sure I'm not sure I completely agree. I also think that the Yorick should be winning the side lanes very hard. Oh, hang on. Defensive galley ult coming through now, actually, to protect Sheer under the turret. That's a big cooldown down. I think Photic getting picked off a lot really didn't help. The Rumble's doing some mad work here too. 1k up almost. Hoya's not really managed to get the side lane gold he would have liked. Ash Arrow's not going to land on Photic, although he was almost in a position to walk into it. Nymaera, one last wave of it. Really delayed by 1xN's death. Guon really struggling to make an impact now too. He's just dying at the start of the fight. I think LNG have been doing very well to just say, okay, screw it, we're killing the Jarvan. Then the engage goes down. Okay, so 2 dragons apiece. LNG gold lead. They've really looked good in the last couple of team fights. I think NIP have lost some of their big individual leads. Partly because of Weiwei's engages on side lanes. I think Care in particular had a lot of gold. Should have used it better. Also wonder whether Guon should have gone for a larger amount of side lane plays as well to blow flashes. Get comboed in with like a stolen galley or something. Here on the galleys, getting to the point where he's really, really annoying to play against 3 items. Here on Mandate, Riftmaker. Yeah, Galio, if he's actually even in gold, is not a fun champion to play against the Silas. Hera's going for the mask stacking build. Go on. I might need to check. You might need to face check. Well, maybe don't face check that, buddy. Full CC combo. Shouldn't check with it. He does get out with the Sundered Sky. The Ash Arrow flashed away from. Needed to, though. Weiwei has flash. Can't find him. Guon, you should have face checked that. We should have checked with the E, really. Guess you want to jump backwards, but yeah, face checking that too far, I think. And stack Dark Steel, by the way, for Neo. Photic's had a bit of a mixed game. Probably died too many times in the early parts of mid-game to Weiwei. Twice in a couple of minutes. Really did set things apart for LNG. Been well played from Weiwei. I think Weiwei's had a very good game. Much more solid game in general for LNG. Only turret will finally fall. Hoya takes himself a chunk of gold. And once Q1 gets to GA, I think the game changes. I think if you get to GA, I think NIP can look for the big combo again. And I don't think the Jarvan can just get taken out at the start. There is a Zhonya's now for sheer. LNG's not had to blow flashes for a while. Dragon in a minute and a half. Yeah, this game's getting quite hard for NIP now. I think that NIP had the gold lead to make this work. I think they should have had more winning lanes, and you know, Nia should have been well out of the game as well, just because he struggled in lane in general. I think NIP's lacked discipline. They really have lacked discipline. Against IG as well, they had some late game fights where they just kind of brain farted. Maybe that's something which we need to highlight more about NIP. I think that they're not a very disciplined team. They will make mistakes. Question is whether it will cost them a game or not. Game slowed down, Dragon in 30 seconds. Because the game slowed down, it means more people have flash. It's a big thing. It means that it's much harder for NIP to land a combo. I think Kaz not had a good fight for a while. He's just engaged into the clump, and he's just getting Galio taunted, dying. It's rough for him. Maybe you can play around Varus poke, but I don't think he can hang on. He's going to jump on. Well, you can't do that now. He's going to come to full engage. Galio comes through as well from near. Photic dies again. It is a 5-man stolen ult. That's not bad. Gord's going to fly in. Will dunk down on 1xN. He goes down into his GA. 1xN heals up so much, and he just flashes away. LNG just stand in the death ball. Photic dies again in mid lane to Weiwei, who finds the engage. The Varus has not been able to stand tall in mid lane. He has just been a lamb to the slaughter, and LNG may well end the game off of this. For all of the complaints we've had about this team, oh, we haven't seen the winner 5v5. They've been not winning games. They've been looking poor. LNG slam home the draft, even against the early gold lead from NIP. And NIP, despite being 4-0 in Group Nirvana, will lose a game here. They're going to drop a game. Fungway's going to respawn, but he doesn't have enough to really deal with this. Towers go down. Photic alive, but he was the root cause of this. Last play, died in the mid lane, respawns to watch his Nexus fall. We go to 3. Huge draft. Yeah, I mean, I think LNG, I thought they could lose it after that early gold lead. Early gold lead went to particularly to Care. I think Care misused his gold on the Silas mad there. Okay, folks, I gotta go. Again, like, just make sure I've got some hay fever meds and stuff, because like I'm genuinely dying over here. Okay, so I'm gonna put an ad break on, and I'll come back soon. Okay, guys, I'm back, and I'm not feeling well. I've got as many like random meds as I can be on for hay fever / cold symptoms, but yeah, I am not feeling good. Oh, jeez. But also, Sam isn't feeling very good either, so today is going to be a very difficult day, folks. So apologies if things are not great. But yeah, basically sometime last night, I don't know whether I picked up something from the Scotland trip. I don't know whether it's just my hay fever going into overdrive, but yeah, I'm not doing well. Oh god. Yeah, so I might keep camera off. I might be a bit lower energy. I'll try and be as informative and entertaining as I can be. But yeah, I am struggling. I have literally been like my nose has been running completely. But yeah. Oh god. So keep yourselves hydrated, keep yourselves kind of watered, folks. Oh god. Anyway, do my best to keep up the energy. The outside have been trying to kill me for the last few weeks too. Hay fever's the worst. I was completely fine until yesterday, and then things exploded. It's because I'm more rural here. I'm not in the city or anything. There's way more plants trying to kill me. Oh jeez. You guys go outside? Well, this is the problem. I did go outside, and now I'm ill. So, yeah. You know. Whoa. Okay, game 3. LNG, good draft in game 2. I thought that LIP could win with that draft. I don't think Care had a very good game. I don't think... Well, Gord's early game was fine, and then, like, it struggled later on as they just focused him. Fodic had not a great game. He just kind of got ran out by Vi a lot and died a lot. Yeah, I am getting hydrated as well, I've got a bottle of water with me. Okay, so what are our power picks for game 3? We have Syndra still, we have Cassiopeia still. So those are the two big ones there. In terms of bot laners, we might get a Lucian through the draft, we'll see. Jace is still available. Pantheon might be the pickup. Pantheon and Lee Sin both available. Hay fever's been killing me since June. The worst year I've had in ages. Going through packs of antihistamines like crazy. Yeah, I'm on actually stuff stronger than antihistamines. Like, I thought you could only tell like once. Oh god. My eyes are fine actually. My eyes often go bad when it hay fever. Like constantly red and watering. But not this year really. Yeah. Constant nose running. Ugh. Wrigley had to wear a mask for the pollen in June? Yo, nasty. Oh, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that Monty's been streaming from Romania, by the way? He's been streaming stuff about the yeah, he's doing like a tour about Romanian history and chatting with craftsmen. He's doing like vampire tour effectively. What's that? Okay, right, on to stage again. Okay, into draft we go. Game 3. Okay, cast ban. We still have Syndra up. Still have Lee Sin. Still have Lucian. Olaf. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that Olaf is like the new hotness. So... yeah, right. That's funny to say. Nocturne ban, locked ban. I think Syndra, Lee Sin both look fine here. Could go Lucian, try and get the Lucian Milio. I think either of them is fine. I will posture. Oh, do they really want level 1 pressure? I guess they do. The thing is though, if this is the case, I kind of wouldn't have... I really like what WE did and just said, look, we'll let people pick the Olaf, we'll pick the Trundle, and we can flex it its top lane if it goes. Yeah, I guess that point too. So the Lucian Milio seems pretty good here. It's good as the Trundle. You can dash away from the pillar. You can really struggle to get around the Milio Q. Yeah, Lucian Milio looks fine. And then you get 1xn on Lucian, which is a really good thing for you too. This does mean that you're forgoing something like an Alistair, which can do quite well into the Trundle as well as a tank. But whatever, Lucian Milio. You give the Syndra. They want the Lucian on 3, but they don't want to give the Syndra. Syndra's a bit mixed versus a little bit mixed versus the Trundle, because his pillar is really good against you, but also he can't really outplay your stun that well. So like, if you're really strong, Trundle hates you. If Trundle's strong and you're not strong, then Syndra hates the pillar. So yeah, all you need is like a little bit extra follow up, and then Syndra's really at risk of the Trundle pillar. So the Lucian has to come in on 3 now. Zyra Khan for Photic Fungi. They've played well at that duo, I think. Can NIP Lucian Nami? No, you can't. Lucian Nami's dead now, really, because the Imperial Dam mandate changes. Nami just isn't the same champion. The big thing about Nami was that you'd put your E on someone, and then mandate would proc off of the E procs, and it would kind of go crazy. You can't do that anymore, really. Lucian Nami's kind of dead. Okay, so junglers that can deal with Trundle. I guess you might just ban Lee Sin, maybe. I don't think you care about Poppy. Well, maybe you do for the Rakan, but I don't think you care about Poppy. You could Lucian Sona or Lucian Braum. You can't Lucian Braum into Zyra Khan. Rakan is too good versus Braum. Braum hates playing against range supports. Ahri banned away from Care. Yeah, Ahri's obviously a very good champion for Care. Into Syndra herself, you might maybe just ban Victor. Victor's not a bad ban. Pretty okay to Lucian, double lift can tell you that. At least it is banned. Yeah, ban the Victor LNG. You can do that, or you could ban like a safe blind pick top lane. Like you could ban away something like, I don't know, Ambessa, if you think there's a combo that could be played around. DC top laner. That is a point though, we haven't seen the Ambessa yet. On in this series. This is the Aurora man. Okay, alright. So I think that's an easy lock-in of Victor, I think, on 4 for NIP. Yeah, Victor looks okay here. Like, you can trade either way. You might be able to Annie, but Annie's a bit meh. Syndra. Last ban for NIP. Maybe Pantheon ban? Just get rid of one of the last junglers that can actually just do stuff. Even though Pantheon's not good into Trundle. Okay, Kiana's better. Trundle hates playing around Kiana. It dashes everywhere, goes invisible, so you can't auto-attack her. And use your pillar against you occasionally as the terrain as well. Dude, you've been hovering this the whole day. Come on. Actually do something about it. Come on, that'd be funny as heck. Come on, do it. By the way, Nasus is very good into Trundle. Trundle can't really do anything against you when you just slows her too much. We're actually gonna see it? Come on. I actually want to see the champion. This has been it's been a hover the whole series. It hasn't actually been locked in. Oh my god, we actually get it locked. We actually get it locked. Where's Duo? Where is Duo Maiden? Duo, where are you? We have a Bel'Veth. We actually get a Bel'Veth. Where is Duo? Where is Summon Duo, the Bel'Veth main that has been talking about Bel'Veth for like several years in chat. Holy crap. Okay, so Bel'Veth went through a bunch of changes. Her Q is much clunkier at the level 1 now, which is a big thing. Your level 1 is not as good. You still have a good knock-up on your W. Okay, right. Jace in top lane. Now, oh, we get Diana. We get Kair's Diana. Kair is a Diana player. He played it as an Ahri counter way back. It is good into Syndra too if you dodge the stun. This is awesome draft to see. We're seeing some real different stuff here. Oh my god. So we're going to get, what, Jace top, presumably? You can technically flex the Jace or the Trundle top lane. Cassante comes in. Fine matchup. Also manages to escape the Trundle more often than not, I suppose. We get to see Weiwei's Bel'Veth. Now, Weiwei was a Bel'Veth player back in like 2023. A little bit. Okay, I'm going to go put an ad break on. This has suddenly become a very, very interesting draft. And it's been Diana. Yep, exactly. Now, Kair plays Diana. He plays it as an Ahri counter. We don't see it much outside of that, but he does play the champion. You have, I mean, you're like almost obligated to take exhaust now. You kind of have to, although you're likely going to anyway. No, Cassante into Trundle's okay. If you're going to pick a tank, Trundle, like, Cassante can at least have the mobility to escape the Trundle up there. I've waited for this for 2 years. Sorry, God, I need you to lose. Oh, God. Yeah. Okay, Duo, can you give me like a TLDR on the changes? Because I seem to remember she's worse at the level 1 at the very early levels. Because she was a bit of a level 1 cheese champion. But less so now. That's the big changes, I think. Like, there's a lot of different, like, actual numbers, but yeah. I think her attack speed is lower, but her scaling's higher. But her early game is less obnoxious. Anyway. And it's lethal tempo on the Bel'Veth as well. Q has a cooldown. Yeah, it's not like the, you know, the level 1 Q is much less good than it was. First time we see this is 24. Early on, actually. It was way when last player to play it, actually. 45 stacks upgraded, ults. 80 stacks, ult goes on until you die. Whoa, okay, right. So then your ult can actually be permanent. That's crazy, actually. Because for those of you that don't know, not only does Bel'Veth, when she gets the ult and the reset, the quote-unquote reset, you know, she gets to transform into the upgraded self. She gets to go over walls with her Q once she's in her upgraded form. That's one of the big things. So she can have some really nice pathing that way. Can't do that in a regular thing. Why is there a Bel'Veth in my LPL game? Great question. We're trying to figure that out. First, Diana says, well, Kair played it. He does play it. He played it quite a bit. Well, he played it once or twice in 2024 when it was a really big Ahri meta. Wave coming in now. Kair starting with a W. Diana's can go for Lichbane. You can go for Protobelt and actually feel pretty good about it. Although I don't know about nowadays because it's just so... Well, look, Diana's one of the better Protobelt builders because she needs to keep in range for her ult proc. Storm Rages for Diana so she can get in, get out. So the trading pattern for Diana is like, you know, you get your QE, get a big chunk of burst, then dash out with your... Well, get out with your Storm Raiders. I mean, normally you go for something like an electrocute for the one-shot. Oh, jumping in now, actually. Should get a Storm Raiders. There you go. Gets the E reset. Pillar comes in and he traps against the wall. Nia, no! Near, far, wherever you are. Your heart will not go on. It will go back to the grey screen, actually. First kill of the game to Kair on the Diana. And the Diana is such a snowbally champion. Awful death for him to give up early. You AFK'd a game for this? Okay, we're going to see what he's doing this. So, the Bel'Veth is going just for a full clear right now. Going from top to bottom. That's the lethal tempo. Of course, Guwon using that flash, going from bot side to top side to go into mid. Now, can Weiwei get ahead in terms of farm? Doesn't look like it. Not going to be able to get the double scuttle. Might sway the camp. Won't be around for a camp respawn here. Oh, I don't think you can dive here, no? They might look for it, but I don't think you can dive, can you? Okay, is Bel'Veth really strong enough to do this at the early levels? Okay, level 4 has double buffs. Exhaust comes down. I mean, that is pretty good damage, but the Milio's already gone down. So 1-for-1, but the AD carry dies. So the Zaya's going to lose some farm. Could be worse. Hair. Strong trade again. Yeah, this Diana's going to be a problem. Go back into lane with the Darksteel and boots, or even in farm, first kill. If Diana gets rolling, the champion's so absurd, man. Diana is not a fair champion to play against when she gets online and bursty. This is a very fun draft. You know, I think it's going to get very low range, very meat grinder, I like to call it here. Like, everyone's stuck in melee range trying to auto-attack people to death. Very hard game to play sometimes. Caulfield's Warhammer Ed for Lucian. I know that, yeah, I know that, Hello is not a big fan of Caulfield's build on Lucian, because there's basically, like, some cooldown breakpoints with your combos, and you don't need a full Caulfield for it. You just need, like, the glowing moat. Thank you, advert. Starlands wants to care. Oh, sorry, I did have YouTube chat open again, but hang on a second. Catch on's Lucian, cleanses away. Funky Way does go down, but I think Photic should be able to clear the kill. No, good Q there from YCX. 1xN should be able to walk away from it. So that's just a kill in the CDT. Nice from 1xN. Thought he was dead to right step. Obviously not the case. Photic does have flash. Trying to keep his Conqueror stacked up, I suppose. 1xN. Some good damage through. Q comes through. Weiwei does have flash. Flash away from Photic, so flash for flash. This game goes late, LNG wins. Yeah, well, you don't have... One of the things I'm worried about is you don't have an exhausted to the Diana. If Diana gets to get, like, an unexhausted combo onto both Syndra and Lucian, I think it's team fight over. Weiwei's just farming up fine. Not really managed to do... Well, he should get the dive earlier. Nia does not have flash. It's really dangerous that the Diana is ahead in gold and even in CS. Diana is not a champion that is balanced around being ahead in mid lane. She is very unbalanced when she gets ahead. She has one of the lowest counterplay one-shots in the game. Wait, Bel'Veth has the highest post 30-minute win rate of any champion now? That's insane. 80 stack ult is insane. Does it actually give you any extra stats? Or is it just because it lasts for forever? And IP have the better early comp, but if it goes late, LG is the better comp. I mean, you do have a Kasansei, and then you have good CC from Syndra as well, potentially. Yeah, but then again, no exhaust into Diana, which is a worry. Don't stand together comp for LNG. Maybe, yeah. I mean, if LNG were to get their first series win here, I mean, I think that, you know, they're already kind of dead and buried, but, you know, good confidence for them. LNG, of course, their year has not gone the way they wanted it to. NIP currently at 4-0. If they lose the series here, though, it opens up a lot of questions for first and second in the group, because then, you know, it just comes down to who wins the series between, like, IG and NIP next time around. Okay, Dragon's started by Guon. Weiwei's going for... Is that Stride Breaker first? The Hearthbound Axe? I don't really know the build for the... Bel'Veth now. It was that for a while. Ooh, Q into the culling. Gets the slowdown. Good damage. That one was all shots on target. Dragon's going low. Nia walking over. Nia might die here. Gets ulted by the Diana. Again, we're saying there's no exhaust for them. He has managed to disengage. Flash is out. NIP on the retreat. Subjugate comes through. A flash away from the Trundle. Lots of summoners from NIP. Good to see that someone's actually going out of their way to do something different in draft, though. Yeah, Bel'Veth had like a full A4 page of change. Someone did like a Star Wars text crawl for Bel'Veth's changes a little while ago. Crazy. Okay, 2 grubs over to LNG. Do they stick around for a third one? No. I guess they don't want to spend enough time to do that. Being Bel'Veth has all of the camps available. Doesn't want to be around in top lane as the wave's crashing into mid lane. Playing it safe. Bel'Veth is actually being played. Yep, Montes. Bel'Veth is actually being played. Hasn't really, you know, went for an early dive. Haven't really seen that much from the champion just yet. No, I haven't seen enough of the Bel'Veth to know actually if they're any good. Not since the changes. Bel'Veth was a menace back in like 23 though, for a little while. And the Scuttle Crab there. I guess the Bel'Veth is happy if less is happening, you just get to farm. Typically, Bel'Veth is a champion that just wants to get stacks. She was more of an early game snowball champion, where she just continually invade, go into your Raptors, go for the like level 1 Q cheese, where you just like Q in every direction and kill. Nasty damage. That's much more about your scaling. Inevitability of the void. When last I played, Kraken was good on her. Yep, Kraken was good. I think they changed the on-hit modifiers for her as well, actually. She's going to get traded by Hoya, though. Also, Jason to Sensei. Typically a winning matchup for Jason until you make a mistake, as is often the case with ranged matchups. 1-2 again, good angle. Pretty much every shot on target again there, actually, from what it's done. He is a good Lucian player. I like watching him. Lucian has been typically very successful for him. The eye test, anyway. Air on the roam, heading towards what looks to be that proto belt first. You want Kraken first always, unless you're Gregor ahead, you go Yunsel. Okay, right, so it's going to be the Kraken. I saw some Stride Breakers before. Okay, Wei is going to go back for that third grub. Basically, he took 2 grubs, realized he couldn't stick around for the third because he was losing prio in mid, went for a full clear, and then just went back towards grubs anyway. There's 3 grubs towards LNG. They're going to have the more Void Mites. Good pushing potential now for LNG. Does Bel'Veth still have the passive of when you kill towers and stuff and all the void? Well, when you get herald charges and blah blah blah, you kind of get mega tower push. Does she still have that? Yes. Okay. Cool. So now you have like 3 grubs. You get herald. You are you are very happy. Oh, that's why the permanent 80 stack is so broken. Right. Gotcha. So until you die, once you get 80 stacks. You get mega buffs basically. Okay. Ooh, plate there for ship. 28 stacks currently on the Bel'Veth. See on the bottom right, left-hand side of the portrait on the scoreboard. What happened in game 2 for NIP to lose? Care had a couple of bad team fights back-to-back. LNG just played around huge wombo combo 5v5. Another good killing there again, actually. One extent his killing's been very accurate here. Another stack to Bel'Veth. You know that the Patrick Star meme of like the basketball? Another stack to Bel'Veth. Hey, Attack, how's it going? Yes, Kingdom Hearts 4 news. I did see that. I did watch the trailer briefly. I like Coco as the movie, so I'm quite happy to see what they do with that. Very fun designs. Lots of otherworldly stuff going on, so it makes sense that they can set it there and make the most of, you know, the other world. There are a lot of places I want them to take Kingdom Hearts, though, so, you know, lots of things on the list I'd like to see. Yuntal in for Photic. Photic after the buffs, Yuntal feels a lot better now. Here, 10 CFs down, a kill down. Kerr is really happy. Question is, can he actually get a good team fight? He struggled on the silence last game. He is a big Diana player. He's one of, I think he's the only really good Diana player we've seen in the Alpha. No one else has even tried it. Wei might be committing to his first big fight. for the game. Fungo goes over. He doesn't love that very much, but the dragon's still taken by NIP. 2 dragons for them. What rift is it? It's Cloud Rift. Cloud Rift's okay. Especially when you're in a weak grinder fight. Might help you against the Belver. Not the best solo. How normal is Duo Big? Very abnormal. Sam, I'm dying from hay fever, by the way. Hay fever is kicking my ass today. Yeah, I'm struggling there. Oh, I lost so much sleep last night from not being able to breathe. Whoa. All in the bot side. Photic going low as is 1xN. It's getting very close, actually. Featherstorm comes out. 1xN does have the flash. Might be able to kill with another double tap. Gets the culling, and he forces the flash out of Photic first. Fungue now joined by Guon. Here is Care. They've gone too far. The 1v1, the 2v2 wasn't bad. This has gone too far. Care flashes for the 1 kill. They'll secure the other. Onto 1xN. Care is very happy with that. Will get himself a couple of stacks for his ring. 2 kills for NIP. Too far from 1xN and Y6. They were winning the 2v2. Didn't realize it was a 2v4. Time to eat some chilies. I have so much chili in my regular diet. Breathe will find you next series. I bloody hope so. Cloud Rift is good for NIP. For LNG, not so much outside of Cassante. Dude, it's good for Belveth. I think the Rift doesn't change that much for either team. The actual Cloud zones, I don't think it changes much for either team. The actual Soul itself, pretty good for Belveth. Again, any kind of moves. Cassante likes it, Belveth likes it. It's not bad for Syndra because you like just the raw move speed. Gonna get found out in River. I don't think anything's gonna come of it. Kraken Slayer is in for the Belveth. We're not seeing that much of it. Also, see the Kingdom Hearts use? Yes, I did. Yeah, I saw that when I woke up this morning. Yes, very excited for that. You know, the Quadratum stuff, a little bit more on that, but then of course Coco being announced as one of the worlds. I wonder if they'll do a Star Wars world. I do wonder. And if so, which Star Wars era are they doing? Are they going to go towards the sequels? Will they go towards the original trilogy? I think if they go sequels, they're missing out on like a lot. If you're going to go for nostalgia baiting, you gotta go for the whole hog, you know. 1xN 2-1 now, first death of the game for him, a bot side play. He's been playing well. No, 1xN on the Caitlyn was good too. He got caught out by a bot ult, but actually mechanically playing largely very well. Oh, you fell asleep? Well, welcome. We have a Diana mid and a Belveth jungle. Welcome. Is that an ethical proto belt or Diana? Yeah, this one's okay. You need it to get a range for your big ult combos. You are actually a large part of the engagement IP. You feel like Trundle Pillar, then like Rakan Diana, uking someone. So it's not going to be the highest damage Diana. But still will be very powerful to see if you get the clumped up fight. If you get the Lucian and the Syndra, you are. Especially since there's no exhaust. We highlighted this earlier. There's no exhaust for the Diana. Diana's going to get a pretty good fight. Almost at the 40 stacks to the Belveth is highlighted check by Duo. Wei walking up. That's some decent vision. Puts the E on. I think he's dead. I think Wei's got way too far. Jash is back, does have the flash, doesn't matter though, face checks, afraid to give over the Herald, just walks in and dies. Not great from Wei, just thought he'd be tankier than he was. But on the E to try and be tankier, that was not great at all though, that sucks. Alright, 45, my bad, not before, my bad. But yeah, that was left a lot to be desired. We see the Herald taken by NIP after they kill the jungle. Boy is sitting alone in the side lane, 1,000 gold up onto Sheer. NIP just wait for the mistake out of Wei, walk back, win. Side lane turrets falling in favor of NIP, one over to Care, one over to Hoya. 3 kills for Care now, by the way. Very strong Diana game from him. I've been enjoying his play on the Diana. It's been a strong pick for him in the past 2 points. But when Belveth scores an icon representative of the world, the keyword takedown. Okay, anyway, fighting mid lane. There might be an icon representing a takedown here onto White. CX, and it is. Photic has to use the ult to get out safely. Does get the feather claw back. Care comes in, flash away from the ultimate on the Diana. They still lose the flash, they still lose the kill. It's a good play for NIP. Herald goes into mid lane. Charge very quickly with this. They get the double knock. That, okay, goes in for the ult instead. Not sure I love that Funguay. Actually, just charge into the damn turret. That's probably just a lot more valuable. Yeah, teleports in. Just let it charge, man. Not great for Funguay, that. Not gonna lie. Receive, that's, misclick. I just like Care's build. Yeah, I wish it would be more like a Lich Bane thing, because, again, there's no exhaust on the other side. He's gonna go for the Shadow Flame next, which is better. Shadow Flame is fine. At least he gets some pen on that for AP. Hoya, teleported in. YCX away from the team for now. Weiwei's already really low, and Nia's very low. Hoya gets a shock blast. YCX isn't there in time to save them. There is an all-out from Sheer. He does have flash, so I presume he's safe, but it's 2 down already. LNG, look, they had a good game last game. They finally take a game. And a decent team fight. Oh, the root lands. Photic gets the auto attack Q combo. 1xN falls in the mid lane. Bad mistake from him, allowing the Xayah combo to get that root very, very quickly. Starfall comes through. Well, the move fall rather, not Starfall. Oh, gosh. Picks up, you know, a good fight there again off of Photic. Photic's had a good Xayah game on the whole. You know, out-traded by 1xN and CV2, but still remaining strong, committing to the plate. Air's already snowballing at that. Yeah, I mean, he's had some really good fights, and he allows him to be really tanky and obnoxious in the front line. But Nia on the Syndra gets pillared. Yeah. I mean, what do you do at this point? You don't have your million position, you can't disengage. You have to fight from multiple directions, and that's not great for you. Fighting from multiple directions is not something this composition does particularly well. You can see exactly why there. Your CC goes out in a single direction. You can't really reposition very effectively to disengage. Shadow Flame in for Cash, 2,000 gold up. Yeah, does not feel good at all. 4 stacks for Photic on the glutinous greaves. He's training his glutes, folks. Really putting the bottom. Okay, shit, what force? Maybe. Well, he doesn't have all that for another 5 seconds, so I guess a shock blast over the wall. Stun isn't bad. Subjugate's used there, but there's no follow-up. Not fantastic. Funguay can hop over the wall. We'll use the W. How many heroes have a drops a celestial object on your head as an ult? Yeah, there's a few of them, aren't there? Well, you've got the ASOL one. The Grand Starfall from Pantheon. And of course, Barrow's been started. LNG can't really walk up. I guess they'll lose the Barrow for... Well, no, I guess they're not going to lose it free because NIP pull off of it. NIP on stall points, 7,000 gold ahead. Doesn't look like LNG can really walk up and do that much in most places. They kind of wait for a mistake from NIP. Much like the last game. The discipline from NIP in game 2. Actually, and game 1 too. They made an oopsie in late game in every single game. If they do it here again. Sky's descent. Yep, that is... Yep. Atlas forgot to hold up the sky. Oh, sad there isn't a Jax on NIP, so you don't get the Bel'Veth Jaxes. Yeah, people forget there's like a fishing minigame. Like there's like a rival quest between Jax and Bel'Veth because Jax goes fishing. It's a bit of a weird one. You would have thought it would have been... Yeah, there were more obvious ones to add into the game. Barrow's now started. Okay, walking over. Diana, one of the better jungle takers in the game. Teleport coming through from the Jace from bot lane to mid lane. Sheer is not teleporting in. Teleport coming in now, though. It's a little bit late. Weiwei can get in range. Does have flash, but can't get there in time. Baron is gone. NIP look for the fight. Hoya trying to split that second angle. And Hoya trying to combo up with Funguay. He's flashed away from. Sadly, Sheer, which is subjugated, flashes away. I think he lives. But at what cost? They lose the Baron. LNG don't lose a member, though. I guess they'll consider that one of the better case scenarios. Oh yeah, Jax does have the Acathia thing, so lore-wise it doesn't make sense. Bel'Veth's lore was so messed up, but it wasn't very well executed. I forget a lot of Bel'Veth lore in fairness. Yeah, well, Ireland, we drove Cassie out of the country. Isn't that untrue? Aren't there snakes in Ireland still? They're like grass snakes and like adders. You know that St. Patrick was a Welshman? He was like a soldier captured in Ireland and like did his work over there. So St. Patrick was actually a Welshman, I believe. Alright, Siege comes through. 1.5k up for an IP. Knockup lands on Takara. I don't think he cares though. The Belveth, I'm not going to lie, has achieved very little in this game. Push in from Hoyer on the bot side. His J scare's good, pretty good. He damages the Photic, pulling his strong dual body block. Knockup lands. To one extent, dashing forwards, gets subjugated, and that's a really, really good Diana roll. Kara's been waiting for that the entire game. Triple kill to the Diana, quadra kill to the Diana, and there's one left to take down. Care can run towards the bot lane. The timer is forgiving for a pentakill. We almost saw one for Faye and Photic in game 1. The shot blast comes through. Give it to Care. Pentakill for the mid laner. The FPX logo. The Phoenix, sadly dead for now,
Blue team's inhibitor has been
but perhaps living on in memory. The whole lift lights up in the Winter Blessed Diana. A pentakill for Diana. No exhaust locked in. No worries. 2-1 to NIP. I don't think I've ever seen a pentakill like visual effect pop up on the Rift before. That is insane. Okay, well, that's a hell of a way to end off the series. Gosh. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, there are some champion skins which literally change the whole Rift when they get a pentakill. Anyway, I'll leave you the interview, and I'll be back in a minute.
现场的观众再给他们一些掌声。我们采访到的是风月选手。也是欢迎风月来到采访
Pike,
席，先在我
Samira,
们的广大众士们打个招
Diana
呼
have it.
吧
I。think Master Yi has one too. Not sure what the other ones are.
欢迎风月。那其实这个赛段啊，我们发现你们加入到 NIP 之后呢，吴小芝发生了很奇妙的化学反应，大家也是越打越好了。不仅是英雄值变深了，而且阵容的摇摆属性空间也更大了。你觉得平时训练的话，你们会重点打磨哪一块，能够在今天或者在最近有这么灵活的竞技表现呢？
我觉得我们平时打磨的地方还是挺多维的，就我们很多方面都会有，就比如说我们下路沟通的也很细，然后在我们团队决赛上我们一起讨论的也很细，然后大家也都很精益求精的去面对每一个问题，我觉得才会有现在的我们。
是的，我觉得频繁的沟通是非常重要的。那我们把思绪回到今天的第一局比赛，可能有点久远啊，如果你有不记得的，你可以直接跟我说。第一局先是下路你有一波很帅的先手打开了局面，那后来的话其实会进入到一个大乱斗的模式嘛，那对面的女警也是持续的消耗，给你们造成了一定的压力。那在第一局防守反攻的决策上，你们怎么去处理的呢？
因为第一把那个雄破的局面其实是我们有预料到的，因为在那个组合选出来就是我们伊雷巴德是只能赢他们第一波的，然后在后续的对局里就是我们都是要去考虑让打野给到他们压力，然后所以说我们被压是准备好了的，然后但是我们要在团战的时候先手处理好的话，就女警巴德还是女警卡尔玛还是不好赢的。
所以其实预判了对面的预判，整个这个局势下来的话，第一波先帅操作一下，那后期也都在掌控之中。但我觉得很重要的是一个关键的小龙团，当时呢你是卡住了女警的这样的一个控制，压住他之后呢，打出了一波0换3，也是彻底起势了。还记得当时那一波小龙团大家是怎么去沟通的吗？
我跟他们说那波我来卖，然后我可以玩得很装，然后我看到那个卡尔玛在绑我的一瞬间，我就已经知道就是那个女警会过来给夹子了，所以我小带了一点点预判的放了那个大，然后他就被我大倒了，所以我们就赢了。
是的，又是一波很帅的操作，也是助力队伍啊，在后期又拿到了土龙魂之后的大龙团啊，也是大家沟通的非常的顺畅，1C拿下4杀去终结掉比赛，但第二局就略显焦灼了。首先是对面其实选择了一套本身就有一战之力的正面团很好打的一个阵容，那其实你们中期是断了几波对面资源团的一个节奏，但是后期还是没能顶住压力。最后大家是怎么去总结和复盘的呢？有怎样的启发呢？
下来之后，我们重点讲了我们在打架部分的处理，以及说我们可以本来处理的更好的边线决策。因为那把其实我们是双边线都特别优势的阵容嘛，然后我们没有去利用我们的优势，然后反而一直在跟对面接架，我觉得这个是我们做的不好的。然后我们下来复盘也着重解决了这个方面。
是的，而且我觉得第3局也是很快的进入到了一个非常有意思的 BP 的节奏，我们也看到了皎月出场，对不对？当时的话，其实我们会有一点小小的疑问嘛，因为感觉这个是 BP 博弈当中出其不意的选择，没想到真的锁下了。可能相对于塞拉斯或者蛇女的话，没有那么的主流。当时凯尔为什么会做这样的选择呢？
首先 他小月一直玩的都很好吧，然后其次是我觉得在对面是辛德拉的情况下，我们又是巨魔，我觉得他被干开的压力太大了，所以我们觉得我们中单只要选择一个能跟得上巨魔控制的人，感觉那个辛德拉是很容易被抓死的，然后也一切如我们所料吧。
对，而且好在也有你的洛，对不对？那你觉得洛配合皎月的话，在开团啊、进场方面，怎么样能够更好的去打出一个连环控制呢？
其实这个我们在小罗那波失利之后就也有沟通，就是说下一波定好一起开的人，然后尽量让巨魔的 E 跟皎月的大刀去先手，然后我来接2段控制，我觉得那样会很好赢。
也是配合的非常紧密，最终皎月也是拿到了5杀。当时队内的一个语音情况是怎么样的？有没有夸他？
对面语音情况就是别抢，主要是夸了他开的有点好吧，中路那波确实没想到他能那样开到人。
成就了一个皎月的5杀，最终也是完美的去收官了这一场的比赛。那么其实，在下一场比赛的话，你们也将直面到埃及嘛，也是我们逆牌组的一场焦点对决了。想要守住目前的全胜战绩，你觉得队伍还要补齐哪些方面呢？或者有怎样的信心和期待呢？
抱歉，您可以重复一下后半部分吗？
下一场的话要直面到埃及嘛，也是场焦点对决了。那你觉得队伍还要补齐哪些方面，能够守住咱们现在的一个全胜战绩？
我们就把我们现在做好的地方就是维持住，然后另外在我们的游戏处理的，就是在阵容预读上大家都更细致吧，然后更准确的去处理我们阵容的一些团战会。就那样就会赢下来。
相信你们保持现在的手感，下一次一定给我们带来更多的惊喜的。也谢谢风月接受我的采访，再次恭喜你们。本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们把时间交给解说席。
Hey folks, sorry for the extended break there. I didn't mean to be alone for so long. I am struggling, I'm just saying, with hay fever and stuff. Did I run ads yet? I don't think I did actually. I did say to Sam, we do the last series. I'll see how, yeah. If the next series goes to 3, I might have to leave that. I need to run them. Okay, oh yeah. By the way, mods. If it does come to it in the future, by the way, and things are bad, like run them yourself. All good though. As long as we're not like double running ads. Good. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually gonna take a break until the next series. I'm just gonna like be off for like a 10 minutes. So I just need to like not die. I'm really struggling here with hay fever. So I'll just leave things on the background. Apologies that it's not like gonna be as engaged to this stream. But yeah, I want to get through the second series. I'll hand over to Sam if I can. But yeah, it's I don't know why. Just last night I just got hit with hay fever like a truck. I don't live rurally anymore. I live in the cities, so I don't really experience the full breadth of hay fever like I used to when I was a kid. And I was much more like aware of like being on meds and all that stuff. Oh god. Okay, that was such a cool pentakill stuff. I can't believe we actually saw like a pentakill effect in pro play. That just never happens, man. Yeah, KO was really good. Okay, folks, I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. I just gotta like, I gotta chill out. Play the game, no surprise that. I'll leave you for a few minutes.
你们撤，你们撤，你们撤。
我们撤了。
慢慢拉扯，慢慢拉扯。
卡位，卡位。
好卷，好卷。
两个闪。慢点。
慢慢打，要上狙击。
你死。
对。
慢慢追赢了。往左追。
有5杀吗？有5杀吗
？5杀。
来一个。
我给鱼 Q 住。
卡牌在上面，在哪？
去追！哎，在这，卡牌在这边劈的。
冷一波吗？
可以一波。
一定能。
看。欧大。慢慢看下
看辅助。打前面就行。可以打，兄弟们，可以打。我有技能。
红子。站。
我有干过，兄弟，可以追。
左路。
上面没闪。看这个
一波杀了一波。
nice，赢了。
我去扛，直接推。一波。
快踩。nice。
还好，看，没事，我能续。真可以看，兄弟，可以看。
看你看。
可以看。可以打，可以一波。
不是你这样开吗，兄弟？
可以一波。肯定这样开。
五杀。来，他没闪。
下路一波吧。
来吧。
下路一波。
没闪。
来五杀。
帮我扛，快点。
我来扛。
这里。
别 K。
来，怎么又5杀了，兄弟？
You say you've got a story to tell, so tell it to me now. You say you've got something to say, say it to me now. Let me hear you, let me hear you. Hey, yeah. Let me hear you, let me hear you. Tell it to me now, tell it to me now. Testify tonight, tell your story, feel glory tonight. Ooh, testify tonight,
Hello, I'm alive. I'm alive, guys. I am so not feeling very well. But my mission for today, folks, is to survive through the second series. Survive through the second series, hand over to Sam, and then die a graceful death, as in go for a nap. Oh, jeez, man. Yeah, that was LNG's first game win. The entire split. It did take a bit of, like, teamfight Exodia to happen. Oh, and it did take, actually, Weiwei having a very good Vi game, and 1xN having a very good Ash game. Oh. My mission for today is to pray for Balvath's second attempt, maybe. I'd prefer you to be sleeping before someone say... yeah. Oh, I guess, alright. Yeah, I appreciate everyone, all of you sticking by me again. Like, I'm aware, like, today's probably not going to be the peak Nymaera LPL experience. Hey, whatever. The stream's here. I'm glad I get to spend some of my day with all of you, like I said. You know, my day is kind of like, most of my life is structured around LPL. So, yeah, it's somewhat nice to have the regular say keeping me company. Very nice. Just check, we don't have any native flags here. Range since you have them across the pond. Oh wait, in terms of like native Irish flags, or because there's a lot of history behind that. Sorry, snakes, not flags. Right, gotcha, guys. Native snakes. Sure, gotcha, cool. So, like, there are some interesting things in terms of like why pubs look different in Ireland compared to England, Wales, Scotland. Because English pubs used to be known by their crest of arms. Whatever they had there. Anyway, right, we've got TT versus AL. AL did beat JDG. I think AL's draft's a bit all over the place. I think their players been all over them. But they are still like 8-2. They're currently the first place team. They're all over the place. Okay, so these are the MVPs. First is Tarzan, then it's Shen, then Knight. Well, the Shen and Knight tied. Whoa, deep fried Mars bar will help you heal you. Wow, maybe. I did go up to Scotland and I didn't have one there, so I don't. Oh, this is Olaf Prio? Yeah, Olaf has been really, really high Prio here in LPL for reasons. I don't know why. I think Olaf should not be as blind pickable as he is. He does have good matchups, but he should be, like, utterly destroyed by something like a Crumble top lane as you. Or a couple of other picks I think could do well against him. I think Vane's good against Olaf. What else is good against him? Unironically, if you want to build something like high mid a top makes Olaf's life kind of unplayable. He goes Zhonya's and Olaf dies a lot. Oh gosh. They're choosing Harry versus Shanks as player of the most. I think it's got to be jungle though, no? It's got to be it's got to be jungle. I think, yeah, I don't agree with this. I mean, I think that Harry could be the lost condition, but I think it's all a jungle path thing, no? Deep fries bar, but yeah, it's the deep. Oh. Gosh. Shanks really lock in a lot of the meat grinder champions. So Cassio, Galio, Silas, all very good at just like sitting in low range and getting damage out. Should be close to our walkouts. Now, we haven't had our interviews yet, have we? Maybe they're tired of saying jungle practically is the meta right now. Yeah, it's just that these two teams are so especially jungle focused. You know, TT's all about jungle support, popping off and snowballing. AL have been like that for the last 2 years now too. Well, even before that, actually. They were like that in 24 Summer when they had Croco Kyle too. Before they had Tarzan. I guess this means like, yeah, I guess the results of this mean that like TT might not be able to make playoffs if they lose, something like that. I reckon that's the language there. Or not be able to make it directly without going through Knights Rivals. Might finish bottom 2 guaranteed, maybe, not sure. No, I don't think that's true actually. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. What about that figures at the bottom though? I think there's probably going to be some interview soon. I'm actually just going to take another quick break, so I just want to go to the toilet real quick, and I'll be right back, and then we should be locked in for the game.
欢迎来到前彩环节，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是 TT 战队的小安，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TTAD 安。
欢迎你啊！那最近呢，2场是接连遭遇了一个失利。最近大家在心态和竞技状态的提升上都做了哪些努力呢？
我们这2场就是选手状态都不是很佳，然后通过这几天训练的话，就努力改善一下那个比赛内容，争取今天打好一点。
那接下来马上要迎战又一强敌 AL 战队了，想要不被对方牵着节奏走，你觉得首先要做好哪一点？
我觉得打他们野辅的节奏比较关键吧。
野辅也是关键了，那就期待你们今天的赛场表现了，加油！同样的，我们也邀请到 AL 战队的 Hope 选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
欢迎 Hope， 昨天又赢了。那队内呢，最近是呈现稳中向好的一个趋势。那现在也是组内赛的后期嘛，大家还有哪些想要去实现的突破呢？
突破的话就是希望能有更好的版本理解，然后大家打出更精彩的表现和状态。
是的。那其实上一次对阵到 TT 你们是赢得比较轻松顺利了，这一次呢，预感到对面可能会更加针对你们的战术体系。那在赛前有什么样的部署呢？
就是做好我们自己的游戏内容和 BP 啊。
好的，也期待你们更好的游戏内容，加油！
Okay, back in time just for the walkouts. Let's go. Thank you, Katari, by the way. It's kind of you. Hey, Simi, how's it going? How's everyone doing? I'm quite ill today. My hay fever has been really, really bad, so I'm not going to be as active during the breaks. I'd really hope for a 2-game first series, actually, because I did not a great night of sleep. Barely able to breathe. Struggling quite a lot. So yeah, I'm just trying to survive through the next series and then hand over to Sam. I hope you're all doing well in chat. I hope you're all having a wonderful... Wait, what day is it today? Saturday? Is it Saturday today? Yeah, one more day tomorrow of LPL, and then break for the week. You shifted your sleep schedule by 5 hours yesterday? Gosh, yeah. So I hear the best way to change your sleep schedule is to change when you have the first large meal of your day. If you have your first large meal of the day on the time, like, vaguely aligned to what breakfast for your time zone, then the time zone you're switching to, it'll help unlock. Right, back towards Suzhou, LNG's arena. Just played that. Last series, got their first game winner of the split. Now, next series, on to different pastures. TT versus Annual's Legend. TT coming out first. Thunder Talk, one of those teams which is taking games off the top teams, not really taking series, though. A team which seems like they're stuck in that rut which WE were in Split 325, where they'd have a ton of game wins. They win game 1 of the series, then things would flow back against them after that point. TT, very jungle supports focused. I mean, a lot of people like to talk about Kashi, and you should do. Kashi's a great player, great duelist. If this team is going to win, though, it has to be through jungle support Snowball, through Feather and Junhao. Sadly for them, they are against, perhaps, the best jungle support in the league right now, in Tarzan and Kyle.
Hope, Breeze, Tarzan, Shanks, Kale.
Anyone's Legend walking out to meet their opponents here. How's it going?
How are you feeling? Not great.
Okay, do you want me to do see it split this second series? That's mine, son.
Oh, sorry.
No. Okay.
Yeah. You're not feeling great either.
No, hay fever's hit me like a truck. So, Seb, you rest up until series 3, and then you can take over from there, okay?
Are you sure?
Well, one of us has got to do it, Sam, and I'm sat in the seat.
Okay.
So let's do that, okay? So basically, folks, Sam and I are both feeling ill, and we're both trying to bring you LPL at the same time.
LPL 第3
That's
赛
what that
段
is.
常规赛组内赛苏州主场周第4日第2场比赛 ，TT 对阵 AL
Ugh.
即将开始。
I used to be able to fix it fairly easily with sleeping schedules. With some efforts, it's a lot of courses are such stupid early in the morning. Yeah, that makes sense. Dead and deader, exactly. Yeah, I'm not actually sure Sam's doing any better than me is the problem. Which is why I'm trying to be, fair to us both. Maybe this means I get 1 series tomorrow instead. Okay, so Anyone's Legend, clear favourites here. Not that Breathe has been playing fantastically. Not that I think Anyone's Legend have been drafting that well. They are winning, though. So, I think they've had issues with their draft. I think they've had issues with some player performances. Hope often comes under fire. I think, like, yesterday, his Ashe game was the big reason for them losing that game. But then again, his Civic game after was great. Individual players been up and down. Breed's definitely not been fantastic. He's still finding his way into form. I think Tarzan's largely been very good, but occasionally does flub things in the late game. Doesn't always have the late game chops which we like to see from him. And then Kyle, I have less complaints against. I think Kyle's been playing really well. I think Kyle's been very, very good. In fact, with On being a little less consistent, I think Kyle is currently best support in LPL. I think he is for now. That might change quite quickly. We'll see if On gets back to form, whether BLG just looks strategically better. I want to buy an ebook reader for my father. Does anyone have an experience with them? I've used Kindle before, but Kindle locks itself onto certain things. Like, I think Kindle is more likely to like restrict your access to books in some cases. There are ones which are better at like allow you to just like upload a PDF and do it that way. So I'm not exactly sure on that. Kyle was very good last series. Yeah, he was. His Seraphine, even in the loss, was good. And then he had a really, really good RAL game. His clumped up engages were insanely powerful. We should be getting close towards draft now. At least I hope we are. Yeah. So even though I have some positives to bring up about TT, it is still very Annual's Legend favored. I think that even if Annual's Legend walk away with a losing draft, sometimes they just play better. Sometimes they have a winning draft, they lose too, though. Weird. Into draft we go. Let me turn up the volume real quick. The music, time to dance. Okay, so we have Syndra, we have Rise, we have Orianna. Orianna, again, it feels like it's less safe for first pick because you can lock it. Jarvan, yeah, okay, so the thing is, normally you pick the Jarvan or the Ori. You can't really pick the Ori anymore because the lock can counter it. So now, AL have to make a choice. Do you want to counter the Orianna, or do you want to, with the lock, or do you want to lock the Orianna to stop the Orianna Jarvan? Because TT could quite realistically go for like Rumble Orianna, and they have just mega Exodia T5 topside. This seems to be, Yeah. I think, yeah, I think that the team fight topside combos are pretty good. Locking Varus into Jarvan. Now, this worked for Anyone's Legend yesterday. I think in theory it shouldn't. I think they got away with it yesterday. Tarzan might go for the Lee Sin, and he has a very good Lee Sin play. He's going to look to bully around Junhao. The problem which JDG had yesterday is that JDG ended up getting Jarvan Orianna, and they couldn't reach the Varus. Like, the game was kind of over by the time that the Varus was getting attacked by that combo, because they'd lost around bot side. But I think Anyone's Legend, like, you can lock in your big combo, your Jarvan Ori, your Jarvan Rumble. Doesn't matter. We're just gonna win bot lane, and then by the time you turn up to dive it, we're already snowballed. So what we need to see from Tarzan, from the AL perspective, is just making sure that the Rumble doesn't go bot lane before the Varus is going to take over the game. Do you lock in the Orianna as well? Do you actually choose not to? I mean, you do have Jarvan Rumble. That might be enough. If you lock the Ori now, Shanks might just go... He might just go lock. Akali's also fine. I think lock has been the better individual counter into the Ori. You can go Galio to kind of jump on the target, whoever the Jarvan jumps on. But I think you're looking at one of the mobile AP assassins. Go for the lock, mate. Go for the lock. It's been consistently very good as the champion. He, in fact... Honku solo killed Heru 3 times in this matchup in the first round robin. Yep. So this is the mind game that's going on with the Orianna right now. It's no longer a safe first pick because you have the lock, which can very consistently deal with it in lane and then potentially snowball throughout the game. So second round of bans. I guess do you ban... for TT, do you ban a Bessa or something like that? You could ban Cassandra, I guess. Rumble doesn't have many matchups he cares about too much. He'll just survive. You could ban Gnar, I guess. Gnar can sometimes bully Rumble. Nautilus, by the way. Oh yeah, Nautilus would. Maybe you ban the Rel as well then, actually. The Rel's really good for Kyle, of course. Lee Sin lock, Lee Sin LeBlanc can come in. Yeah. When a team is so expected to lose, should they try some surprises in draft instead of drafting the same things everyone's playing against 200 times in the last month? I mean, the thing is that TT aren't drafting badly. Sometimes you just have to do for a class. You should just go for a classical out drafting. Particularly if Anyone's Legend have, as we've seen, made mistakes on that front. Sivir Seraphine, by the way, from TT. So less kind of group and scale competitions. I mean, TT have a crazy death ball. If they survive through to the death ball, this is great. Sivir also pretty good at surviving lane versus Varus on the whole. Ezreal's gone. Cassante's fine here for Breathe. He's a good Cassante player too. It's just a champion that doesn't die to... I think Cassante and Ambessa are both fine. We mentioned the Ambessa earlier. For similar reasons, the Ambessa and the Cassante don't die to the Jarvan Shockwave combo as readily as other picks. Lucia Melee is going to come through for TT. Mobile is relatively safe. Strong enough laning phase. I think Kyle might still Rel. Yeah, he might still Rel. Yeah, even though it's technically not good into the Milio, he's so good at it, it's so good for the comp that you may as well do it. Okay, so Anyone's Legend. You need to be really afraid of getting the combo getting online and then just dunking their Varus. However, if they manage to just win laning phase, get Rel onto the map, I think they're happy. Okay, I'm going to go to a quick ad break, folks. We're going to go as in game. I think on the whole, TT should win the draft. I just don't think it'll matter against the nameplates. I just don't think it'll matter. Not the same way. Okay, back in 90 seconds or so. Okay, into game we go. Let's hear the gyros. Okay, let's just check the level 1. So walk down on blue side quite deep into AL's jungle. The Tarzan, well, they'll know he's not starting on top side and going bot side. You might go for a 3... Okay, there are a couple things you might do. You might go 3 camp recall for longsword. You might do 3 camp level 3 bot side gank just to get the Varus ahead. Level 1's not bad. Well, it's okay from Arn Feather, but it's not fantastic. Lost more HP than I thought they would do on Arn. Get rid of those adverts. In mid lane, Shanks hasn't got the W yet, so this isn't before. I mean, Shanks, even in the game, he got the pentakill on lock-on, or whatever it was, the quadra-kill. He had like a huge, like, multi-kill. He had like a 17-kill game. I did think he wasn't great at laning on it until he got a lot of help from his jungle support. That was my read on that game anyway. Okay, does Tarzan go for the 3 camper bank? He does. Okay, so he's not looking for the gank. I think basically AL realized there's no real angle there. Just go for the back for the longsword, go on to the rest of the map. Tarzan really likes doing this. He really likes being able to fight for everything beyond the first 3 camps. Again, for those of you who understand less about jungle pathing, basically, when you recall in jungle for the first time, you are very, very strong because you have a component and the enemy jungler has like just the jungle item, which doesn't give you actually any stats. It gives you the ability to clear camps. It doesn't give you any stats. So having a longsword legitimately makes all the difference between early junglers fighting each other. Can be very, very dangerous. So going for an early recall means you can maybe fight around Scuttlecrab. Maybe means you can fight around level 3, level 4. Sometimes junglers will if you get away with doing a full clear, and then get, like, a slightly stronger back, so it's like double longsword instead of single longsword. You can be pretty happy with that. Ow. Well, Harry runs out of mana. Thanks, keeping up in farm, but obviously the pressure a little bit harder to do as a melee champion. Your W is what really makes you a good champion. Oh, it's the T1 Ambessa skin, by the way, for Doran. Doran Ambessa. Tarzan walking topside. Oh, he's just walked topside. Has the longsword, as we said, lands the Q. I don't think Keshi's in danger of dying. But now he will have to teleport back. Well, no, he's got pots running. He might be okay. It's annoying for Keshi. It means that he can't contest the next wave that well. Breed's Ambessa has typically been very, very strong in the past 2. Ow. Yeah, Breed is... Oh, hang on. He's very close to killing. About 10 HP off. There's no dive potential in here, but because Lee Sin went top, Keshi very nearly bit the dust. Nice from Tarzan there, forcing the pressure up. I think the wave is in Breed's favor, actually. Teleport coming in from both top laners. Is this the win rate of Jarvan versus Lee Sin? So it looks like Jarvan's doing better than Lee Sin. Now, typically people view Lee Sin as a good answer into the Jarvan, but I think that Lee Sin is much more draft dependent, I'd say. I think that Lee Sin wants like a Rise, wants like an Annie, wants something to like point and click him into the game. If you pick Lee Sin with lacking setup, or you have to 5v5 against a comp which can do a bunch of CC against you, it feels less good. Locke doing quite well against Orianna, as we've seen. Tarzan, walking down towards bot side, gets heavily comboed. He has to flash, actually. The safeguard, he just dies. He just dies. The safeguard didn't get her out to safety. It was cancelled, presumably. Hope trying to walk forward to get the damage onto Arden. Feather kicks him out of it. Awesome play from the Milio, stopping the safeguard, stopping the last auto attack to kill the Lucian, completely winning the bot side fight. TT are all about their jungle support, making early plays, and they've just made a mega one. 3 kills on the board. Great stuff from TT's jungle support. And of course, the big beneficiary of that is Arn, who walks away with 1-0-1 from the early game. Awesome. Great from Feather. You know, you think a lot of supports have to show their stuff on stuff like the Rakan, which Feather's named after. Alistair, Seraphine, big playmakers. Milio is not someone you think you get montage plays out of. You can here. So what happens here? He tries to safeguard away, I think, or he does it to himself. And then he doesn't have it for the play. Gets caught, dies. Really good CVT. Arn and Feather realize they can get the full one-shot. Awesome. I saw it on cooldown midway through the play. Oh, damn. Flashes and dies anyway. Oh, hope he's, yeah. That one's gonna stink. So what do AL do now? Your jungler's dead, your support's dead, your AD carry's dead. You Well, your mid lane in terms of laning phase on Locke hasn't been spectacular in the games we've seen from him so far, or the game we've seen from him so far. See if we can do better against Haru. Haru is not one of our best laning players in the LPL. TT already ahead on the combo, which I think works better though. I think AL really do need to get ahead of the game with this. You need to be skirmishing really heavily with Lee Sin, with Locke. You want them with the gold lead so they can just have the extra stats to win the fights. Better with 800 gold lead, which is kind of funny. Oh, Shockwave onto Shanks. He does have the W running. He should be okay here, I think. Use the move speed from the W. Nasty damage, but still alive. Harry's trading quite well against him. Again, considering that Locke is meant to be a counter to the lane, can solo kill, can force Ori off of minions. Sometimes the first few levels are bad, but then the later the game goes, it feels like the more that Locke threatens the one shot, kind of like a Kali versus Orianna. Early levels can sometimes be a bit skewer, but then yeah, you get your full complement abilities, you get like a full HP trade, and then So Anyone's Legend, down a significant amount in the early game. As we said, Anyone's Legend, despite the fact that they're 8-2, and they're currently first place in the regular season, they don't half give you a heart attack, do they? A little bit of trade there from Breathe on Takashi, gets the QT. Slam. You can hear the cast as he gets hit. Yeah. Oh, hang on, ult on top side. Typically, Ambassador goes for these kind of like poke combos with the ult, using the Repudiate shield to get out safely. Kashi just trying to survive here. Of course, one of the things about Kashi is that it's often been a very big duelist. His team fighting value has been a bit more inconsistent. His Rumble was very good on one of those games, though, for that recently. I think Kashi's been working on his team fight impact. When he's on stuff like the Jace, very good duelist, struggles to actually close out a game. When he's been on Ambassador, Rumble, a little bit easier for him to do that. Jarvan back out onto the map. Lee Sin farming through top side. Dragon was taken by TT early. Hope actually has to pull the ult out here. Not a great ult from him. Roger's out from the arrow though, which means that the stacks don't get popped from the Varus ult. Most of the damage from Varus ult obviously comes from the auto stack stacks. One thing I didn't realize, by the way, is that if there's someone's already stacked and then you hit him with an ult, it does actually pop the stacks. I for some reason I blanked on that for many years. You know, there's small things about champions. You're like, oh, I played this champion for like 10 years and I still forget this stuff. I didn't realize that Varus ult like pop stacks when you're already on a target. So then if you like get 3 autos, hit an R, yeah, you get like a 3 stack, you get like a 6 stack trade, kind of crazy. Right, Herald goes down, not Herald, Grub's going down to AL, he has all 3 of them actually. Alternator, the Hextech triangle in from Shax. Looks like he's going for the Proto Belt first. I guess he feels like he needs the HP versus the Jarvan Ori Rumble. However, if you're not already winning lane, aren't you just gonna, you know, be useless if you don't have damage? Because Locke only really brings damage. Really much else. Hey, Kites, by the way, how's it going? Not sure if I said hi before. Yes, I'm somewhat dying. Hay fever has it in for me. Bot lane push in again from Arn Feather. First item in for Junhao. Tarzan a little behind because Junhao got the kill and the assist. Combos are all online now. You got your level 6s. Kael, Rel might be the savior that AL need here. Tarzan maybe looking at Heru jumping forwards. Totem goes down, but it doesn't quite proc. Shockwave back, good damage. On the Shanks. Heru holding his ground quite well there actually. Tarzan missing the Q means that Heru is safe, just flashes out. Shanks loses the trade, but of course gets the summoner. Okay, so on Feather, holding even here. Nothing huge happening for a while. TT have good vision control, worth noting that. I think because of Harry's pressure in mid lane, it's made it much easier to walk up into bot jungle and get consistent vision now. won't last for that long, it's good for now. Especially since Tarzan and Kyle are gonna have to work a little bit harder for their plays. If you get an unexpected angle from Rel or Lee Sin, yeah, it's great, but not easy to consistently pull that off. Very hard to pull. Right. Alternator early on Assassins feels really nice. It does. Yeah, it does. Shame it built into less good items. Oh, there's the Ether Wisp in for Shanks. Oh. Wait, is he going to Storm Surge then? Wait, hang on. What is he going again? Maybe he's going for a different build. Redabelle doesn't build out of Ether Wisp. Oh, weird. Oh, hang on. Did they change the, Oh, there goes my Haru. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess there was that. You could also do, like, the Foo Fighters, my Haru. There goes my Haru. Watch him as he goes. Right, Dragon's up now. Sadly, I'm not sure I can acapella Dragon Force through the fire and the flames for this. It is an Infernal Dragon. It would be fitting. We'll get Herman Lee. Maybe we can get him on stream. I doubt it. Oh man, Dragon Force, they were something else. Breeze watches Keshi walk over. That's the Eclipse trade. I mean, Keshi does overheat right in his face, although Ambessa doesn't mind it because it has the Eclipse shield to repeat it. Yeah, I guess this is a Storm Surge first from Shanks. Dragon started by TT. Everyone's coming around for this. Varus isn't in position to poke right now. Watch out for the Jarvan Ori Rumble. They go into the Lee Sin right now, coming onto it. The Ori's caught. The combo might be harder now. The Shockwave does land onto 2. The Equalizer's down 2, but Lock might get reset. Very, very close. No, they don't. TT get the combo. The Ori is out of position. Doesn't matter because the Lock goes down. There are no resets. Tarzan does hit the Q. Harry likely to die and will do. Tarzan at least picks up 1. It's a 1 for 3. Dragon goes down. It's a good play for TT. AL really needed a bigger set of poke, a bigger set of damage coming through. Hope does potentially have the ability to kill Keshi here with the next arrow. John Howe on a range to follow up. TT, good fight. Even though Harry was out of position on the Ori, they can't get that kill. I think Shanks, you did go for the Storm Surge first, actually. Didn't have the damage. Got comboed onto. They just pull all the damage onto the Lock and say, nope, you don't get snowballed, you die. Harry goes forwards first after... Oh no, it's actually Breathe that flashes for the ult. It's not bad for him. Breathe gets a good fight. Very close to killing Harry. Oh, the ult's not good from Lock. The ult from Lock doesn't land onto him. It's a really hard skill shot to like miss too when they don't have flash. If he lands the ult, he kills him and he's out fine. That's actually just like trying to get the clump greeting for multiple people in the Lock ult rather than getting the single guaranteed kill. I don't know what AL do now. Because again, like, Anyone's Legends drafts have been really confusing to me. And sometimes they've won with losing drafts. Sometimes they've lost with winning drafts. Yeah, I think that TT, they've survived through to their combo. The big thing we were saying is, okay, right, AL kind of got away with this kind of comp yesterday against JDG. Because the Ori Jarvan combo never really got to hit the immobile carry of the Varus. I don't think they can guarantee that now. I think that the Ori Jarvan is far enough ahead that it's scary. Now, there's still room for miracle plays from Tarzan and Kyle. Breathe on Ambessa, also scary as well. The damage, I mean, the gold's not that far out of out of the picture just yet. Oh, that is good coffee. Oh, man. I don't know what I'd do with that caffeine, folks, which is probably a bad thing. Does have the culling. Go towards it. Good accuracy. About a third of that onto the Varus. Scrapes a couple of parting shots onto Kyle. Big kill lead, but not a big gold lead. Yeah, but just the fact that TT have a gold lead at all against a comp, I think, kind of has to be ahead and slaughter the early game. Means that strategically, I think TT are in a very good position. You know, the Varus isn't doing that much. The Lee Sin needs to be ahead of the game, isn't. The Lock needs to be ahead of the game, isn't. The Ambessa can wait and scale, but the rest of the team can't, I don't think. I think TT are very happy to just fight around objectives. They have 2 dragon lead. They're a team which just groups up and fights very well. I think AL have screwed it. I think they needed the early game lead. It's just not happened here. I think, oh, hang on. Kyle is on the play. They're looking for a big play on to Arn. He does have flash, and Messer gets into the play. Where is the big shockwave? We'll see whether they can make it to the play. Breathe is being disengaged. Arn is alive for now. Lock will get reset. Perhaps a big play to happen. The Orianna does get a shockwave. It's looking better for them now. Triple kill for the Lock. Perhaps a fourth going down in the fight. This was last chance saloon, I think, for the early game of Anyone's Legend, and they do clutch it out. Great flank from Kyle. Great follow-up from Breathe. It allowed that space for Shanks to work in between the lines. They needed that. TT, they were getting to a very scary point in the game where they could prey on just objective leads, on having a slight gold lead, and just ride it out. I think they buy into that fight, and AL clutch it out. Kyle, great engagement, great wraparound. And you got to pick up the totem, buddy. There you go. Pick up the totem, gives you a bit of refund. Gives you the extra stacking execute as well. Storm Surge, of course, very good for the flat pen. He's sole AP on his team. Going towards a Shadow Flame, actually. No Lich Bane in this build. What happens here? Kyle gets a mega wraparound flank. They dash forward as the Lucian. Takes a while to disengage because of that. Breathe gets into the back line. And the kick puts 4 people into the lockout. Yeah, okay, 4-man lockout will do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Chance gets a ton of damage down. Doesn't burn down at the end of it either. Yeah, I mean, clumping up the lockout is bad. Yeah, but nice from Kyle. Starts the fight in a perfect way. Hope has Serpent's Fang second, by the way. Helps with the Milio shields, the Orianna shield, the Rumble shield, Jarvan shield. No barrier to cut through for Lucian. No local gold for mid lane turret there. And lets that fall to the minions themselves. So no local gold. Hey, Smash, how's it going? Thanks to the help. Hey, Obsessed, thanks for the clip, by the way. Appreciate that as well. Dragon up and available. TT looking for their third. Heal and shield power, very nice for them. Tenacity, not bad as well, but really the heal and shield power is the nasty bit for them, because they have Emilio. They do get some Chemta Dragons, very helpful. AL on the other side, they love the heal and shield too. I mean, Lee Sin likes it. Rel has a shield she can use for it too. Dragon started. Now TT, are you going to fall prey to a similar kind of team fight again? Can Kyle get the angles? Spotted out by the standard for now. Looks like they are looking for the fight. It's retaking the pit. AL like to do this. Now, has it worked out for them historically? Mixed. They do like retaking the pit, doing late setups, setting out the map around it, and looking for deep flanks instead. Cullen comes through. Plus the opposition, plus the locket. Helps Kyle stay alive. Breathe is on vision on the other side. Junhao does have combos. They're trying to get the Lee Sin down. Junhao flashes, does get the dragon. Does Tarzan. The combo's only onto the Lee Sin, and now you've left nothing left for the rest of the team. Shanks presses the W is fine. It's currently a 4v5. Lee Sin dead. Rumble dead on the other side. Breathe may well die here. Ult to try and get into the play. A little bit late from him, trying to just buy time. What's happening with the rest of the map? Anyone's Legend pushing mid. TT do get 2 for 1, but they lose the dragon. Bot turret now under threat. Shanks might be able to wave clear this. They should be able to, actually. It's not like there's 3 grubs from TT to really help the tower push. Okay, no, next wave comes in. I'm just wrong. I thought that they might leave after that one. I was wrong. Oh, no, no. Ah, there you go. No 3 grubs. I was right. I should believe in myself. Believe in the me that believes in me. That's what I should do. So AL still have a slim gold lead. We go back to the team fight replay, because they go for a 1-man combo on Tarzan. He still gets the kickoff, which means that Jarvan has to flash in for the Cataclysm onto one person. It's not great for them. However, Feather, Arn, and Junhao managed to separate Hope from the rest of the team, which means that the DPS from AL isn't in position. If Hope is in a better position after the fight is split, it might be playable. Not really here, though. Jack's pushing a bot turret. He's 1.4k up to 10 dark seal 6. Oh, the kick again disengages the shockwave. Lockout goes on to Feather. Do they want to follow it through? I don't think so. Harry's shockwaves will find none of them. They really want to kill this Lee Sin. Make sure that Lee Sin can't be a big playmaker. But this means that the Varus isn't getting hit. Neither is the Lock, I suppose. I am surprised that in 2 days, it feels like Anyone's Legend have played the Jarvan into the... played the Varus into the Jarvan Orianna long-range dive combo twice, and it seems to be working out both times so far. First game, obviously, won versus JDG. Second one in the lead now. Good arrow, though. I think TT's team fights have been lacking a little bit. Especially compared to the top teams of Group Percent. They tend to win through jungle support snowball. They do have that here. 3-1 on Junhao. Feather had a very good early game. Junhao jumping towards Kyle. Does he want to Cataclysm it? Probably not, because the current time comes out immediately. Celestial opposition makes it very hard to burst him up. Game slows down into our side lanes. Ambessa versus the Rumble. Somewhat even matchup there. Bot lane Lock versus Orianna. While Shanks has gotten fed off the team fights. 10-stack Dark Soul. Get yourself a Medjay's, buddy. You'll probably want a Seekers as well. If you go Seekers, Medjay's, he's very happy. Junhao going on to Breeze. He doesn't have Flash. Does get the ult. Denies some damage. Repudiate for an extra shield. Dashes away a few times. That's ult for ulting set. No, well, one ult for two, actually. Well played by Breeze. Oh, hang on. Keshi might be in a bit of trouble here. Q doesn't land. Q landed there. Potential kickback into the tower with Flash or Ward Hop. Dangerous, that. That was a funkily aimed equalizer. Yes. Yes, true. I feel like Breed's scoreline is not representative of the work he's put in this game. I agree. I think Breed's ults have been actually very important. I think that when he's died, he's bought a lot of time and a lot of space. That first round around... The first one around Herald / Grubs is all him, basically. Bot lane fight. Gets onto Heru. First time. Flash ults in. Shanks missing all of his nails there. Okay, Dragon in less than a minute. TT would like to stack up some more of those dragons, get themselves more to Chemtech Soul. Might help them versus the Lock, who tries to execute them below that low HP threshold. Is Lock just busted? LCK would have you believe that. LPL has found less success with it, although Jax had a great game on it. It was like 17 kills the other day. Dragon in 30 seconds now. Breed pushing in top lane. Nothing crazy happening there. Doesn't have his flash for the next fight. Flashes are largely up for TT, which helps. However, for AL, they are largely two besides the Ambassador, so the Cataclysm will have more value. So there's flash playmaking from Lee Sin. Flashes to get out of the Cataclysm. Lots of ways to blow this fight open because everyone has so many tools. Flying onto Junhao now. Not bad damage there. Gets the attack speed increase from, pressing some buttons on. Jumping force. Killing's not bad. Ooh, ult misses from Hope there too. He loses most of his HP actually. Hope caught out in the transition phase. AL retreated towards the bot side of the river. He didn't quite get the memo. He get the Void Scuttle. Hope can teleport in. He does have to teleport on the Varus. That'll help him reset, but he doesn't have the flash to get out of the Cataclysm now. Good job by Arn to make sure, okay, there's another target for the Cataclysm. Dragon going to half HP. Kyle does have flash too. His mega fights have been really good. Arn trying to chunk him out to make sure the engage is less potent. Teleport in from the Ambessa. Varus is already hit. Tarzan hits a Q. Junhao loaded up with that shield. Jumping in. Shockwave onto the Lee Sin. Jarvan does get that. Hit comes through. It's not bad though. Lock is almost in kill range. Goes golden. Kyle goes down. Looks like the Lock won't be able to reset in the same way this time. Bit messy. Orianna is dead. Shanks does get some nails down. Oh, what the hell has Junhao just done? That could be a big problem. He fails the combo. Perhaps the Varus can start to pop off. Shanks, when's his equal? And that could be the next big thing. If he gets resets, it's a problem. They do get the Lock down though before he can get any of the big kills. We'll get a quick screen to Black. We'll reload that. Good fight for TT. They get some great setup. And they don't fall to the Lock engage. The damage check from Lock is not good enough. Can't get those kills. So close to the resets. Couldn't quite manage it. Tarzan goes down very early. They're very intent on just saying, no, Lee Sin doesn't get to play. Equalizer is fine. There gets onto Tarzan as well. Does burn down eventually. Kick flashes, but it's a little too late. Shanks gets into low range. He doesn't kill because the extra heals and shields. He goes down to very low HP doing that as well. Shanks then has to E out of the play. Can't get a kill onto Feather. The flag hang on Baron's gone down. Do we get any plays after this? Tarzan lands a Q. Low HP on Feather. Might ward hop over. Okay, he does. Looking to stop some recalls. Top lane turret is alive though, so no real dice there. Okay, so TT. Get themselves Dragon. Get themselves Baron. Great stuff from them. AL. Yeah, the later this game goes and the less of a snowball you have on the Lee Sin and the Lock, the harder this game gets. I think that TT just saying, right, throw everything at the Lee Sin. It's not what I would do. I'd just say, well, you know, maybe go towards the Varus if it's an easy target. But again, if the Lee Sin's in front of you, he will die. If suddenly Lee Sin can't set up for the lock, can't assassinate someone, big problems can arise. Keshi does have flash. He actually might be able to kill him, though. He does. He's flashing for it. Lock ult goes down. Oh my god. I am speechless. Well, fuck me. Okay. Wow. Sorry, I don't mean to swear that much, but what? Yeah, I limit myself to 1 F-bomb per stream or something like that. That was insane. Well, Shanks just takes another couple of seals for his stacks for his Dark Seal. Did get knocked down to 5. Jeez. Yeah, apologies. Yeah, I try not to swear as much now on stream nowadays, but that was insane. Jeez. That is just not okay. Crazy damage. Wow, alright. Culling out in mid lane. Hope dodges most of it this time. Wow, I don't... Whoa. Bad word, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, we'll watch this again. So what happens here? Nails land. He doesn't have any nails on him now. So what happens now? Ult goes down. 1 nail, 2 nail, 3 nail. E auto kill. So that's basically his full stack of nails plus his ult. That is absurd. I mean, there's no magic resist on Keshi. Okay, well, that's what happens when you get full nails on you, I guess. Jeez, okay. Okay, Dragon in 2 minutes. TT would like to get Soul. The gold lead's not that great, but I think their composition is better in late game in general. Unless they get like a mega lock combo. You're looking at lock resets to win from AL, but it's been so hard to start the fight without lock just losing half his HP and having to disengage, even with Zhonya's. Stormsurge Shadow Flame is good burst. We've seen that there, right? But where it's so easy getting people below that half HP and down into the 30% threshold where you actually start critting with your magic damage. Hitting with the Belmont special, yeah. See, there's that one clip in the first, well, technically the second season of Castlevania, you know, because the first one's only like 4 episodes. But when it's Trevor against Dracula, they go to Dracula's mansion with Alucard and everything. And he walks up to Dracula and he slugs him in the face. Dracula stands there unmoved and says, "Ah, you must be the Belmont." Like, what do you mean? He sees some random bloke walk into his castle, punch him in the face, and he goes, "Ah, Belmont." Oh gosh, I really enjoyed it. I haven't caught up with it too much. I need to watch. I didn't watch beyond the first, the Dracula arc. I'm aware there's like a Game of Thrones Succession crisis afterwards. Hang on. Q lands onto Heru. Flash away. Tarzan almost watercopped him back there actually. Flash out of Ori. Good win there. Hey Zaref, thanks for the Griff sub. Appreciate you. Vampire punching is like the defining Belmont trait. That is true. That is true. Ori clearing out bot side now. Dragon in 20 seconds. TT looking for the soul. Tarzan does get something onto Keshi. Does he fly in? Junho gets onto Hope. The Varus has not really had to deal with that this game, and he immediately dies. What's happening with Locke? What's happening with the Ambassador? Locke is going low. Shanks is getting jumped on by Junho. Breathe is doing his best to delay the rest of the team, but I think TT have just disengaged better. The Jarvan gets on the Varus. It is utterly unplayable for them, and the Locke can't snowball if everyone's full HP and you can't execute them. TT win the fight. They don't even stop for the Dragon. They're going to break mid-inhib instead and say, well, we'll go back to Wales the Dragon later. That's far less important. Break the inhib. 5 for none. No one even dies. Tarzan's been dealt with handily in this game. And while Shanks has got a gold lead, he can't... It still requires the rest of the team to burst someone out. Again, apologies for the black screens here. Cleanfeed's stuttering about a little bit. TT not stuttering in the gameplay, though. I guess they'll back off after taking the inhib turret, not the inhib itself. Get the Dragon's Soul, why not? Yeah, this is why I really don't like Varus into Jarvan. If Jarvan gets really fed, Varus actually just dies just to Jarvan alone. Any extra damage, overkill. Watch this again, because Tarzan actually maybe gets an angle. But Junho is so fed. He can just... Look, he basically dunks the Varus himself. And like 1 tick of Equalizer plus the burns that apply afterwards kill him. Kyle doesn't get onto the carries. He can't get it done on the on the Ral. Feather doesn't mind getting hit by the Ambassador. It doesn't matter too much to him. Locke doesn't get onto the same target. I think that Shanks getting zoned out by Junhao is equally as important as everything else. Yeah, of course, Annual's Legend are drafted. They are drafted for, coached by Big Way. We know that on BLG, he had a lot of his criticism for his drafts. Perhaps continuing here on Annual's Legend, that's something that we've talked about a little bit throughout the year. Annual's Legend leaving the tutelage of Tabe. Tabe moving on to JDG. They did beat them yesterday. Although, I'm not going to lie, look, I think AL and BLG 2024 would often win with worse drafts. Perhaps that's something to be said about Big Way actually coaching people to play the game better, but drafting a little worse. Perhaps, anyway. I don't want to, like, do too much PR for Big Way. He can speak for himself with results, right? And you can see the intangibles. Early game plans, drafts, coordination as a team. AL have not looked, well, they're not looked massively convincing, but they are 8-2. Actually, Blast going over. If TC win a game here, by the way, I'm pretty sure that BLG can then overtake them on game score again and get first after the end of today. They're playing in the next series. Baron started, taken out fairly quickly, teleporting from the Ambassador. Breeze's not had a bad game, it's just felt like Tarzan's been... Oh, hang on, Keshi might be caught here. See what Shanks does. Shanks needs to do so much work here. Baron's down. They back off. Now they can walk in. Equalizer slows onto 3. Locket shield's okay. Kyle doesn't have flash. Jarvan doesn't get the huge engage in. Varus lands an ult, that's why. Cullen comes through, not the best. Shanks already used the E. Breathe. Has to use the ult to go unstoppable. Doesn't have enough dashes to get to safety, and he's gunned down where he stands. Stand and deliver. The highwayman of Lucian takes a toll on the crossroads in mid lane. TT, they just group up. They escaped the early game. I thought for a while perhaps Shanks could snowball far enough. Clearly not. TT, they walk at the objectives, and largely they just win. AL needed to snowball early. I think this draft had a risk coming into it. I think we've seen it here. Not always punished for that are anyone's legend, but they are here in this one, I feel. Junhao, great game on the Jarvan. Probably my MVP. Another solid game from him too. But really, that Jarvan is the standout piece. Baron buff sieging down the last Nexus turret. Junhao doesn't have GA, but I don't think particularly looks like he cares about it. Tarzan looking for a pick, maybe. Keshi goes gold, and there's an engage from Kyle, but it seems far too little. Shanks goes gold, goes grey, and dead. Nexus falls, TT will take game 1. Anyone's legend coming in as favorites, but with the draft, with the gameplay, made their lives pretty difficult. TC cleanly picking up a lot of these teamfight wins. We said, you know, TT, they take games in a series. Can they take this? Can they actually take the series off the top teams? That will be the big test there. You've taken the one game, can you take the second? And also, I don't think Shanks' laning phase on Locke has been the best. He's been better at snowballing outside of that, but I think that he has to get set up for him. He's not great at doing all of his own stunts, not that Locke is a champion that does that all the time either. Okay, like I said, folks, I'm actually feeling remarkably ill because of hay fever, so I'm going to be taking it somewhat easy. I'm not going to be here for the break. I'll be in chat. I'll be watching onto it. But again, thank you for everyone for your patience with me today. Like, I genuinely was struggling to breathe and my nose is permanently running. All a little bit gross, which is why I got the camera off. But yeah, I'm going to go into a quick break. I'll leave you with post-game stats, MVP, get an ad break on, and then we'll get through into it. Okay, I'll put the ads on now, and then we'll get into our next game. Appreciate you all sticking with us. Thank you for enjoying LPL with us on the channel here. Helps us support our livelihood. This is how we pay our rent. Appreciate you all.
you.
这身皮肤总能胜出。生命时刻到了。
哇，这个老吉普走位怎么这么丝滑？
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空悬，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
海斗对战助手上线了。从匹配开始，海斗助手便可快速切入游戏，从英雄选取到实时装备，海克斯选择，每一步海斗助手都可做出推荐，辅助你畅玩海斗。同时更有英雄流派推荐，超强套路不错过，胡一把爽一天。你的海克斯大乱斗最佳拍档，海斗助手现已上线，玩海斗上掌门。
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家好，这里是苏州羊城国际电竞馆 LNG 的主场，我是主持人石月，欢迎你们！大家好，欢迎来到本轮的场间互动环节。只要您来参与我们的场间互动环节，就有机会获得我们的精美礼品哦。这一轮我们的礼品是 TT 的队服以及 AL 的队服，有没有信心拿走？有。很好，那么我们这一轮的场间游戏环节呢，叫做背景故事猜英雄。在稍后导播会在大屏幕上播放一段文字描述，您需要通过这个文字描述来猜测这个英雄是哪个英雄。那只要您连续答对2道题，就有机会拿走我们的队服哦。谁想成为第一位召唤师？有人吗？哦，有看到，来吧，可以站到我的身前。准备好了吗？
好，准备好了。
好的，你的第一个题目已经出现在了大屏幕上，可以看一下。他此生大部分时间一直都对自己的身世一无所知，留给他的线索只有一对与他与生俱来的双生宝石。他是一名强大又任性的掠食者，但现在只是在寻找祖先留下的残迹。想一下，他是一位英雄，并且是一位女性英雄，而且他还会去寻找自己的记忆。提示：他是一名中单英雄。而且长得非常的漂亮，
长得非常漂亮。
哦，有没有答案？
还在想。
还在想，中单非常美丽的一位英雄。
辛德拉。
辛德拉也很漂亮，但不是辛德拉。别急，还有没有第二漂亮的？就是那种逃跑特别快的那种，有没有感觉？
阿里。
阿里九尾妖狐是不是你的正确答案呢？请揭晓吧。恭喜你回答正确哦，又长知识喽。这道题稍微有点难度，但是第2道题可能会简单一点。我们可以看一下第2道题的题干。哦，虽然他一开始只是纳沃利搏击场里的无名小辈，但是他有一身蛮力，极其耐打。他是一名从搏击场出来的英雄，请问他的名字是？
万豪。
万豪是不是正确答案呢？请揭晓吧！恭喜你回答正确，这是万豪测题。那接下来可以去我们的工作人员处领取李宁为您准备的 TT 队服1件。好的，非常感谢这位召唤师。 有没有信心？好，这位举手非常的快，那我就让身边的这位来回答一下，准备好了吗？
准备好了。
好的，接下来请看你的题目，看一下。他曾经被放逐，离开了祖国德玛西亚，前去攀登巨神峰。哦，这现在是一位巨神峰的英雄。现在他已经获得了神力，什么？
宝石。
宝石，他已经有了自己的判断，究竟是不是正确答案呢？请揭晓吧。恭喜你回答正确，一看就是老玩家了，太专业了。但是我们还有第2关，来看一下你的第2题吧。他是亡国之主，为了让亡妻死而复生。好了，后面就不用说了。请问他是？
佛耶哥。
佛耶哥是不是正确答案呢？请揭晓吧！恭喜你回答正确，正是峡谷第一深情佛耶哥，可以拿到我们李宁为大家准备的 AL 的队服一件。2位也可以哦，我们刚才那位已经火速拿着队服溜走了，可以对着我们的镜头展示一下吧。非常感谢大家来到我们的场建环节，接下来让我们回归到精彩的比赛吧，加油！
Okay, I'm back. Hello. Oh, is this the AI Twitch chat thing? Yeah, like I said, because of the... Gosh, hello. I am alive. But because of the AI Twitch setting stuff, I'm turning it off. But basically just be aware that if you're in a channel which hasn't turned the setting off, the wording of it makes it seem as though Twitch chat could be scraped for this kind of information. So if you type stuff in Twitch chat, it might get fed into an AI algorithm. I would imagine just to try and, you know, make language models learn how to speak more naturally. But anyway, I have that turned off. It shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, just keep aware of that. And if you have streamers who you watch who aren't aware of that, just let them know, because it potentially could be quite serious. A couple of you might remember a couple of months ago now, actually, Mecha actually alerted me to this. There was a website that was taking Twitch clips and then making them into vocal AI effectively. So they could basically just like make a model of your voice, which is really bad for someone like me, who my voice is my thing. Do you think AL still wins the series? We've seen this from TT before, where they have a single good draft, or AL where they have a single bad draft, and then things flip around at the end of things after that. So we have seen these series flip quite a lot. It wouldn't surprise me if this went to 3. Look, TT have not been great at finishing off series. Even in that game, there were some moments in the team fight. If you think about around the was it Herald of the Grubs? You know, the topside river fight. Things went wrong. AL are a good team, and I don't think they're going to have that bad a draft 3 games in a row. Well, hopefully even 2 games in a row. Okay, my nose is starting to run again, so I'll turn the camera off. Oh god. Would love for us to break up AI again. Oh, in terms of like the definition of it, yes, because AI is different from machine learning and then large learning models or whatever. 9 game day, I would. Yeah, so folks, basically, if this goes to 3, Sam will sub in for game 3, because I'm just frankly not feeling well enough to do like a 9 game day, or even 6 games really. Huh? Is that me just hearing things again? Maybe I was hearing things. Like I said, I watched the Blair Witch Project for the first time last night. Hey Chipotle, by the way, thanks for the follow. You know, I'm not feeling my best today, so thanks for being patient with me. But no, I really enjoyed Blair Witch Project. I can see why it was so formative. It is like the pretty much every found footage movie is derivative of that movie. I think the very ending could have used it could have used a different direction, but given that it was working off of zero playbook and it was doing its own thing, it did very, very well. One of the things I love about found footage movies is how they don't have to play into tropes. They don't have to, because it's meant to be realistic, and reality does not always have tropes. It can do, doesn't always do. I think it's very good. I enjoyed it quite a lot. So yeah, I think that for me, Blair Witch Project, it's like a solid 7 to 8 out of 10. Like it doesn't, it is exploring the genre in a very interesting way. It sets up a genre. It's fantastic in terms of its impact. One of the most impactful movies ever, actually. It invented the found footage kind of genre, really. But still, I think that there were some points where I feel like, I think particularly the ending, could have used maybe a bit of work. The actual setup was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. No, it's okay, Becca. No, by the way, folks, I actually don't mind people talking about AI and stuff in chat. I don't mind that. Like I said, I'm vehemently against AI. I think even stuff which might have good use, I think is still part of the economic machine, which is making things much worse for all of us, making our PCs more expensive, it's losing our artists' jobs, it's creating psychosis within a new generation of people, it's destroying the education sector, it reduces creative arts into, again, just like a hobby, really. You can never really make it monetary. Very, very hard, really. But yeah. Anyway. Damn, was map 1 a stomp? No, it wasn't a stomp. I think that the draft was much more in favor of TT. I think that AL needed to snowball early. Didn't manage to do that. They couldn't hold on to their lead. I don't get why they're drafting stuff like Varus into Jarvan, Rumble. Like, 0 frontline into that comp is bad. I mean, the Ambessa wasn't awful. I think Breathe actually played okay in terms of their draft as well. Reduces so much of the monotonous work for you. My question would be basically, is it worth the environmental, the economic, and the social impact? Because while there might be use for it, I just don't think it's worth it. And it does require this ungodly large apparatus to work. So my argument would be that even if there is positives in a small level which can be used, the fact that that will be used to justify the whole apparatus is a problem. Yeah. No, I'm not blind to the fact that there are definitely some positive uses for it. I just don't think there are. It outweighs the impact which it's having negatively on our community, really. AL weren't even ahead. Yeah, I think that they never got to a point where they actually had snowballed to the point in which we'd like to see them. Not really. I worry about the lack of care companies already give people who work in creative industries. Oh, for sure, because there's basically no protections for them, unless you want to unionize, and creative unions are very hard to manage, really. Okay. I mean, I can see that TFC, but, you know, depends. Do you want to live in a world in the future, basically? All right, Cassiopeia gone, Ezreal gone. We still have Syndra. We still have Ryze. The Syndra Ryze look pretty powerful right now. We do have Ziggs, no Shen. All after the other ban out. Both of we might see Jace. Oh, Neferi's made its way through too. So there's no Neferi Orianna. You can, like... Oh, the Ashe. Okay, very quick Ashe. Now, blind picking Ashe Seraphine doesn't seem fantastic. Now, Lucian Melee is one of the answers into it. That's obviously not going to be here. You can Nautilus. You can Ziggs Nautilus, maybe. I think that's okay. Oh, Camille as well. Weirdly, I would have preferred the Nautilus, I think. And Kyle, hello, how's it going? Thank you for the coffee. Thank you, Dad. Everyone say thanks to my dad and chat. Yeah, I'm still over through. Sam will tag in after this. Oh, gosh. Okay, so Kyle has been one of our best Camille's in the region. There are very few people who actually pilot Camille to the level I think is necessary to make this champion good in pro play. I think On is one of them. I think that Delight is another. I think Kyle is one more. There are very few which are, though. Very few which are. Thanks out there, yeah. Pantheon for Jun House. They have themselves a bit of a death ball. Typically it'd be a Shinzao, not a Pantheon. I think Pantheon gives you the global to control the rest of the map. I don't think Pantheon... Well, Pantheon to Neferi is weird. You can survive a lot of the combo by just putting your E up in front of it. Anyone's Legend, they do have long-range follow-up right now. They need another piece of CC. AL have quite a lot through the early split. We're obviously not in that now, but through the early split, they lock in Camille without very much CC. I think banning away stuff like the Silas and other things which can, like, steal your ultimates, be big in terms of CC is very important here. Annie banned away. Yeah, just ban away the CC mid laners and then force Shanks to blind pick, maybe. I don't think he's happy. Syndra is weird here. Syndra, you might have a good laning matchup, but you're quite vulnerable to Ash, Seraphine, Pantheon. They can just jump on you and you're not very mobile. Yeah, Slasher, I'm not sure I agree with that, just because I don't think there's any incentive to make it more efficient, basically. I think it's just a race for more power. So I think if you just, yeah, in a real world, I don't think that efficiency slash thing will really come through. Also, it still kills off the creative industries and all the other social impacts, sadly. Okay, so Jace, Vayne banned away. Ryze is completely fine for Hera. It's his best champion. Quite tanky, can survive some of the bigger combos. So Breathe has the blind pick. Na's one of his better ones for that. Now, what does Keshi do? We've seen Na beat Yorick. TF locked in, so there's a global on... There's a global for Shanks now, so global for global. Jax is pretty good here. Jax can at least avoid the gold card. Irelia used to be a very good minion art counter. Jax is probably better all in all here. And you've got double globals heading to your lane. You want volatile... I think both teams want a volatile top lane matchup. No, the Naruto Jax is that. Both teams are going to be rushing up towards top lane. Keshi gets himself a duelist, so it just scales well. I think both teams have good ways to start fights. It's not just Camille's solo engage. You do have a gold card as well. You've got Ash Seraphine on the other side. Pantheon Rise, point and click. In terms of overall comp, long-range engage from both sides, long-range burst from both sides, consistency somewhat even because gold card is point and click, but then Ash Seraphine also pretty damn good. I'm going to go into a quick ad break. We'll talk more about that before we get into the game. T1 draft, it's actually fairly even. I think maybe TT1 draft, but not by enough, I think, to the extent of the last game. I think I would say TT, but it's not as simple as that. I mean, Kyle is a good Camille. Hope on Ziggs is good for AL in general. Why is that not correct, your initial thing, in terms of it being widespread? I think that because there's no incentive for it to be... There are no regulations, there's no incentive for it to actually be used ethically. And that won't change now, not with the explosive growth economically it has. Alright, let's get into the game and let's hear the Gyro. Okay, into the game. Let's have a look at level 1s. Both junglers going from top to bot. Defensive wards on both sides. No one's actually going for an invade. Pantheon can sometimes start level 1 in your jungle. Actually starting with the Q level 1. Going for Grasp. Wants the Grasp trade in the auto if you can. Can't quite get that, actually. Level 1 trade, better for Breathe. Now, the thing is, Jax is normally pretty good at running at level 1 because he can stack up his passive. Get decent value from that, but Breathe is also running the lethal tempo, so basically gets a Jax passive. Actually, taking a lot of damage from the level 1, actually, and again, the lethal tempo stack's getting kept up. Level 1, not bad from Iron Feather, actually. Cleanses off the exhaust, actually. Also make sure that damage doesn't come through. It's the one they use for the cleanse in terms of the summoner spells there in bot lane. Stops some of the damage coming through. Counter strike in for Keshi. Does manage to get the Grasp prop back. Gets some healing from that because of it. Goron's Helm from Breathe. Scaling item in terms of the starting item. Push in from Iron Feather. No surprise that they got the Ash Seraphine. The Ziggs Camille really wants to kind of get a couple of levels under their belt and then work from there. CC lands onto Kyle, auto attack. Comes through from Feather 2, nothing from Arm, he does recall already. Nothing crazy happening. Junhao didn't go for the first 3 camps then back. Tarzan did. Tarzan really just likes doing 3 camps then back, and he kind of does that in most games now, actually. Kyle also backing, back out onto the map, and then refill pop. Level 3. Milk can kind of do what she wants once she's level 3. You might just see Kyle leave, do stuff elsewhere on the map. Harry, back for the tier already. Shanks for the Ruby Crystal. TF Rise used to be a very popular matchup back in the day. Like in like season 6 or so. Sometime around there. Well, for bits and pieces. Rise was very powerful a little while. Junhao and Tarzan fighting. Tarzan gets the smite down for the Raptor respawn. Decent from Harry trade onto Shanks there. Pop the ghost for that good trade. Misses that last overload. Yeah, it's all good, Mecha. As long as, like, yeah, again, as long as people, like, respectful with it, who cares about the yeah, no, I don't mind about that conversation, rather. I won't always chime in myself, I'll have other things to do on stream, but yeah, I don't mind you guys having chats about that. Occasionally I will chime in, though. Aha! That's how I get you. Dude, is my hay fever ever gonna give me a damn break? Ugh, it's horrible today, I tell you, folks. Keshi pushed in the turret by Breathe, about 10 CS down, wave crashing him will... He's only about 5, I guess, depending on how good his farming is. Misses 2 under turret there. Yeah, it's about 5 CS down. No worries, take your time, Frank, all good. Bot lane, slight lead for Arm, nothing crazy. Yeah, Seraphine, once you hit level 6, that's when I really want to see TT making some plays around it. Of course, TT 3-7 in terms of series. They've won bits and pieces, but they've won mainly just odd games. Not really winning series, have they? They've taken a lot of games here. Yeah. I'll take a magical... I'll turn into a bard, and I'll take the magical journey into the conversation. Yeah. Constantly teleporting in where he don't expect me. And just like Bard, I'm just going to, like, you know, int my own team, cast my ult on them, aha, deal with that. I'm actually just training you to be a better player. Expect the unexpected. Trust no one, not even your support. Bard used to be one of my least favorite champions, though. Still is one of it. It's because he can just ruin the game for you. There are very few supports who I prefer playing with less than a Bard, if I'm an AD carry. I think Bard is one of the least fun ones to go towards. Tarzan walking forwards, gets some damage down. Does get the double Q, actually. Could be worse there. The dog's blocking some skill shots back. Haru trading okay there. Does blow any summoners, loses a bit of his HP. Missing a lot of his Qs, though, sadly for him. The trade's not that good. Breathe doing more than fine in this top lane matchup. Keshi, of course, very good duelist, but Breathe, his Gnar is his most comfortable champion. So Tarzan gets himself top scuttle, farming fine here. In theory, as long as you're getting XP and gold, you tend to be okay. And walking up the river, seeing if there was a fight to happen there. You very rarely see an AD carry roaming up that far, actually, this early into the game. The problem I have with your viewpoint, TFC, is that you're talking about use and fair use and misuse and good use and bad use and stuff. The problem is there is no incentive for it to not be misused. There is no incentive for that. Economically, that's kind of made people turn a blind eye to it. So the overwhelming amount will be misused by your viewpoint, and by my viewpoint. And the problem is the cat's out of the bag. It also takes a huge amount economically to keep that apparatus running that can actually provide the product in the first place. I don't think it's as... I think some people consider it as futile to kind of stand against AI, blah, blah, blah. But I'm pretty sure at some point, economically, the bubble will burst. The apparatus will fail. Perhaps it'll become, like, much more expensive / a government-only tool at some points. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's finish it up. Leave it there. Not that I... Oh, well, I shouldn't leave it the last word like that. Probably unfair to people. Anyway. All good. That was a flash blown by Kyle, by the ult from Arn. Breathing more than fine against Kashi. Now, the Jax is really good later into the game, I think. To get onto the Ziggs, Ziggs is not happy. Quite hard to do that. You can ignore the gold card with your counter-strike. It's a big thing for him, of course. Game is very even, isn't it? No, Shanks has got a bit of a gold lead because he's Twisted Fate passive. And that's the gold lead is actually just Twisted Fate passive right now. Everything else is bang on even. Nothing's happened. No one's made big plays. Been one Ash arrow to force a flash. Yeah. Very low impact. Oh, you play Honor of Kings? Cool. Never played it. I played Wild Rift a little bit. Near release. Not a huge amount though. Oh, hang on. Jump into mid lane. Kyle. No flash. Blue card. No gold card. I think they could have killed with it. No, there was a cleanse from Arn. I guess it would cleanse or not. I think maybe just lock the gold card anyway and blow the cleanse though, no? Chunk there though does mean that Arn can't really fight towards the grubs. Slow game. Not bad from Breathe. Full combo onto Kashi. I don't think it's a kill angle hit. Annoyance. Well, now maybe it is because Stars could dive in. Okay, right. The extra Q afterwards. Nasty there. Kashi no teleport. Place down for Breathe. This is the counter match reminder. Breathe locked the Gnar and then the Jax locked in Kyle. Oh, can stop the recall. Now, does TF want to teleport up here? No, it's an increased recall stop though. That's not really a term. Anyway, the delay on that recall is kind of huge. Breathe is very happy here. Dragon started for TT. So the top lane advantage for AL is it's slim, but it is annoying and it is important actually. It's not a bad trade there from Peril to Shanks actually. We're at level 6 for of course both our bot liners for TT. Saw the first Ash arrow of the game, nothing since then. Feather's not gone for an encore yet. Peru's safely farming up. Everyone's safely farming up. Now, who does this favor if it goes slow? Well, if Breathe just keeps eking out an advantage, it's better for AL, I think. Good damage there from Kashi. Does have the ult, does have flash. Lethal tempo build is nasty on Nan. I think the lethal tempo has really changed the way he plays, because it means that mini Gnar can actually be a huge kill threat. The threat of just like ramping move speed, continually getting those Ws, the ramping attacks, then the move speed from the hyper, chasing down from more, slow from the boomerang. Yeah, lethal tempo is nasty. It just means that your long trades are nasty. I don't think anyone kills mini Gnar in a short enough, or not. Okay. In the matchups he's picked into, mini Gnar doesn't die quick enough for you to punish him running at you with lethal tempo. In the matchups where he is punished, he just, you know, plays a lot more defensively, right? Yeah. Like stuff like Tristana, who wins those shorter trades. Not sure what Hope's record is on Ziggs, but I don't remember him grading that. He's been okay this split. I think that actually he's been a much better mage player than many of the hyper carries. I don't think his hyper carries have worked out very well for him. In fact, one of the big talking points we had about AL earlier in the split was, okay, Hope is playing weak side on like utility mage carries, and it's been good for him. Oh, missed the cannon there too. Hairy Buddy looks for the trade, doesn't really land the trade, and then missed the cannon. Oh well. We stack up the lethal tempo again. Threat of a TF and a Fury roam. Fork shot just spotted out the river to make sure he was just in a little bit more safety there. Ash arrow, well, that's well wide. Well wide, trying to find out Shanks or someone else. Well, at least he tried to make a play, but the game has been glacially slow. I did see a distinct lack of cards up, but hang on, Junhao, his first entrance into the game. Encore's not bad. I'm pretty sure the Pantheon just dies and they get the reset on the Neferi. They do, jumping onto Feather now. Feather does have flash. I don't think he lives, and in fact, he probably should have just not flashed. The game was slow. TT, lazily walk into top river, gonna gauge onto, die. Not a great look for TT. AL, a much more happy position now. They get themselves the first big plays of the game, really. Feels like TT, I hate to say it, feels like another one of those series where they get one very good draft in the series, play very well, and then after that they run out of inspiration a bit. See you, Zeref. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it, Zeref. You're doing well. Look, I appreciate all the regulars in here, folks. If you do stop by and say hi, Makes my day a little bit. Hope you're doing well. Drop a like, follow, subscribe if you want to be one of those regulars. Always accepting more. Not like there's a limited number. Until it's like too big that I can't reach chat, but I don't think I'm reaching casual numbers anytime soon. Huh? I've been enjoying Shox' streaming career. People who've been watching Shox stream horror games. Got into the Resident Evil franchise recently. Been chatting a little bit with her about that because I'm a big Resi fan as well. Well, again, I'm a more recent Resi fan. I've become a big... I did the review for Resi 9 for LFN and I've delving more and more into it since. Fun game series. TT doesn't bounce back. I think they have to play from ahead or they just lose. Look at their record. Yeah, they have to get a... I think sometimes they'll outdraft. Like in the first game, they fell behind in gold and kills. Didn't really matter, though. Again, their composition was so good later on into the game. Ended up being fine, really. 20 CS down as Keshi's down 1.4k gold. Well, 1.3. But, like, he's down over 1,000 gold. Beyond that, bit nitpicky, really. Oh, onto Arm. Owie. Heal. I thought I had the heal sound effect. I didn't. That was just the Seraphine W. We are the unlimited regulars. Exactly. Guys. Buzz. Not sure if I'm actually pronouncing that right, but anyway. You know who you are. Okay, so, haven't seen a Pantheon ult yet. Haven't seen that going to anyone overextended. I'm really not liking TT's lack of global usage to try and help out Keshi. Keshi has just been sat alone 1v1 versus a Nam. It's obviously not working for them. He's behind a lot of gold now. Look, you picked a global mid-jungle. You have a global ult in the Ashe. You got to snowball somewhere. You gotta just throw your ults on a part of the map, just get ahead there. I think playing slowly and just allowing the Gnar to get ahead of the Jax is a problem. Once Jax gets gold, you can deal with the Gnar, but you can't do it when you slowly getting bled out. I think TT have not been very heads up about this game, sadly. TF ult now pull, coming into mid lane, trying to have flashing. Encore. Did I see an encore? No, I guess not. Huh, wrong. But yeah, ult thrown out by Shanks, gold card, flash for Junhao down. Oh god, it's slow. It's getting a bit glacial. 2 kills in 15 minutes. Yeah, I don't think TT looked nearly as confident in this style of play, despite the fact that Haru is a comfortable Rise player. It's not looking fantastic from him. Junhao barely doing anything on the Pantheon. We've seen, I want to see 2 arrows from Arn. One of them forced the flash, the other one went well wide. Dragon spawning now, could get their second. Tarzan probably feels okay walking up like this. There's no flash Pantheon W. Good damage there, flash away. Realm Warp coming in. That doesn't look like a great Realm Warp. Yeah, and he has to cancel it. Can't do that much there. Kyle walking onto Haru now. Goes in the Hextech Ultimate. Not the best, actually. The Ziggs ult doesn't get that much done. Wheel goes down. Shanks gets the gold card. Keshi's actually into melee range. This is looking okay. Can Tarzan change that? Gets the reset. Has the W ready. Gets the shield. Good damage onto Arm, but a flash away. Sees the Ashe. Almost a safety, but a wild card. And a last auto attack, I believe, from Breed brings him down. Slight win for AL on the cards here. I suppose it's 2 for 2, but they had the earlier death, so Camille is back alive. Can they actually get the dragon after this? No, because there's no smite. So it actually just ends up being a 2 for 2. It doesn't matter that much. Anyone's Legend do get a lot of gold over the last play, though. Now suddenly 4,000 gold ahead. Top lane turret died. Mid lane turret died. As AL just walk around the map, take a bunch of structures, and now they're in a very significant lead. You know, the flash away was fine from Hope. Minefield went down. Harry couldn't exactly go into melee range of all of them. Arn and Junhao so low initially. Bleed even landed onto, Feather and Arn, actually? Yeah, it was, actually. Yeah. Ziggs ult meth. Kyle goes in alone. Doesn't end up mattering too much, though, because I think the damage has already been done. I think Hope Ziggs does a lot of work. Hope Ziggs does a lot of work. The engages kind of scuffed from TT. Don't really find their way into the fight in the way that they wanted to. And despite the fact that Keshi kind of got into melee range, doesn't have the items to be, like, game-ending like that. At least Keshi gets the kill. Keshi getting the kill is nice. Problem is, Breathe now has 3 of them. Breathe has 3 of them. He also cashed in a cull, so Keshi is not happy. TF ult coming down. Where's that going? Top lane for wave clear. Okay. Well, heaven forbid we look for a play. No, it's top lane for wave clear. Even trades favor TT, right? Gold does way more for them. I suppose so. But I'm just kind of worried that the Jax is not going to be useful, because if it's even trades, I'm pretty sure that Breathe just becomes unstoppable. That's another wide arrow. Not even close. Well, Pantheon goes in too. Wow, that is a lot of ults. They do finally get hope. It does take 3 ults and a flash. Oh, God. Well, right. They do... fair play. They kill hope. Now, what does that mean? They can get the Herald. If they get Herald, can they break mid lane turret? Maybe not the whole of it. They only have the one... Well, trying to have the Zig Satchel as well to stun things down. Shanks looking for a gold card. They're on 4v5. Kyle does get... That's a pretty damn fine engage. Arn's going to die. That is a really good hook shot from Kyle. Curves the bullet a little bit. He might die on the outro for it, but doesn't... Well, I said it doesn't matter. Perhaps it does. Junhao gets a ton of HP back. Shanks gets the gold card. Can you get enough damage after wildcard comes through? Shanks gets the kill. Feather, Haru back in there. Tarzan can blast Cone in. What are his cooldowns looking like? Gold card. What about the double Q? Bit of healing from Tarzan. Shanks will go down, but Haru is now dealing with hope, and Tarzan hops out of the back of the pit. Great micro from Anyone's Legend, despite the fact that I believe they lost the objective all in all. Tarzan, use that bridge. That was a weird fight. That was a weird-ass fight. But while all this is happening, Breeze just takes the bot lane turret. So Annual's Legend still actually end up again, somewhat ahead. Herald was picked up by Arn, so they do get the objective. This is a different build for Arn, by the way. It's got the Hurricane Hex Optics. What a weird fight. Remember the start of the board, but look at this though. Great hook shot. Flash in. I'll get some right side into Arn. On too far forwards. That cleanse doesn't matter. Well, I mean, they do just full send it. This is the kind of thing which I wanted to see earlier. They weren't really full sending it before. They sent just 3 ults and a flash to kill the Ziggs. Okay, cool. Why didn't you do that to the Gnar earlier? To make sure that Kashi actually has an okay game. Hope comes back in, just Satchel. Saves his jungler's life. Lich Bane for Shanks. Kashi got ganked in life. Yeah, Kashi died. So that is actually Kashi's only his first death of the game. Somehow, given how much pressure he's been put in. Breathe 3k up. For those of you that didn't watch Breathe when he was on Weibo, when he was on RNG at points too, Breathe on Gnar is just leave him in a side lane and he'll win you a game. He is in that school of like Bin. You can just kind of sit in a side lane, the Shy of course too. Sit in a side lane and win you a game. This is why Anyone's Legend kind of wanted to pick this guy up. He's better individually in a side lane. Worse at the late game shot calling and team fighting, I think. But much better individually, I think, in most lanes compared to Flounder on current form. Any Ashe players in chat have any opinions on the Ashe build? X Optics Hurricane? Depends how many people pile into you, I suppose. I guess in some ways, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of move speed. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of move speed. The Camille's reaching you anyway. A little bit sad. I think Ashe doesn't really get to play the game versus Camille Ziggs that much. Especially with the gold card over the top. Gnar is such a safe champion as well. It's going to be a problem. Yes, especially once Gnar gets a lead. Very hard to do much about him. Ashe, okay. Ashe actually lands. This could be somewhat of a curse. Oh my god, yeah, he's really hard to kill. And he is proving it, actually. Breathe actually lives. We thought perhaps we'd curse him, and in fact, it's actually just illustrating the point. They just sent how many ults? 3 ults at the Gnar. 4, even if you count the Jax one. And it doesn't matter. Breathe blows the flash, and he lives. Starix, Triforce, too much HP, too much shielding. And Breathe doesn't even recall. Mate, he doesn't even recall. He just blows flash, clears another wave, and walks back to it. Now he'll recall. Yeah. Optics feels amazing on Ashe. Not sure about the Hurricane. Yeah, I mean, a Hurricane means you can insta-delete waves. I think, dropping some move speed from something like a Phantom Dancer or whatever, I don't think it matters because the Camille is kind of always going to close you down anyway. If you can, it means your wave clear is really quick, which helps. Going for the Armor Pan item for one of the last Whisper items. Unkillable Demon Gnar? Exactly. The Unkillable Demon Gnar. Perfect. Alright, Dragons up for 10 seconds. Herald summoned in mid. TT gave some lives desperately. What? Ridley for that. Junhao has to flash away. Shanks pulled the ults. Gold card's in. The Battle Herald is used. Hang on a second. Haru is ejected out of it. Mega Gnar is going to be ulted point blank by the Ashe. Haru doesn't have flash. Will live. Keshi not wanting to flash it. Well, doesn't have flash to go in, but just charging up the counter strike doesn't do that much there. AL, well, they deny the Herald. Get a flash out of Pantheon. Shanks uses his own flash. Dragon now taken by AL. What happened here? Camille interacts with Pantheon. Good flash over the wall. TF ult somewhat wasted. Maybe if they'd gotten the Camille ultimate would have been worth. If they'd managed to keep him on that side of the wall would have been very good. Kyle, largely pretty good Camille game. Again, he is one of the best Camille Chin players in the world, I think, in support. Harry's looking sus this game. I mean, he's down a ton of gold because of TF passive. Got to throw that into the occasion. I don't think Harry's been awful. And how... Ooh, did spot Hope over the wall there. Wall put down. The 2 Dragons to Annual's Legend, 5,000 gold lead. Part of that is TF bankrolling. Mtech might be the worst soul. I mean, the Tenacity's not bad, but you'd prefer anything else. Oh, Ash Arrow misses again. The Ash Arrows are really important, particularly against Camille's support. Camille doesn't bring a Mikhail's. It's really valuable. No one has a cleanse on anyone's Legend. If you hit those arrows, you just got to take the CC. We saw this from anyone's Legend versus JDG in game... 2 yesterday, was it? Hope locked in the Ash. Didn't land many ults. The one time they landed an ult, they almost won a very lost game. It feels bad to judge an Ash game based purely on ult accuracy, but in a game like this, it is very important. Especially when you've got, like, TF that's not that mobile, Ziggs which can sometimes be caught out with that arrow quite easily too. Breathe has Mega. Ooh, going for the play. Mega, the blast gun was denied there. John Howe still has 8. That is some decent damage from Hope. Just the ultimate landing there. Mindfields them off the other way. Keshi gets on to Breathe. Breathe's going low. Kyle gets on to Arn, and Arn just dies. How could you play the Ashe versus this team? Vitazen just wipes up, mobs up 2 extra kills, and anyone's Legend, they finally get the ability to start a fight. I say that. TT have actually cleaned up shop on the other side. Currently, a 3 for 2. Tarzan did well, but actually Pantheon ulting back into the play, jumps on to the Ziggs, and TT get the fight themselves. That is unexpected. Given the fact that Arn died so quickly, you see that Keshi, Junhao, Heru able to stand their ground and put a ton of damage out. Now, Breathe got bursted out very early into the fight. A lot of the gold lead was on that Nard. Didn't really end up mattering that much. Look, perhaps, you know, Arn dying, that'll be the end of it. Typically, an AD carry dying is the end of the fight. Let's see what happens here. So the Mega Blast Cone kind of ignored by the Gnar ult. Ult comes through from Hope. And then Keshi gets right onto it. Does he put a ward over? He does. So he ward hops to it. Encore goes onto him as well. The Mega is nowhere near. And while Arn dies, what happens to Hope here? Because Keshi gets his ult rolling. And I guess he just jumps forwards. Hope doesn't get enough damage out. Keshi just gets to 1v1 the entire fight. Fair play. That Jax did work. And the Mega was nowhere close to being used. Mega ran out. Exactly. Yeah, no. I know, no, that's what I mean. Like, he used the Mega Gnar at the start. So it ran out, so they didn't have Mega. It was nowhere near for a second one or anything. You don't have Mega for this tankiness, for the extra stats. Apologies for the wording, I guess. Jax just won this game 100% now. Are you going to get another fight around the Mega Gnar that easily again? I mean, he uses it, but he goes mini. AL has to overstep. Yeah, we saw that from NIP a couple of times the last few days too, right? Discipline in late game is not something that LPL teams are great at right now. Any sustained fight is so in favor of TT. Depends if it becomes around second gold card. Second gold card can be very, very nasty because the guaranteed CC from TF in an elongated fight is really nasty. He's gone for upgraded Merc Treads, not Swifties though. So been able to go towards the raw movement speed. Dragon in less than a minute. AL aiming for their third. Of course, AL down in the series right now. TT, a team which has very commonly found a game in a series, not really managed to seal any actual series. They're 3-7, despite the fact that they've won quite a few games. You would have thought they'd have a better winning record. You looked only at their wins. They've had quite a few of them, individual games. Support is 2 levels down. Yeah, that's roaming Camille things. It's given extra XP towards the AD carry, though. I mean, the Hope is level 15. He's happy. Nara at level 17. About half a level ahead of Jax, although the same breakpoint for now. Dragon spawning. Hope looking for poke. Elongated fights, I know some people saying, well, it works for TT. However, if you manage to keep range, get the second gold card, Ziggs poke, I think it's bad for AL. I think it's very good for them, actually. Breathe. Needs to stack up his Mega Gnar, doing so now. Dragon is alive. He has teleport. Hang on, Pantheon's going in. Asher lands onto the Ziggs and the Encore does too. There's no flash on Hope. They don't have a cleanse. The Ash Arrow lands, as does all the rest of the CC. What happens with the turnaround? Ziggs is gone. However, the Ash is taken down with them. Keshi into the play. Mega Gnar coming up now. It's a bit of a mess. Double kill for the Breathe Gnar. Ends up being a 3-for-2 in favor of anyone's Legend. Breathe doesn't have Mega now. The Jax is pretty scary the longer you go on like this. Tarzan there as well, but you can see that Keshi, despite the gold being down, we'll just flick back, I guess, in terms of the video. Yeah, I guess Keshi in the elongated fights will actually beat out Gnar now. Scary, that. And I think with the numbers advantage and the threat of the gold card, Keshi, no ult now, of course, was using that last fight. AL should get themselves Dragon. It was a good combo again. TT actually full centered again. They've caught out Hope a couple of times now. And there's no cleanse here, right? There's no cleanse on the Ziggs. I think we've seen this from a couple of teams trying to play stuff like the Ash into the Ziggs before. Hope trying to position for poke. Too far away from the turret though. The Ash Arrow comes out of the fog of war, very close range. Coming out of the wall as well. Very hard to get yourself reaction time for that. I think Kyle does get onto the back line. It's not the worst thing ever. Hunts Harry back into the team too. And because Harry gets bopped back by the Hextech ultimatum, he goes down. Jax was late. Yeah, Jax came in a second earlier, had a counter-strike. Flash in. Probably a clean one fight. TC again, chasing the game. Keshi in a decent spot, going towards Zhonya's. If he gets early into the fight and he can break up the follow-up, he might be able to save plays like that in the future. Of course, all of that's predicated on Ash landing more arrows. Seraphine landing more encores, catching someone like Hope out of position. That has to be Hope, actually. This thing is so nasty if they actually get to do damage. Tarzan diff. Well, Tarzan's very good on the Neferi. Neferi has been so high prior because of players like Tarzan, Junhao, Jun, very, very good on this assassin jungle. Always a little bit of a worry when there's a spell flux landing on you and there's a flash rise around. Okay for Neferi because you can W, but gotta be careful with the spell fluxes. Baron's been started and Neferi was going bot side. Baron peeled off her, TF ult used. Breathe does have Mega Gnar. Pantheon is ulting onto who, though? I think they're trying to catch Shanks. They might have gone too far. The Pantheon E is okay, but it doesn't do enough to save his life. The reset comes through. Junhao tried to split the team apart. Instead, found himself split from shoulder to waist. AL take 3 kills in the fight, looking for more. Kyle survives for now. Keshi trying to get the last order onto Shanks and will get it, but that will be, I believe, the only kill of the fight. 5 for 1. AL outplaying the team fight. Junhao misjudged his ultimate. Almost the play they needed. Couldn't close down the kill quickly enough. And AL pounce. I think that might be the kill which breaks the game, really. I mean, I understand why Junhao would go for it. I do. I think that's the way that they found their engages before. Not this time, though. Tarzan now 3,000 gold ahead. 4-1 and 12. 3.5 items for him. Hope actually gets to live through a fight. I know, crazy. So they try and jump in with the Pantheon ult because the TF ult's been used quickly, but they have the TF ult on, so they see this happen. CC lands from Feather, he flashes onto Shanks, goes golden on the Encore. Ash Arrow does end up hitting, but only onto the Camille, really. It doesn't matter too much. Hope doesn't die at the start of the fight. Bree gets to clean up, Tarzan gets to clean up. Yeah, just didn't find the right target this time. And Shanks is just too hard to kill. He has Flash, he has Rod of Ages, he has got Zombies. Too hard to kill. Way too hard to kill. I think TT, yeah, I think CT needed to force send it a little more early game. I think they didn't get the use out of their globals they wanted to. Breathe is 8-1 on that. and they counterpicked that matchup. They saved counter for Jax. He is now 3-2 is not bad, but he's down 3,500 gold against the Jet, a Gnar that has taken over the game in many ways. I think that the Gnar having permanent side lane pressure, constant teamfight cleanup threat with this amount of gold too. It's been too much. Keshi, yeah, Keshi and the team did not do well at shutting down Breathe and setting Keshi up for success. Keshi in bot side jungle as we speak about him. No, there is a world where the Jax could still carry in the right situation, but it's looking quite rough. I think you do need someone like Hope caught out of position, and he has a Seekers though. Shanks has the full Zonyas. Tarzan has a GA. Breathe is, 8 and 1 now with tank items. Asher goes wide. Pantheon's coming in, but I don't think they can do much. Wait, Arn took the Realm Warp. Dude, the melee range Ash, I appreciate it, but perhaps not what you need to do to win a game of League of Legends. Camille will go down, but Camille doesn't mind that. It's how the counter-strike comes through. I cannot believe that Arn took that. Keshi will go down. That was... Wow, okay. Arn, 1-6. Teleported into the middle of the enemy team with the Realm Warp. That should be a 3-game series. 6 games out of 6 so far. 1 more series to go after this. Anyone's legend. And Hope and Kyle as a bot lane duo will get themselves 2,000 kills together as a duo. Stuck together through thick and thin. Tarzan has the GA, gets the damage onto Heru, wants to finish him off. Bash away from Heru. The Mega Knight comes through. The last defender will go down. Feather is alive, but sadly, don't think he'll have much to do here. Recall, well, the respawn from Arn is also coming through. I just don't think he can do enough, can he? Hurricane charged up. Breathe has the stairs. He just dies. Dies again. Goes to 1-7. Nexus falls. Anyone's legend will take game 2, forcing us to a game 3 decider. Okay, folks. I'm really not feeling very well. I spoke to Sam before this game. Sam's going to take over from game 3 of the series and also do the last series of the day. I appreciate you all being very patient with me. Hey Fever has really been kicking my butt, as I've been saying. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for tuning in today. Now, obviously, the stream will keep going. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to hand you over to Sam after this too. I'm going to rest. I tried to power through this, and I powered through, basically 2 series, 5 games through. Appreciate you all. So I'm gonna leave this here. I guess I'll wait until I can put some ads on. Put some ads on, and then Sam will take you through the rest of the day. Really appreciate each and every one of you. And I'll see you. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow, I suppose. All right. I'll be back when I'm back, folks.
Hello, chat. It is I, Initialise. Oh, terrible. Fantastic. Thanks for follow, Chipotle, by the way. As you can hear, I am also under the weather. which is not the best. It's not the best. I'll turn the camera briefly. Hello, folks. Myself and Alex are suffering. Suffering. So we're doing our best to provide value regardless. TT got one good game in the series. AL's drafting continues to be somewhat shoddy. I'm Initialise and I do cast. What can WE do if they show up looking like against TES? I mean, to be honest, with BLG still working on what they're going to be doing as a roster, I think this is a good opportunity for WE to take some serious scalps. I think it should be a really good last series. Just hoping I'm functional. You want to know what I'm doing? I'm eating myself some lunch. Very tasty. It's a smoked salmon bagel. Rather nice. Oh. But I do need to eat this while I can. Oh, how do we feel about game 2, chat? What's up? What's chat's take? Breathe on the tweet. Fair enough. Sus realm warps as well, oh boy. Nice chat. I know we're about to hit draft, so I'm actually going to run some ads quickly. I'm not sure we did some before. So I really should take a bio break. Oh, we'll do it. Okay. This might be a bit dodgy for Champ Select, and I do apologize, but I do need to run. Hello, chat. Right. Apologies on that delay. Again, being a little unwell is making things a bit challenging here. Let's lock in, see where we're at. It is a Kiana for Tarzan. He was one of our better Kianas. I really liked him on Zed as well, actually. He's one of the few I trusted in the jungle to play the Zed alongside someone like Kanavi. And even then, Kanavi was a little bit overeager on it, to say the least. So, Kiana is pretty good into the Trundle because you can mess with the pillar quite well by jumping over it, by using it to throw your ult down. He doesn't get to auto you if you turn to a grass blade. Lots of stuff there and ways to outplay. Olaf less fun there, but the Cassante should help somewhat, though true damage obviously isn't a bad thing. Cassante, lots of pick right now from AL, and fairly good mid-game spikes. They're going to need Tarzan to snowball pretty well, I think, here. Jin, yeah, you're not doing a particularly tanky team on the whole. The Cassante is annoying, but you've got a Trundle, you've got an Olaf. You don't need your AD carry to be your tank killer. Add an Ari for more pick, and you've got a pick comp here from TT, really, with good skirmishing. And probably better extended fights as well, with the Olaf, with the Ari. They keep their ults rolling, run pretty good. They needed some priority today, AL, to go with the Karma, so they're going to go with that Caitlyn. So really what this is Cassante weak side for Breathe, and Breathe is actually an excellent Cassante. And then playing with this Kiana and Annie to theoretically get a lot of value out of this bot side of the map. TT, mid-game focus, we're looking at Ari, Jin, Bard, setting up the picks, having those kind of slightly more extended fights where you get that kill, you get the resets on the Ari ult, you get to keep rolling with the Ragnarok and going from there. You are, on the whole, a little... I mean, by the range is kind of somewhat immaterial. Caitlyn could be a little annoying, but we'll see whether the Jin can survive that early lane. TT, if they survive through the mid-game, have got some tools. They just need to make sure this Kiana doesn't snowball. And if they ever take hope out of the game, there is going to be an issue for AL in terms of their consistent damage. There we go. I feel like TT's fight's so conditional. I feel it could be a tad dodgy, I fear. I'm not as convinced. I think they've got a lot more tools to set things up. And because they've got the Trundle, actually things like the Cassante aren't that tanky. And if you all out having been Trundle ulted, it's rough in terms of your resists. So I actually think between that and the Olaf, you have got a fair way to just mash frontline and keep rolling with the picks after. I'd argue, actually, AL, with the fact that they've got a good front to back-ish. They've got a good pick, but they're very burst heavy unless the Caitlyn gets ahead. It's Annie, it's Kiana. Great burst, but it needs to work, or I think they are going to run into issues in terms of consistent DPS. To the riff we go. Let's listen to Gyos, the final time in this series. So, Yana starting bot side, going to do Raptors and clear down. Could look for a level 3 player and invade. Actually, try to keep the Trundle accountable. First strike on the Kiana, no conquer or anything silly like that. Everyone else pretty normal here. PTA from the Trundle, very easy to proc with an auto Q auto. Heal for heal in bot side. Hang on. Conquer it. Ghost. Good damage, nothing more. Not the best stats there. Brad. Oh, we're getting who you're added. Dumb. Nice damage there onto Haru. Again, Haru, we saw the Ari the other day, went for the Lichbane build. Just ran to the issue of like how on earth you carry the game when the rest of the team is so far behind. Job keeps going. Junk bot side. Carl's got a good root tether there. Forces Feather to flash. There'll be a magical journey away, but you do get the flash from speeding yourself up and throwing down that focused resolve. Good work. Hope shielded to prevent easy fourth shot onto them. That'll force the reset as well. Nice laning so far from Hope and Kyle. This is a potentially nasty moment for Keshi. He's all right. Gone for the early cull, actually, trying to really accelerate in the mid-game on the Olaf. Arm would love a reset. See whether Caitlyn will allow it. Doesn't look like they're both going to reset relatively similar timings. We'll see whether we see a cull or something like that from the Caitlyn if she wants to accelerate in that mid-game. Might also just look for the very aggressive boots and the pickaxe kind of try vibe. It'll be the boots and the pickaxe. Swifty's done. That's a really good amount of damage on the Shank, so I think it's probably in danger, but really good shield from Kyle. With a Molten Shield on top. Kind of ran out of damage. We'll force a reset off of Shanks, though. Breathe, the feathers out. Tarzan goes in on top of the dragon. Back to being invisible. Dragon Smite fight won by the Trundle. That's a lot of damage though for first blood, and the Trundle will fall. Ice Blade catches Heru, will force him to ult. Flash also blown. Nice escape path by Tarzan. Made that a smite fight. Still, you end up being one kill for Dragon. Probably still worth it, I think, for both sides. Problem is, of course, the Caitlyn being the one who got that gold as well is a little bit frustrating for TT. They very much accelerate Hope here. Tarzan will get the theoretical level 6 Scuttle Crab, but I think we'll need another camp to make that happen. Deadly Flourish lands onto Tarzan, but no root. Feather's now in danger. There's going to be a root in trade. Damage coming on down. I think if you get this Gromp, this is going to be an ult available for Tarzan. Smite is up. Would love to get this down. No, you don't. Who are your ads? That's really unfortunate timing. Leave us. Smite there, won by Junhao. Heal burn by both supports. Keshi goes to collect some honey fruit in the river. Hope shoving up. Ace in the hold. Arn takes it. Soul Flare comes down. Feather ends up tanking that down to about 40% HP or so. Hope good spacing on those turrets. Even lands the Pilt over Peacemaker. Drops them low. Another wave down. That trap behind it is. Yeah. Nicely hidden. Don't stand on that. Oh, bloody hell, Arn. Arn's got to be really careful here, actually. Got that ability to curtain call, but he's close enough range that it makes it quite spicy because there would be a trap. Here we go. Tarzan gets subjugated. There'll be the renewal coming on down, though. Big CC chain as Tibbers comes to say hello. The supreme display of talent tags Feather. Leaves him at about 20% HP. There'll be an Audacity in. A Terror Shape over the wall. A stun onto Heru again. This time it's Annie who picks up the kill. Hell, just snowballing away here. Currently every lane up. 300 to 600 gold, effectively. Never mind Hope, who is nearly a grand up. Tarzan is the enemy jungle, waiting on potential Raptor respawn. We are going to get a fight over these. Killer's down, still have an idea. Might just take the small rats and leave that as a one condition for now. Keshi, about half HP. He's no laugh though. He's likely alright. Again, Dragon in 2 seconds. Early objectives have been even enough. Of course, worth noting that TT could get that first dragon. Sabotage first item by Tarzan, by the way, is an interesting choice. It's a good item on Kiana. Used to be a great item on Jace as well. Still, first item. Been changes to it. Which gives you some better objective damage, that kind of thing, if you're feeling like it's going to be one of those games. Still, a little unusual, I feel. Profane or Voltaic tend to be the way. Unless I'm missing something here, always possible. Oh, good God, that's nasty damage as the Ghost plus the headshot started tacking. Now we're going to see the play as Heru flashes again. It just gets annihilated! That'll get the Sabotage active. Pampered Fate buys some time, but there's an Audacity in. Now comes the Edge of Ixtal. And the ace in the hole is there. There's a barrier to buy some time, but Arn will likely melt out to Tibbers. Kael is here. We'll look for the Soul Flare and bring down the Jhin. Tarzan just missed 2 Qs. It was a backstep on the second. But yes. Fortunately, the supreme display of talent was very good, and that worked out just fine. So it starts with Hope just going, right, I've got headshot. I can walk at you and cause some real trouble. Also, excellent trap placement, so when they come to try and go through the magical journey very shortly, it's a blue pizza moment. Here's one I prepared early. Arn got chunked out very heavily. Magical journey blinds people off. Flash onto the trap. Immediate headshot, supreme display of talent. Tarzan's then on the flank, looks for the Q. Backstep from Feather's great, but it means he is dead. There is no way out. The moment he backsteps that Q, he's then never going to be able to make distance on the rest of the team. So, congratulations, you dodged the Edge of Ixtal. Alas, less fun. Why would you pick Trundles? It's very good into Cassante, is the answer. And Trundle has started coming back as a flex even. We saw Trundle top do very well recently. Into Olaf specifically, actually. So not every game is a Trundle game, but I don't think this is a bad Trundle game, necessarily. You do need the Cassante there to steal those resists, though, and you really do need some Merc Treads. Although you are into Kiana and Kate, maybe the Steel Caps, but no, Merc Treads, I think, to deal with the CC chain. Yeah, and again, Jin getting chunked out as heavily as he did by Hope was really problematic. Arn just was out of that fight. Hope's now 1,800 gold ahead. The thing is, Caitlyn's in the mid-game can start to get picked off, because again, they aren't as safe as they think they are with a 90 caliber. TP in, we are playing this. Hope's being chunked, there's Scream display of talent, Temper Fate buys some time. John Hal's being left very low as Feather gets stunned up by the Incinerate. The Disintegrate goes down, John Hal flashes out. Keshi now here, but Breathe also followed with a massive shield. Arm misses his Deadly Flourish. Shanks getting some more of those charges, stacking, overcomes Heru, who's got himself that Spirit Rush, but a flash in for a Breathe, and the Otobo Strike brings down another. A shield onto Shanks means he stays alive, the ace in the hole. Tarzan will Terror Shape over the wall, and Audacity in, and a point-blank mountain-empowered Edge of Exile will decapitate the Jin. Ten Dark Seals for Shanks, by the way. Or 10 Dark Seal stacks, not 10 Dark Seals. He's just randomly covered his hands in rings. But there's a Medjai's angle there if they want it. So they TP in trying to make this play, and Tarzan goes absolutely bloody knocked. Supreme Display of Talent leaves Junhao desperately low. Shanks pops the Bard, and TT's attempt at the collapse becomes a very split. 4v2, 4v3 effectively. The all-out there from Breathe is very, very clean. The gold lead continues to balloon. Tarzan's new 2,000 gold up. Similar for Hope. Voltaic's done for Tarzan now as well. Just being a bit diffed, frankly. Bit more damage. Actually, that's a bit dangerous for TT. They will buff the ult that, and actually good dodge out of the Tempered Fate by Tarzan. Carl potentially a little danger. The charm is wide from Heru. That's unfortunate. Now Feather's in danger as he eats a lot of damage. Shanks just absolutely full sends on Arn, who burns out as Hope gets a last auto. Feather's going to magical journey away. But it's still going to force them away from this mid lane turret, where the Herald gets summoned. They likely won't even need it for the charge in mid lane. They'll let it happen regardless, I think, and then look for a play towards mid lane tier 2. Kyle in a 1v2. It's the board of Tarzan! Can't quite get the knock into the wall beyond, but that was very close to a couple people very dead from a supreme display of talent. Tarzan should be able to bonk that Skull Crab. Does so. Nearly 10,000 gold up in 18 minutes. Blech. Supreme display of money. Yeah, well, that's about right, considering how much damage Tarzan does right now. He's got quite the wallet. Up 3 levels as well. Well, 2.5. Still very tough to see. 40 CS up. East. Thank you again, everyone, for those who subscribed today. Again, we are trying to push for Partner Plus. So if you do have that capacity to subscribe with a regular subscription, please do so. Tier 2 and Tier 3 actually give more points as well for those who want to do it. Kyle gets caught alongside a pillar. He likely is dead here with the first kill for TT. Gives himself a bit of a cleanse with the Mikhails. Got a shield, throws out a Q, but is dead. They burn a lot of people's time and teleports to make that happen, but they do kill the support. Cost them a Tier 2 in mid. They'll try and get a Tier 1 top, which should be okay. Shanks is here. Oh, lordy, there's some damage. Shanks throws down the rocket belt and the combo. In goes Breathe with the footwork and the Pathmaker. Tarzan's here as well now. All the while, look at Hope. He's taking the inhibitor turret. They don't care about the fight. They care about delaying the recalls. They've stopped another one. No, not quite. Breathe just shy on the Untofo strikes. It's still going to be this mid lane tier 2, I think. It is. It's going to fall. I don't think Olaf's there in time. It's bloody close, but there it goes. AL played that out very smoothly. Oh, thank you for the gift sub, Becca. Appreciate you. Oh, 1Q is most of John Howe's health bar. The 180 to 90 minute game in the ULCS. Yeah, well. There was also that, the very famous Jinner versus SKT. Sidin versus Azir. Teddy the Fountain Laser. There. Be good. Yep. And he does indeed have the Magi, so more move speed, especially with the Swift March as well. She's very quick on her feet. Molten Shield gives speed up. Magi's, Swift Marches. Yeah, that'll do. Wondering what Tarzan's going third here. We've got another Dirk. Could justify a couple different things. Edge of Night, Humble Glaive, Oast Blade if you really need it. Oh, where did our audio go? Comes back. Oh, CC change on how. It's cleansed. Mikhails is there, but again, down to half, and the Rundle is not very happy. Rundle's not great into burst. Especially if he doesn't get ahead of the game. Still going to be forced to reset. Barrier down off Arn as well. 3 items for Hope on the other side, who's got an Infinity Edge, Hex Optics, and Rapid Fire. Very long range, very safe, into a relatively squishy composition. Especially from the position they're in, like Olaf and Trundle are tanky with an asterisk, right? They like to be ahead of the game. They need to kind of lifesteal their way through a lot of difficulties. There's no real enchanter behind them. An idea where Tarzan is. At least TT have got some vision towards this bot side of the river. It's giving them an angle in. It's only going to be the most fun. No flankers yet. Olaf coming down. Dragon down to 7,000 HP. Hero on the flank will be spotted. They go further over. Tarzan in the pit. Be a little bit careful. Grass blade to hand. Curtains. Balled, but no one really answering at this point. Okay, the Sante turned golden, but the smite fight is won by Tarzan. Lands Screamer's player talent onto a couple. used largely to disengage the subjugators down. Now Keshi a little bit alone on that far side. Will get pulled back with the Interval Strikes. There's a Ragnarok in turn, left at 10%, unable to stick around and lifesteal his way through. Tarzan not really in the fight, but then again, neither is the Olaf. Pathmaker forward. Shanks looking for a stun. Will force a flash from Ark, who would otherwise have been caught in the Bears' snares, as Tarzan just solo killed the Olaf with, okay, a little assist from everyone else because they got involved recently enough, but still, oof, no Ragnarok, and that means easy enough kill with a flash Q. Breathe trading with Junhao. 3-level discrepancy. Yeah, that's not I don't think, mate. I'd back away. Nearly the Flame Horizon in the jungle kind of situation. Oh dear. Haru's got a Shadow Flame. Again, right call. Especially if he can get damage on anyone not named Cassante. I'll look again. There's the Tempered Fate to try and deny Tarzan and Breathe. Is understandable, but then it's just a smite fight that's won by the Kiana, who throws down the Grass Blade, gets in, nabs it. Haru can't quite find what they're looking for. Gets some good damage down, but again, without the charm, no real threat onto that Kiana, who has now completed the Edge of Night we were wondering about. GA next. Very defensive build from Tarzan. That does make him quite hard to bring down. That's the implication of the BF sword anyway. Hang on, Junhao. Junhao, not sure about this, mate. Be a good subjugate, gets it only onto Kyle, really. The Temper Fate lands. Hope is going to be immediately cleansed there by his support. Tarzan will Edge of Ixtal one more down. The Supreme Display of Talent is wide. In goes the Olaf, trying to get onto Hope. There's so many shields, they just don't have the damage. Not from this far behind. Kamikaze Berserker goes in, and it's a one-way trip. Finds his way to Valhalla, I suspect. But not to a game victory. That'll be Baron. And with it, the game. At this point, TT, it would take AL fumbling repeatedly for them to find their way back in. Maybe an excellent pick by the likes of Peru and Feather onto someone like Tarzan, someone like Hope, getting that for free and snowballing that forwards might be your way in, but we're talking 5% chances here, minimum. Maximum. From this position, AL should win 99% of their games, really. Soul Point Baron and nearly 15,000 gold. Yeah, that'll do it. That gold nucleated in some fantastic positions as well. It's a 6,000 gold lead in the jungle. And a Flame Horizon, by the way. Congratulations to Tarzan. He's now got a GA. So 4 levels, 6,500 golds. There's a genuine world where Tarzan gets to level 18 before Junhao gets to 14. And then we're in a position where Tarzan has 5 levels, 6,000 gold, and a Flame Horizon, which is kind of wild. Why would you say that, Sam? Now TT's going to come back somehow by Casticus? I mean, my powers are potent indeed. TT's not good enough even if AL throws? Probably. We'll see. But yes, I think largely I agree. Haru's on the flank. This is not a bad idea. Temper Fate well wide. Forces him back. Steps glad about it. Haru on the other side just gets immediately one-shot. There's an Olaf here, but it is a last gasp. Thunder Talk, I appreciate the attempt to walk the walk. There's a supreme display of talent, though, and Ard is very dead. Audacity, Edge of Ixtal to follow up onto the Bards. And the world collapses under the weight of AL's fury. They'll blow up the Nexus turrets. They'll blow up the Nexus to follow. Junhao at the very least gets a level up off the kill onto The Addy diving the fountain, loses her, stacks up the first kill that Shanks had given up all game. But very, very convincing from AL in that last game. Needed to be after a dodgy rest of the series, I think, but that was very domineering. Hello, folks. Initialise here, taking you through the rest of the day. As you may have noticed, myself and Nymaera are somewhat under the weather. Doing our best to stay alive and functional through it all.
好的，让我们再次恭喜
Let's go listen
AL
to
战
the
队也是
interview.
让
If
一
you want
第
to
二
support
拿
us,
下
do
本
consider
场比赛的胜
subscribing
利。我
using
们
your
邀
Twitch
请到
Prime.
后选手来接
There's
受
a
我们的
copy
采
link.
访，有请。
And otherwise, making sure you're following us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the various socials.
恭喜你们啊！最终还是有惊无险的拿下本场比赛的胜利。那首先，其实纵观今天的整场 BO3，你觉得有哪些是意料之中发挥很亮眼的，又有哪些意料之外呢？
我觉得意料之中就是赢下比赛吧，就是2-3把，然后意料之外的话就是第一把有些失误，然后比较可惜吧，输掉第一把。
那其实我们就要把思绪回到第一把了。第一把的阵容啊，跟昨天对阵京东第2局的时候是完全一致的，但是昨天其实是把阵容的上限打出来了，今天是似乎没有打出很好的效果。你觉得失利的最重要的原因是什么呢？
我就感觉第一把大家都不是很在状态吧，就是不在状态，然后有点手伸，然后2-3把就好了。然后第一把也有些沟通的失误。
确实调整的很迅速啊。而且第2局的话，先是我们的呼吸他也是打出了一个现优嘛，也是辐射到全队了。那第2局其实一整局都在给对面制造很大的压力，但是对面其实也是选择了一套善于打架的阵容，在后期还是有反扑的空间的。那你们是如何做到压缩他们的反扑空间的呢？第2局。
就是第2局大家装备都比较好吧，然后就是站住位置去打他们的前排，就比较容易能赢下游戏。
第2局还是比较顺利的。你觉得在来回拉扯的这个第2局整局的比赛当中，哪个是关键的胜负手呢？还记得吗？
我觉得主要就是兑现优势吧，然后就是一步一步的运营，然后主要是兑现的优势。
还是标准的 AL 的一个运营局，先是在对线的时候就打出了一定的优势，那么后期就非常的舒服了。第3局就更是轻松了。有没有想到第3局会如此顺利？你觉得能够比较顺利拿下最重要的原因是什么？
我觉得第3局也是我们就是上中下好像对线都是优势吧，都是能推线的英雄，所以就比较顺利。
阵容其实也选得非常的舒服嘛，但是我还是注意到有一波你的操作很帅啊，10分钟左右河道团那一波打出了一波很完美的攻势，那之后也是来到了一个5000的经济差嘛。当时那一波的话，你是怎么去配合中野完成那波进攻的呢？还记得吗？
当时就是我们装备比较好吧，然后对面开我们的人没有开到，然后就被我们抓到了机会。
大家的沟通其实也是非常及时的嘛。那么第2局、第3局可以说回到了 AL 的一个整局的状态，最终也是拿下了本场比赛的胜利。那么拿下这场之后的话，我们也是进入到了第9个大胜场。目前呢，积分榜也是在榜首的一个位置。那你觉得回顾这一段大家比赛的一个发挥，你们是渐入佳境型的，还是说稳扎稳打型的呢？就是最近一段大家的发挥，你觉得大家是渐入佳境，还是说我们一直是稳扎稳打的？
我觉得就是渐入佳境吧，好像我们第一把经常比较可惜，然后2-3把能追回来。
还是能够追回来的。我觉得最终能够拿下比赛的胜利，这个才是最重要的。那今天其实现场有很多风雨无阻来支持你们的粉丝朋友们，相信在整个的过程当中，尤其是第1局失利的时候，给了你们很多的能量。那此时此刻的话，有什么话想要对大家说吗？
就是很感谢来支持我们的粉丝吧，然后就是下雨天也想跟他们说辛苦了吧，也很不容易。
希望大家也可以注意安全。那其实后续的话还有3个比赛嘛，也是希望我们后续 AL 能够带给我们更多的惊喜。也谢谢Hope接受我的采访。那本场的赛后采访就到这里，让把时间交给解说席。
Oh, very nice to see that. Who's going to get MVP here? Hope or Tarzan, probably. I think they both played really well there. Ugh. It was kind of an ensemble performance. Honestly, Shanks was also very good there. Hello, grumpiest Zareth. Oh boy, how are you all doing? Hope for MVP, woohoo, yeah I know. This was not a close last game. No, AL just dismantled TT. Every lane. I think Hope played a good Caitlyn. I think, honestly, I think it's Shanks who gets my MVP vote. I think he was fantastic on that Annie. Hi. I hope Alex feels better soon. Yeah, unfortunately we're both a bit unwell, which is not great timing. It'll be Shanks as the MVP. I kind of called that one. He was rather good. All right, folks. It'll be Tarzan as MVP of the series, and I think that is probably fair. That's probably fair. Yeah, there might be a last couple games have been at the end of the season. We don't know. My assumption is it's Flandre today still. There's been a fair amount of different rumors going around as to exactly what's going on there as ever. So the honest answer is we're going to keep it what's on screen for now. Okay, I'm going to have myself another coffee. And go from there. Oh. Hello, chat. Oh, my voice is cracking.
我看 T 吧，我看 T 吧，你们站那边，我要看这河系啊，我一定要打这河系。哎，看我，我踢了，回来，我要看，AD 没闪，我有生哥的。对，我断了，瞎子没闪，我死不了，帮我，瞎子没闪的，对，中了一波了，nice 啊！
他们要进去了，我来了，还有，我拉一场，先级西跳的人，我怕先破，他们他们拉走了，推中，潘子打了，盘刀吗？打了，没闪，看潘子命不在，第一针他命不在，
哎，他打了，你没打，还有表的，没事，
看雷子，看我这，下一波，他们有闪，我有，往前走，不要怕，上一波。
往下，
他敲我了，哎呀，中了，
往前压狠一点，其实可以，我们优势很大的。
哎，他们拉，我在前面，
看无力，
狐狸死了，回炮，拉布，我有，看拉布，一波，第3秒，我有看8针。
没事，这种局你死了都无所谓的，可能。
这肯定不想死啊！大家肯定不想死啊！保护王哥，不能让王哥再死了。
王哥可以死呀，伟大呀！
Keep it raw, wanting more. You're gonna clap my style, you don't play with it. I adore shaking floors. You wanna match my vibe, you ain't taking it. Hit it, quit it, take it to the limit. All eyes on me, live it, be it, how you wanna see it.
Weird AI ad here. Hey Harold, good to see you, mate. They went the distance, kind of. We might be in a position where it is the fabled 9 game day.
Baby, give me what you got. Give me, give it to me now. Give me, give it to me now. Give me, give it to me now. All that's left to do is tell you now. Baby, give me what you got.
Oh. Nine game days of the stamina test, I know, right? What? Not great when you're feeling well, though. Well, yes. I've had better days on that front. I've had better days on that front, it must be said. Sam not feeling well? No, I haven't been for a couple of days, unfortunately. Kind of one thing after another, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. Wonder if I've got a hotkey set up on my laptop or something that's a bit different to my PC. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, thank you everyone for coming and helping out. Again, if you do want to help support us, do consider subscribing with a regular sub. Pushing for Partner Plus, we are actually really, really close. So I'd appreciate it for everyone who does do that. Don't want to leave already? Okay, bye. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. It was unintentional. Oops.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛苏州主场周即将开始。
这个真好看，多好看！谢谢。
只有 S 吗？我弄10块钱啊。
可以啊，我可以抽。现在只抽一次。对对对。谢谢。
金正红加油！
谁言天地宽，老朱老魔带我们再冲一次。
还是11，还是对不起，还是你猫咪皮肤，周礼杰。哇！
哦。
来，谁知道答案的？
来，someone listening on these.
来 ，See night， 恭喜你回答正确，让你来。
RIP。
没错，一起来回顾到精彩的比赛吧，加油！
加油！
其实不管我们想拿到什么成绩，都是现在的就常规赛的状态更重要吧。打好每场的比赛，然后准备好每场的比赛吧。
那个德章打得很好，德章。
看看我的面子，给了我。
就我们现在也4连胜嘛，然后比起之前的话，我觉得我们找到我们一套适合属于我们胜利的方式了。哦，想起来了。就希望有机会能够进到决赛。
Always fun to listen in.
저희 팀원들도 뭐 양재나 약간 우주도 그랬지만 펑이도 새로운 펑이도 되게 성격이 정말 좋고 이제 저랑 약간 지내기가 너무 좋은 선수들이라 그래서 뭔가 게임 하는 게 불편함이 아예 없어서 그냥 그게 너무 좋아요.
我们恭喜深圳 RIP。
确定了吗？确定了，nice 啊，来吧。
BLG 今天轻取到了 TT， 让我们恭喜 BLG。
可以了。 不能怕，再怕没办法了。
老干爹以2比0击败了 TES， 让我们恭喜老干爹！
恭喜老干爹！我们这一训练赛一直输，没想到今天团队打的真还行。我说实话，现在每一把对我们压力都很大，所以每一把都很关键，赢谁都会很开心啊。更何况是我们现在赢的是排名第1的队伍，肯定更开心。
就不仅赢下来对我们也开心，然后也会让一些支持我们的人好开心嘛。就是从现在开始，大家一起全力以赴吧。
Hello， 各位观众朋友们，大家好，我是今天的 LPL 特派员管泽元。今天啊，我将驾驶比亚迪旗舰新贵海豹08前往 LNG 的主场观赛。你好，小迪，帮我导航到阳澄湖边境馆。这个后轮转向有点丝滑啊。兄弟们，咱们现在已经到了 LNG 的主场了，那咱们就一会儿现场见。好的，兄弟们，现在已经进到了场馆的里面了。你可以看到我身后的观众朋友们已经在排队了。这会儿距离比赛开始还有一小段时间，咱们先去看看场馆外围的设施。走，兄弟们，来现场比亚迪海洋展位互动就可以领精美的礼品。来现场也别忘了来咱们这个小转盘跟投票箱前一起看一看。
Always cool hearing from Teddy.
太火热了，大哥，你比电视上要帅。
别，谢谢，这是真话。我们这个观众太热情了，我来拍点东西，直接被抓住了。欢迎来到 LNG 主场 ，LPL 加油！那接下来我们就会在场馆里考考粉丝朋友们。我们今天的问题是一句话证明你看过 LPL。如果你问我的话，我会说没问题啊，我们的3射手。这一看老粉啊，来吧，用一句话证明你看过 LPL。
我们是冠军，我们又是冠军，我们总是冠军。
我已经在研究 MSI 的对手了。
OK， 厂长粉丝
，UZI 没什么好研究的吧？两级伤害就完事了。我已经很久没有听到管哥说等乌兹3件套了。
我也很想等乌兹3件套了。
这个贾克斯，军中无戏言。
我不用说话，我这一个动作就可以了。
行。这个很有历史感的队服，用一句话证明你看过 LPL。
Kill 王朝啊
！Viper 马上要拥有第2个皮肤了。
我其实还好，
我挺好的，我一直都挺好的。
我会把你打回现实的。 观众王来了，今年是 LPL 最有希望的一年，
肯定有希望。
They're always cute to see these interactions. Bit of fan culture where you can find it.
哥哥的伟大无需多言，我们泡沫也要加油，泡沫！
来吧，李雄男，用一句话证明你看过 LPL。
打 LNG 2级抓下就完事了。
切尔汪扯了。 大家这个回答五花八门啊，不知道屏幕前的您觉得怎么样？反正如果有意思的话，可以在弹幕跟我们一起互动一下。那咱们一会儿就赛场见了，大家观赛开心，拜拜。
Back to the studio for now. Boom, boom, doo, doo. Do 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 do. Should be getting onto stage shortly though. Here comes BLG. Blondra, indeed, the starting top today. Not exactly a surprise, but worth keeping our eyes on nonetheless. Fourth straight world appearances. Number one, of course, Edwards Gaming did 24 to 2018. 2014 rather, 18. RNG and Billy tied number 2. But EDG for the longest time were practically synonymous with LPL international appearances. Big champ pool diversity as ever from BLG. WE only a pick behind. But a pretty diverse split as ever. They were clearly copying a certain LPL cast who wore a G2 jersey with a BLG jersey underneath the G2 offices. Yeah, how on earth would that spread all the way to China? Well, yes. Well, yes. Key player is looking like it'll be our junglers, and I think that is the correct choice. Hugely important to both their teams. Monkey had a great showing just yesterday, if memory serves. BLG being given the 2-1. I think that's probably about right. With BLG on their current form, I think WE have definitely got it in them to take a game here, minimum. If they can find a bit more than that, will be perhaps another story, but possible nonetheless. Excited to see what they can do.
欢迎来到前彩环节，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是 BLG 战队的昂选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助圈。
欢迎。那首先呢，最近是刚刚锁定了季后赛的名额嘛，同时也是提前锁定了全球总决赛的晋级席位。对于现阶段的话，队伍还有哪些目标想要去完成呢？
现阶段的目标就是。
Hey, minuscule meat minus. Appreciate you for the resub.
也是希望能够打好每一场比赛。
Yes,
那马上要对阵的 WE 嘛，
hear.
他们也是一支进攻爆发力很强的队伍。结合最近他们的表现，你觉得今天下午要做好哪些准备和应对呢？
其实面对 WE， 我觉得最主要的就是在对面创造人数差的时候，我们要去做更好的拉扯。
也是期待你们今天的表现了，加油！
There's the drink.
同样呢，我们也邀请到西安 WE 的 Cube 选手，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安曲线 WE 战队参赛选手 Cube。
欢迎 Cube。昨天呢，恭喜你们又是打了一场漂亮的胜仗，你的表现也让人眼前一亮。那今天又要迎来一场硬仗，对阵到 BLG， 信心怎么样呢？
就昨天的胜利，给我们的信心增长比较大吧。就今天。 就会对我们的比赛有帮助吧，我觉得。还是很有信心的。那参考上一轮交手 BLG 的经验，你觉得今天要在哪些方面做得更好，才能把比赛带入到你们的舒适区呢？因为上一场打 BLG 的话，我们下去复盘，知道我们自己的问题是什么嘛，所以我们就是要把这些问题改掉吧。
好的，也期待你们的表现了，加油！
Here they come, on stage.
Billy
Gaming
BLG.
Knight Thunder Shin Viper on.
And then, of course, their contenders, WE, who've been on a fantastic tear of late.
Xian Team WE.
Monkey, the captain, leading the way. Hey, thank you for the sub. Gifted there by Esteban John. Been very generous over the last few days, and much love is appreciated. We're on a bit of a hype train, even. All aboard, folks. Welcome on Fistful as a result. Come say hello while we wait to get everyone involved.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛，苏州主场周第4日第3场比赛，BLG 对阵西安 WE 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Captain's fist bump. Prepare for additional violence. This should be a fun one. Whoa! Hello, Judy. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Appreciate you. Welcome on into the community. Last series of the day. Come on. Absolutely much love for that. That is hugely generous of you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart from Alex, I'm sure, as well. Would be saying the same thing. Will be saying the same thing. Just tomorrow in a bit of a hype trade here as well. And a good time to have it. We edge our ways towards Billy Gaming versus WE. This should be a pretty killer series. Should just wait now to get through all of this usual shenaniganery. Shenanigans. The usual setup deals. It does feel like our time between games, particularly between series, it's kind of expanded a little bit because, of course, everyone is in the same space. This shouldn't, on the whole, take too long, we've got to hope. We'll find out. Looks like we should be in fairly shortly to our first draft of this series. So, level 6 hype train, appropriate for this one. Orion, Syndra Vi. Big mid lane focus as it stands. Yeah, the Ori casts feel pretty regular at this point. Viper is waiting for sleep, but it's a relatively late evening for him. Danny there with his customary suit style. Ari ban. Interesting. Not normally one we see first round, but again, Karis is very good at the champion. Akali's still going to be up. Last ban from WE. Poppy's been done here. Some of the junglers have been done here. Ezreal's been done here, and Ezreal will be taken away from Viper again. Ryze still up. Ryze gets locked. Karis could theoretically look at something like an Anivia, but Anivia in general really hasn't been seen quite as regularly as she was earlier in the split. Earlier in the year, frankly. Could also look for that Poppy combo. A little bit dangerous then to give Shun something like the Lee Sin, though. But hey, that's kind of happening regardless. Probably jungle mid, I'm imagining here. Could also look for a support if you want it. And go that route. Nautilus, Bard, something along those lines. It'll be the Nautilus for WE, where Ura has been something of a specialist. Annie was also my option, because I think my initial thought was Annie Lee Sin would be my first two picks. Vayne's been left up. Some fun hovers from Shun. Could be also the Ziggs Camille here to have the double global plus that Hextech ultimatum to lock people in. Shun has been putting a lot of time into the Neferi because that's also been a very regular ban. If you want those junglers, Jarvan, Neferi, Lee Sin, I think really are your top options. I think in Shun's hands, it'll probably be the Neferi. Snowballs very well. Good dive option. And then the amount of tower diving we've seen is very, very strong. Add in a Rumble. Realistically means if they do that, they aren't going to find an AP bot laner, but that might not be a bad thing anyway. Takes away from Cube. Thank you all for the hype train. That was pretty damn awesome. Appreciate you all coming and supporting us there with all of those subs. Judy in particular with that big old gift bomb. Lee Sin, as I wondered about earlier, will get involved here. Wembo's also managed to hurt their arm, which is really frustrating for them. So hopefully they recover swiftly and it won't be too much of an issue on their playing career. Second phase of bans incoming. Oh. Good lord. Who are your ads? Why are you like this? Disappear. There we go. Et voila. Let me pull up chat again so I can see you all. Hi, chat. Banish the ads. Be gone. Precisely. Poppy, Alistair banned second phase. Cassante banned away from Cube. Might also be a Jace ban here, just as comfort option. But again, you've got Annie Lee Sin. The Jace would be annoying. Yorick. It's safer in a side lane than a Jace. Scale's better too. Could Ambessa the Rumble. You tend to lose the early lane and then come back once you've got a Hex Drinker in your first item. But you've already got Nautilus and Annie to set you up. Very possible to follow up very well on those from a long way away. Oh, this would be fun. We've seen a little bit of Kalista coming back here and there. Ruler's been pulling it out and that kind of thing. And it is locked. Okay. Kalista Renata. You are into very heavy dive here, actually, as WE. Lee Sin, Ambessa, Nautilus all coming in. Annie's not exactly long range either. The Xerath might be annoying for you here as an attempted answer. But still has to be quite careful because, again, your skill shots are very... Kalista's got more ways than most AD carries of dodging out of your skill shots, especially if you're just good. Because she just hops everywhere. So that ability to reposition is very, very annoying. They're going to go to the Varus instead for more lane dominance. Viper Kalista. That's a spicy one. That is a spicy one. So, BLG, very, very potent mid-game. Same with WE. In fact, honestly, WE with their burst comp of the mid jungle need to snowball early. Otherwise, I think they are going to fall off in terms of their consistent damage. You on the other side for BLG. I think they've got the better early lanes. I think Ryze will have more of a shove into the Annie. I think Rumble's going to have shove into the Ambessa. I think you've got the Kalista lane that will beat the Varus Nautilus too. I think BLG have got the more well-rounded comp. I think they play side lanes better. I think the 5v5 should be pretty dangerous. The only thing that does get a little bit nervy is the fact that Kalista could get popped every now and then. Your range isn't fantastic. And of course, you've still got to be aware of the full pit combo that WE can do. It's playable for both teams. I think I favor BLG's draft there. Let's run some last second ads and get into game for what could be our... or could be a, rather, critical playoff match. WE, one of the teams that managed to push BLG going into MSI. Got that upper bracket win against them. To the Rift, some Gyos.
全军出击
BLG
哇 Strong on both sides. I think it might actually even be in favor to WE there, even. Viper's going to have to cleanse at the level 1. Karis left pretty low here. The Monkey just gets the kill on Knight. Very good early gank there. That's a level 2 gank. Wasn't expecting that, I don't think. On's being chunked out a bit here as well. This is really good from W. They're 2-0. They're 2-0. Off an early station. It's important where the kills have gone as well. That's mental. Monkey gets to 2-0. Knight's fallen. On's fallen. Shun's going to go for this in favor. That's 1,000 gold early. And Monkey of all players to give that gold to as well. Best jungler pre-5 minutes in the world? Quite possibly. Blue invade into level 2 gank. Shun's now going to look at Karis. This is probably a very dead Annie. Flash away, flash forward to get those last Arc and Daggers. They will get a kill back. Nicely done. Back on the board, BLG. Stabilizing. Of course, Karis having already blown his TP. That sucks, actually, for Karis. Did we see Renata die? Yeah, just during the Gyos, and I didn't speak too much because there was a Gyos happening, and I went, violence. And then Monkey with that level 2 gank was very, very clean. We'll reset now, 2-0. This will be a nasty first back. I'm assuming possibly even Caulfields. Didn't get the full clear, though, so it might just be double longswords. Actually, bot side's now in a spot of interesting bother. Yeah, no, it is a full Caulfields and longsword. Bloody hell. Yeah, no, Monkey's real scary right now. Nice pierce. Karis hit with the Essence Flux. Actually, it was a Rune Prison that just didn't have the Essence Flux, so it didn't root. Just the slow. Flandra scrap shielding out that initial cunning swipe. Yeah, level 2 gank on that blue invade was really clean as well. Got Monkey very, very ahead here. Hook lands onto Viper. Nice shot. Puts Viper into a tricky spot to start the bailout, I suppose, if needed. Ooh, good hook from Era. Mid lane play, the stun's in. I think Knight's just dead. The flash out means he doesn't die. Still another good gank. I'll get the additional summoner. Would die to, I think, a Q from the Lee Sin. Be a little bit careful there. Collects the wave under the turret. Flandra resetting. TP on the wall will delay cubes back as a result. Steel cap's complete. So when you consider you're into the Lee Sin as well, nice early buy there. Very difficult to gank and secure a kill now onto this Rumble. Equalize to interrupt the back. Doesn't even need to, just the Electro Harpoon. Now Cubes actually had his back reset twice. That's unfortunate. Monkey should pick up this early dragon though. Wave's been held fairly deep as well. This is really good for Flandra. Especially now that they know the Lee Sin's on the far side. Better deny a few minions there. Hook. Cross. Looks like they might be lane swapping or doing something to try and stop this top side play. They're really rotating over here. Are we sure? Knight doesn't have a flash. Knight, you know they're there. What are we doing? Monkey survives. Knight gets to walk away. On in front line. The Essence Flux of the Overloads are firing. On Consulas gets a damage. Actually, that's a huge amount of damage. Onto Monkey, the Equalizer tags. The burn is good enough, and they get a kill onto him. That was a very odd sequence of plays. On flashes away from the piercing arrow. As about when looking for that coming out of that mid lane line bush. Well, that was certainly a sequence of events. Scuttle Crab claimed that will be level 6 for Shun, or would be, with half a camp more. Should get it off these Krugs or this red buff. Really good roam down from Flandra there to get that kill. And WE's early gold lead has disappeared. Viper has to flash. Does have level 6 now, but that's really nice from about. Had to be aware with Ura around as well. Would potentially have been in danger if he stuck around and fought. Punished for trying to get that wave shoved. Clears up those wolves. BLG back there, winning ways. It stands. Good gold lead for Flandra, for Knight. Not bot lane. The Callista. And a little bit of gold here. Assuming that assist in the initial plate. And helping out there. Yeah, Viper doesn't quite have that bot side yet. Could have it now. There we go. That will even things back up again. Ooh, pick off onto the Nautilus. It's an early level 6 here, actually. Step around more in lane they might otherwise have done. Tries to hook out. Flash in. The Dark and Daggers. Last bit of lead. And an Eviscerate. Pick up the kills. Nicely done. Ura doing a bit of a vision trek. Punished. Grub's being taken on the other side. So Monkey continuing to stack these objectives to get the early dragon. And BLG kind of in there triaging. Did have to seed some of those objectives. Still, gives them a lot of priority bot lane. Cubes being fully zoned off this wave of the turret. For the plate to Viper. Wave denied from Cube. Flondra with the equalizer, of course, is a little harder to prevent from getting to a wave. Knight walks in front of Error to deny hook, just to let him hook out anyway. I know. Done, they caught him. Knight kills off that wave. CC chain, Essence fucks in. Monkey with the safeguard to Karis. Can't fight the Sonic Wave after. Ghost was burned by Knight just in case, especially with Era roaming as well. Very aggressive mid-jungle. Or jungle support as well, really. On is around. Dragons, 20 seconds. BLG have the Scuttle Crab. There's that ward in the banana bush, though, that is unscouted. And that's giving WE a fair amount of information from the river. Both junglers doing really good jobs. Yeah, I think that's fair. Monkey had a really good start to the game. Shun's done a fantastic job of coming back into it after. Viper up 10 CS at this point. Not quite at the static shiv. Would love that, but I don't think it's going to happen quite here. About similarly not quite at the Ghost Blade. Voltaic done for Shun. Eclipse for Monkey. Probably our major breakpoints here, especially around this dragon, should we see a fight over it on the spawn. Cube resetting, Flondra resetting. Another look in at Knight. Who's swift to retreat to that lion bush top side of the map. Big fight in the jungle. Flondra gets a kill onto Monkey. As the equalizer came crashing down on that Lee Sin. About is in danger. There's a bailout. There's a resetting. Hound's pursuit. And 3 members of WE are left to the wolves, or I suppose, the Darkin Dogs. Nice set of kills. Viper gets a singular assist, but that'll do just fine. Knight, on the other hand, happily involved in absolutely everything there. Cube doesn't join. So Karis starts off with a bit of a stun onto On. They land the Sonic Wave, but this is great. The hostile takeover, though, has already come crashing through, and Monkey does not kill On, and ends up eating a faceful of Zaunite chemicals. Shun Realm walks in. Gets the kill onto Karis, knowing About has nowhere to go. And that pick onto On weren't so easy. We're now looking at On. He's going to handshake Ura back. The hook goes wide. There's the loyalty probe. Karis sees quite a lot of damage. Overcomes About the piercing arrow. Even the 4v3, them a little nervous if Ura's going to have the flash. Indeed, as the red comes on through the static shift. Stacking spears everywhere. One of those changes to static shift that's made it a great item on the Callista. It's every proc of the static shift puts a spear into everything it's lightnings to. $3,500 gold now for BLG as the lead. And they stop that dragon stacking. Oh, Monkey, I'm not sure about this, mate. Oh, kicked out. Loses the red buff, though. Yeah, he might still end up in a position here where Shun goes forward, but that smite would have been a little challenging, I think. This does give the upgraded smite to Shun. Monkey gets it here. Viper gets his red buff. Always dangerous on Callista because you want those slows to keep running at people. You can see there how the static shift puts a spear and everything. Really, really nice. If you can do that into sort of like a Pierce Rend combo, you can actually get a lot of spears onto somewhere. Very, very scarily because you can sort of... if you kill things with spears in them and like, you shunt through with a pierce, you can send the spears into the next target behind, and there's some really nasty combos you can do with like all the minions dying to a pierce and the spears that were in them all going into The character behind for an instant rend, really, really silly. Knight split pushing away on this rise. Up 30 CS or so here. Ooh, Karis, that's not pretty. Again, you do hit a point where the rise becomes pretty untenable in the side lane. Shun eviscerates over the wall. Bass going to try and clear out this way. But again, it's a burst comp where two of your champs supposed to be doing the bursting are now behind in gold. All of them are, in fact. But yeah, 2,000 lead for the mid lane is problematic. And Knight is just getting to play side lane for free. Cube's at least gotten some free time of his own. Flandra's been careful that he knows he's been weak siding. Dropped to about 10 CS to Cube as a result of that, but it has given Knight very much strong side duty, and Flandra's still ahead in gold, so this wave should still get evened up relatively easily. Has still got the equalizer, but he needs to clear a wave out anytime soon. Shown on the Raptor camp. Smites it away as Era comes over. Minute and a half till Dragon. Are we doing the toss Knight into the side lane? 15 minutes in, we wonder why he's 4 levels up on his enemy mid laner again. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's about right. 2 levels up already. Herald goes down. Knight starts on the other side. He's up so much gold, guys. Herald immediately mid. Minute till Dragon. I don't think BLG care that much about it because they've delayed the Dragon stacking. Normally, if you're running a Callista comp, you want to see the Dragon stacked in your favor because of the rend, but hey, Monkey's could at least trade on that other side, but Flon's going to get that top side turret. Overcomes Knight. They'll get a big chunk into the mid lane as well. 3 plates there. With the hostile taker, we've got to be a little bit careful as the Darkening Daggers land, and the Static Shiv also procs for a few more spears. Pull that rend out for another little slow. Flandra's given his own alone time now.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Be a reset there for the full Leandries. Realm Warp towards this wave. Not that long range as yet, so happy enough to do that. Get that wave shoved ahead of the Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Are BLG interested in fighting it? There's that initial gold lead from the really good ganks and invades, and immediately BLG kind of start triaging and coming right back into it. Items largely at parity here, aside from in jungle, where there is a second item completed for Shun. That could be problematic. Monkey smites away that Raptor camp. I guess maybe Rise is always just in another realm. Incredible. Incredible Mecha fanboy. With the puns. Send him straight to room prison. Twitch police. Cube is so dead. The teleport in for the equalizer. The burn is there. Flashes towards his team. Where's everyone else? On's over here. And the Sonic Wave's wide. Cube is so dead. Yeah, hand shook back towards the rest of BLG. Yep. Very nicely done. Oh, there's no Baron to take. Just side laning to be done. So yeah, Knight walks over. Cube sees this ward, walks in to try and take it, and ends up finding Knight there. There's already a TP in from Flandre, or there's just a roam down from Flandre for the equalizer. Forces Cube to flash the wall so he doesn't hit on the red carpet. Does it the public execution. So despite WE having a few members in the river, they're not actually able to defend Cube that well on nice fancy feet there. 5,000 gold lead to BLG at 19 odd minutes. They continue to snowball very aggressively as a team. WE kind of working together as a three-man unit to clear out vision, ensure they have a path towards this Baron. You have got a Neferi, a Callista, Rumble with that burn, even Rise with the ability to cycle through so many of those abilities. You do actually have very good Baron damage here, especially with the Rage Blade now completed as well. So be a bit wary about leaving that Purple Worm unscouted for too long. If BLG look absent on the map, might be pulling a T1. Monkey on his wolves. Shun was around. Death stands second for Monkey. Wants to be able to stay in the fight and not get blown up. And I don't blame him. I think he's going to go in relatively lonely here until the likes of an Ambessa can follow up. Will try their best as well here. Shun. Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. We'll call the pack. Does get popped. That's really good. Rune Prison's down. There's so many members. I think this might be really good for WE. Flash away from Fondra, but he's got a big shield. The hostile takeover just in case people kept going. Pick off there onto Shun, who was around with support, but very nice combo there from WE. And with the jungler down, do they feel like they could threaten a Baron? Probably not. Did wonder there, though, didn't you? Knight just has his rower tick over. That'll be topside turret. Let's deal with some of that gold lead that BLG had rolling. They overstayed their welcome, though. That hail of arrows does slow things down. Realm Warp, they are still going to look for this. No one takes it. Too many members around. They're going to start Baron, aren't they? Certainly going to threaten it. Okay. Should not there, so take it back. Just towards mid lane instead. Dragon's 12 seconds away. That's actually what they were looking at. That makes much more sense. Just slightly weird pathing. With Callista with 2.5 items, you probably could do that. Getting Mountain Soul Point would be very obnoxious here. BLG again with the 4,000 gold lead are pretty scary. No flash on Monkey or Shun. Not on Flandre either. Monkey gets into the banana bush, and BLG are going to be forced to back out of this space, losing a lot of control of their vision because they put a lot of it topside. Yeah, they might pull off this and go towards Baron instead. Look where all their wards are. They can't go into the river, so they're going to try and threaten here. Alright, pull back on. We'll get the flash as a result. Hook wide. Heal burn by On to give Viper a little bit of extra move speed. Knight's gone for a Medjay second. He's got a Medjay, by the way, alongside everything else. On gets taken low, but there's the Fate's Call. That equalizer is foul. As the Fate's Call keeps them all locked on the barbecue. Hounds pursue onto the Varus. Flash over, and Shun gets his reset. Youch! Tried to pick off On, and it goes very wrong for them. And that'll be Baron. Clean Feed has decided to stutter briefly. Let's see if we can resolve that. We good? Not a good sign. Hello? Clean Feed. Huh. We good? Well, 1 second, guys. Promise we're here. Right, Clean Feed. What's going on here? You good? Is it just died? 1 second. Right, I'm going to turn this off briefly so I don't spoil things I shouldn't. Well, that's unfortunate. How did this happen? Okay, we're in. Cool. And we come back to live and everyone's dying. Is what's happening here. BLG come away after the Baron have killed off Monkey. Flanders, I think it's a great game. He just broke the Clean Feed. Yeah, he did. Knight nearly at a death cap here as well. In fact, let's see whether he gets it on this reset. It is! There's the death cap. This Rise is utterly disgustingly strong. Flandra's done that thing where he's been grouping a lot and not necessarily picking up as much farm as I'd like to have done across this later stage. Knight's kind of been the one to get that resource instead, which is fair enough on the Rise, but still. I think Flandra could have been playing a little bit more selfishly here. Clean Feed, don't do that to me. I thought we were having a nice date. Flandra on, gets kicked, gets himself a heal. In comes that resonating strike, but there's still a cleanse. Fate's call, stays alive, equalizes down, Monkey's tagged. Again with a death dance, he's going to burn out a fair amount here. There's Rise. Starts with the E, maxes the Q. Medjai's third, because of course he did. As now he is rather fed. Death Dance done for Shun. Dragon in 30 seconds. Reminder, they were denied soul point because WE managed to get control of the spot side river. They effectively ended up trading for Baron. BLG are getting to the stage now where things are going to get a little bit spicier. Oh, not again! I forget to turn the camera off as well. 1 second. There we go. Well, just trying to get Huya working. Alright. Monkey eats a bit of damage. The dogs come flying at him. Just managed to clear them out somewhat. Maybe a trade on this mid-tier 1. It'd be a bounty for WE. Looks like they will be allowed to pick that up. And the dragon falls. Soul point for BLG, another win condition for them. I expect they'll look to play around this next Baron and end the game from that. I also think BLG on the whole outscale here. Rise Neferi versus a Yanni Varus. Yeah, Callista's not the greatest scaling, but hey, once you get to a Jack show 4th again, it's going to be very difficult to actually burst her out. And Best is good late. Everyone else is much more of a mid-game champion. Sure, the Lee Sin might be able to pick someone off here or there, but I think it's realistically a 1-for-1. But if ever you do that, it's going to require quite a high level of execution. We asked for more aggressive picks and snowballing from WE. It's not really happened here with this draft, which is unfortunate. No actualizer on the rise. Yeah, I know. Gone for the more consistent option in the side lane. A lot of move speed here now as well, actually, for the rise. With that Medjai's and the rest of it. And the Ghost and the passive and everything else. Fighting around this top side rip is very dark. WE, you do need to come and contest this. Don't find anything there. Viper sent to clear the wave mid. Callista now with the static shiv thing that we've talked about. It's actually got very good wave clear now as well. Ooh, on just wide with that handshake. Very firm indeed. Round warp. Oh, Cube. Uh-oh, he needs to flash. Is it going to matter? Because Knight's going to be able to just run at him. Viper got run out on the other side. Had the flash as well. Monkey might still look at this. Ah, is Monkey now in danger? He might be, you know. Pierce is down. Sonic Wave still wide. That's 2 now that Monkey's missed. Needs to go over the wall with the safeguard. Then goes in, misses the Dark and Daggers. Okay, so you end up trading your flash on Cube for the flash on Viper. Neither pick quite successful. Equalizer tags on 2, but it's buffered through well by the Locket shield. One of the reasons the Rumble fell off once upon a time was Locket really did in. Viper wasn't able to quite get into the Realm Warp, and so there was a flash kick, Sonic Wave, that Viper then flashed away with a different flash, but Viper wasn't in the Realm Warp just about. And Monkey went to try and be a bit creative with it. Dragon 2 minutes away, Baron up, flash in for the hook. Monkey kicks out. Flash. Attempt there for a hook, doesn't find it. That'll be Knight down his flash. Ah, okay, 2 flash down from BLG to not find anything. Still, you got rid of the Dragon's Rage. Side lane's also shoving for BLG, so Cube's gonna have to go and get that. On resets for more wards. BLG are able to find the picks they're looking for. Been stalled out pretty heavily here. Again, they've got Soul in a minute. And I'll wait for that as a win condition here. Might fight over some Raptors. Shun takes it. Monkey doesn't want to follow his Q over the wall there. That resonating strike might have been a moment of Lee syndrome, it must be said. Rumble's voice them out. That's quite high, isn't it? Quite fun. Gold being kind of around this 5,000 to 6,000 for the last few minutes, really. BLG not able to keep things rolling. They're into the river now. WE being asked to come in and fight. The handshake. Nothing more. Dark and Daggers land onto Era. Bleed him for about 10 to 15% of his HP. Decent amount, actually, indeed. Okay, that'll do. Kara's looking. Something a bit more. Can look for a potential play. They know he's there thanks to the Sentinels. Out comes the Equalizer. Era will lock it that. Shun on the Dragon. All of those Rent Spears in makes this a really difficult smite contest. And it's a little early, but it's still going to be a 1 small for BLG. Era on the way out. Goes low. Knight just about surviving. He's in the bailout. Would love to get something more, but there's a golden moment. Knight does get that reset. Cube looking to get on top with the Drake concept, but it's room prison to do so. And that means that Viper can keep on a hopping. Should now chase him Monkey, eviscerate over the wall. The dogs go flying, and this pack looks like they have prey in their eyes, and it's a blind monk. Unfortunately for you, all your chakras, all your meditation won't save you from an early grave. Flondra's Rumble is the one that picks it up. And that'll be Baron and Soul for BLG. And realistically, this first game. They knew where Karis was. The equalizer comes tagging on down. Doesn't quite find what they're looking for. So it does get to be a bit of an interesting smite fight. On and Flondra keeping Cube and Monkey out. There's that Ren smite combo that was a little early, but it doesn't quite matter. And then Knight gets taken down, but he's got a bailout. He's just so tanky. That final Incinerate does actually bring Knight down into the grey health. The Knight gets running away. Cube has to full send to get to him. He gets the room prison on the way down. He does at least get a massive shutdown. That is good for Cube, but, you know, you've still lost Man and Stole. You still lose 4 members. It's not pretty. And the gold lead expands again for BLG. Viper with the Jack Show completed. Shun at 4 items. Flondra not far behind. Rise at 5 items. 5,000 gold up is just pretty monstrous, frankly. CC chain pretty disgusting here. And this turret melts. Finn goes over, throws out some Darkened Daggers. Flash from Flondra out of the public execution attempt. Don't find what they're looking for. Down to pursuit of the carrot. He goes golden. Shun will pull the pack. Is safe. That's a really nasty hostile takeover, though. Knight surviving Monkey's attempt on his life, and now the bleed from the Darkened Daggers and from the Death Dance in his own inventory mean that Monkey falls as well. Mid-jungle falling. 3v5 for WE. And the artist known as Wild Elite. They might be BLG's fodder in this first game. Nexus turrets, sieged and broken by the explosive firepower of BLG in this Nexus. That plus 50 gold will be going their way. WE out of cards to play. Stalled. Well, a little bit of fun there on the fountain with the Chains of Corruption, but About has got nothing left in the tank. Smiles on Shun's face because, of course, there is. And BLG making a convincing Game 1 victory. Hey folks, welcome on in. Initialise here, bringing you the games at the end of this day. We're trying to survive the crazy 3-game days. It's in fact quite a lot. Hello, Ultra. Hey, Zix. Happy Atlas, good to see you as well. You can support us as ever by subscribing. We are trying to push for Partner Plus. We're pretty close, actually. 45 out of 100. The end of the month, we tend to be about 5 short, 10 short. So if anyone is on a gift sub, if anyone's on a Prime sub, consider changing it over to a regular Tier 1, 2, or 3 sub. In fact, Tier 3 give 5 points towards, by the way. You count the same as 5 regular subs. Just saying. But if you do that, you help us push towards Partner Plus, which would be pretty dope. So thank you to all those that do. It would make a huge difference. And if you want to support us anyway, gift subs always appreciated. Prime subs always appreciated. Ko-fi donations always appreciated. Thank you everyone who comes to help out that way. About did a fair amount of damage there on the Poke Varus, but hey, it was Poke Varus. ran out of options, right? You just see it everywhere else. Karis, Monkey, Cube, all doing relatively lackluster damage because they just never got good fights to use them. We didn't see the jungle and mid lane really get snowballed outside of that first 5 minutes, which looked really promising, right? Monkey started 2-0, put Knight into a difficult spot. Are you looking at YouTube chat at all? Not at the minute. I don't have it up in front of me. It's a bit difficult to have on screen. Should I have it up? Is there something I need to keep an eye on? I can pull it up right now. Love you, Sam. Hey, Josh. Good to see you. What happened to Flandre's CS? Did Knight steal a CS? Yeah, kind of. Basically. Got one shot, then bailed out. Yes, he did. I think at WE, they could have had items. They could have won the soul fight. Maybe. It was a close. The spike got weird. Hey, Esteban. Thank you for the gift subs. You pop that out. But hello, folks on YouTube. Lovely to see you all. Get multi-chat up, maybe. But yeah, if I'm in game, I'm struggling to look at lots of chats because I've only got one screen on this setup as it stands. Ugh. But I have got YouTube up. I'll keep an eye on things. Appreciate you all who are in there. And again, Esteban, much love for those gift subs. More than people can today. Wow, incredible stuff. Yes. Okay. Folks, I'm going to get myself a cup of tea and some water. My voice is getting a bit scratchy, and I could just use possibly some more painkillers. So I will return shortly. Go throw the camera up. Let me know who gets MVP, and I shall return shortly.
力。这身皮肤总能胜出。胜利时刻到了。
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双向空悬，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
今晚碾压局，你的车。就这样了吗？或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家好，我是主持人徐悦，我现在所在的位置是苏州 LNG 主场，苏州的朋友们，你们好吗？
好极了！
欢迎你们来到线下，马上要开始的是今天最后一个场间游戏环节了。我们同样为大家准备了精美的礼品，这一次为大家准备的是双城之战音乐秀的门票，想不想要？
想。
好的，那就看你们的表现哦。来到我们的场间游戏环节，这一轮的场间互动呢，叫做赛事知识竞猜。在稍后的大屏幕上，我们的导播会给到一些赛事相关知识的剪影，需要您来回答我们的问题。这一次只需要答对1道题，就可以拿走我们的门票哦。有没有哪位召唤师想第一个尝试一下？好大的呼声，谁？好，那就请我们身边的这位召唤师，准备好了吗？
准备好了。
好的，那请问，在2026 LPL 第3赛段的比赛当中，获得 MVP 最多的3位选手中，被遮挡住的2位是谁？
左边的红色的是塔赞，右边的蓝色的应该是 Night。
那么他的答案是否正确呢？请公布，恭喜你回答正确，实在是太棒了。是的，这个话在我们的赛前也有在数据板当中展示哦。那由我们的工作人员送上了我们双城之战的门票。那接下来还有我们的第2关，来，我右手边的召唤师有没有想参与的？要不要试一下？好，这位戴帽子的小哥你好，可以来到我的身边。是的，那请问，在2026 LPL 第3赛段比赛当中，达到5杀的6位选手当中被遮住的是哪2位选手呢？
第一个是高老，第二个是。
想一想，第2个是谁？他的定妆照是这样的。
老乡。
说他的大名。
Shanks。
是否正确呢？请公布吧。恭喜你，完全正确。那接下来由我们的工作人员送上我们双城之战音乐秀的门票。非常感谢我们所有的召唤师来到线下。那我们的场间活动环节到这里先暂时告一段落。接下来一起来期待精彩的比赛吧。
By the way, that nearly thought we were all dying to missiles. But yes, I was just saying hello to some family who just turned up. Kinda, as a result, hoping this series only goes to 2. So say hello to my family. That would be very lovely. If we get the offer. What did I do? How have I done? What? Oh. Ah. I guess that's... Okay, interesting hotkeys on this laptop. I'll need to resolve that. Okay, sorry about that. That's twice that's happened today. Hello, Slasher. Good to see you, mate. I was thinking, what happened there? I figured it out, guys. Stop pressing buttons! Yeah, kind of. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm ill, chat. You can't be mean to me. Can't be mean. I'm ill. How you doing, Slasher? Sam, what lane do I play? I am a jungler by trade. Evelyn main with sides in Kindred and Elise. And what else do I play? Diana, Maokai, Jace. Jace jungle's fun. I've been picking up Kiana, but I don't know whether I'd take it to ranked. Kiana's quite hard, but yes, jungle. I play ADC's my off role if I play. So glass cannon, yeah, basically. I enjoy glass cannon stuff. Though I tend to play Diana Bruiser. But yeah, I'm not a massive fan of Sundered Sky junglers, basically. I have not enjoyed old EVE on Classic. I've not played a lot of Classic at all yet, honestly. But frankly, it all came out during EWC stuff, and I've just been utterly snowed under. I'm not gonna lie, I've been on a bit of a Stardew kick. I'm actually casting some Classic next week after. Should be good fun. Did I see Care play Diana earlier? Oh, yes, I did. Got the pentakill and everything. Back to work, see you all tomorrow. No worries, Corey. Have fun at work. I also owe you a lot of Final Fantasy 14, it's true. We got to the end of part 1. And I just don't have my cosplay with me, so I feel a bit bad about doing it without the cosplay. Should be into draft fairly swiftly, I imagine. I'm legitimately going to have to run to the co-op at some point to get more bloody tissue. This cold is going to leave me deforesting Sherwood Forest at this rate. Did it get delivered to Berlin? It did get delivered to Berlin, but I don't know when. And I'm not sure whether Al picked it up, and I promised him away for a while. I just don't know whether it gets picked up. You do look very red? Yeah. Unfortunately. Ugh. Somewhat bunged up. Turn the camera off briefly. Actually, the moment I just like... Do that, here comes draft. Typical, typical. Alrighty then. Poppy Caitlyn banned by W. Don't want to give that one to Viper. The Ezreal, the Vi banned. One of Cassiopeia or Oriana could get through here. Oriana's banned. Are BLG obligated to ban Cass now, or do they have an answer? And it is the Cassiopeia ban. Okay, so first pick, Jarvan's available, Lucian's available. Both would make some sense. It will be the Lucian. Okay. About has probably been one of his most favorite champions. Does put Ura onto the Milio though, which is not necessarily something he gets to have a lot of impact on. Are we Luluing early? Could Ashe Seraphine this, but it's not great into the Lucian Milio because the Milio cleanses out the CC you'd like to go with. What are we locking with the Lulu, though? Shinzao's really good. Are we Yunara-ing in the big 26 split 3? I don't know how I feel about Yunara at this point, folks. I'm really not sure. First round as well. I mean, it's better into the Lucian Milio than something like an Ashe Seraphine. I think that's very Akaliable. I think that's very Akaliable here. It's up. It's a Kara specialty. Ari's also fine. Is Cassiopeia only banned because it can flex into bot, or is it just that hard to counter? It is a little bit more complicated than that. Yes, it's a flex, but basically Death by a Touch has taken Cassiopeia over the edge from being a good rise counter into just being good. There are very, very, very few trades Cassiopeia doesn't win one level through, like 1 to 3. Because DFT plus her move speed from hitting a Q, plus the fact you can flex a bot, just makes her the best DPS mid early in the game right now. Nocturne in. Not bad with the Lucian. Jarvan's a response. The best into the Lucian, better into the Jarvan because you can break the fear tether with your flag and drag or your Cataclysm because you got the double dashes. But yeah, basically, Cassiopeia flexes, but it's Death by a Touch, basically. Really broken. Because E counts a single target, you just get DFT for the longer time. Add in with your own Poison Burn. Wow. TF, Akali. Syndra, banned away from Kara. So TF was a little bit more interesting. It is good with Nocturne. At one point we were seeing it top, has fallen away a little bit. Interesting, the Akali banned by WE. Of course, Knight's Akali is unbelievably good. Was basically never allowed at MSI for good reason. Final ban, another Knight ban. Aurora maybe, Ari. Both will be fine. Honestly, the Ari's pretty good here for Karis, honestly. So it'll be the Olaf instead. Okay. Londra has looked towards that before. Has kind of become an increasingly annoying champion to deal with by a lot of your standard champs top. Also see enough cast players go Conqueror. I mean, Conqueror is good on Cassiopeia for expecting to be in long trades because the healing's nice. But DFT was what broke her initially. Jace. Once upon a time, that could have been a flex mid. Didn't really see that since the online quals where we saw a bit of Jace mid. Sante now feels okay. I mean, Flondra's feeling really bold. He could trundle that. Harder into Warren who can break that. Yorick. Yorick often gets banned in these second phases. It's quite annoying for the Gnar. Yorick counters are a bit weird. Oh, go on, Karis. Some really fun hovers here. See what the decision is. I think Ari's the safe choice. Good dive pairing with the Nocturne. Excuse me while I get rid of the who you're at. Lock into the Ahri. Lock into the Ahri. So, Ahri has to play a very careful mind game with Lock. And that basically is, when do I throw Charm? Because if you try to throw it out preemptively, his W allows him to blink over it very easily. However, if he uses his W early, the Ashen Pursuit, I'm pretty sure that's where around Ashen Pursuit is the... Because W, actually, is W the Soul Ignition, which is the speed up? Basically, the one that gives him the blink, which is the Ashen Pursuit. Not sure if that's WE key. But if you use the Ashen Pursuit, you are then very charmable. If you hold it and just run at them with your Soul Ignition, with your nails going, and then you hold the Ashen Pursuit until Ahri hits the charm, then it's a lot harder. That would have to be the plan, though. Still, we are going to head towards the game shortly. BLG leading the series. I think this time around, I like their draft a lot less. Jarvan's got an Enchanter at least. That's always nice when you're kind of bruisery champion. But I think their comp does less things together. It's got good skirmishing, good side laning. Not necessarily bad, but I think they are lacking a lot of CC. I think, on the other hand, you look at WE's comp, you think really good mid-game spike, all kind of do the same thing. But we shall see. I just feel they lose side lanes thanks to Nocturne. But yeah, I'm with you there. I think the Nocturne could be really problematic. I think the Yorik's going to be hard to match. But listen to those gyros. WE, for my money, got a bit of a draft edge. Of course, it's I would argue it's WE that won draft, though I don't think BLG's draft's unplayable. They've got good skirmishing, lots of good damage, lots of mobility, which can be a little annoying for people like the Nocturne and the Yorick. There's the exhaust. Traded out for a heal. Not seeing anything super spicy in the runes here. Storm Raiders from the Jace to try and deal with the Yorick. Often see that into things like the Olaf as well. Got ads. I did a big block of ads just before we got to the champion select, so I didn't run them afterwards because I think we'll be okay. I kind of ran 2 blocks of ads in the break. So hopefully we'll be alright, but we'll find out. If not, snooze them. Yep. That was the thinking anyway. Yeah, well, Jace poke plus lock theoretically is kill. Yeah, so the idea is you lock a Cataclysm in, throw a Purgatory on top of it, Jace throws Q, and you execute everyone in there. That's the idea. And it is good skirmishing power here. Bit of damage in that mid lane. I think I heard a flash as well. I want to see, actually. I need to go see underneath the... adverts. That's the name of the thing. Grief. There's a Nocturne in bot lane, and Viper, without too much worry, goes down to Monkey there. Nice pickup. First blood to BLG elsewhere, though. Of course, Viper managed to pick up about as well while all that was happening. So ends up being a 1-for-1. Effectively, the Monkey does have to burn that extra summoner. Nicely done. That was just bad laning. Yeah, sorry, it was a little bit like that. I had a bad moment to blow my nose. Like, I need to cast. I can't. I'm blowing my nose. Oh, throws out the ritual now. Can't quite find what he was looking for. Monkey with the unspeakable horror. Can't talk about it, chap. It's unspeakable. Sorry about that. I am. Wish there was more I could tell you. Wish there was more I could tell you, but alas. Bot lane, just doing their usual. Bot lane got a good shove in. Hang on, this could be a dive. It's going to be everyone here. How come the ritual nails? Nice pickup from Knight initially. About also goes down. One for Viper, one for Knight. Both of WE's bot laners wondering what the hell happened. Now Karis actually in danger as Knight goes running at him. This Lock very happy with the grand state of things. Been quite so simple as I think they might have been hoping for once upon a time, but there we are. Now a bit of a look into that bot lane, and again, WE find themselves down 1,000 gold here early on. Cube looking for that Dark Possession. Can't get everyone locked in died though. Well, specifically the Jace, not everyone, you know what I mean. In this particular instance, everyone is just one person. So, someone. Bit of damage. Whoa, okay, hello. Monkey gets exhausted. Viper has to blow out that flash, but is able to get away with it. Now in the river we look, the charm comes on down onto Knight, but now with that charm down makes things very spicy for Karis, who's got one more Spirit Rush in a Dream. I won't try to go any further there. And Karis escapes, but had to burn quite a lot of their resources to do so. Now the bot side dive happens again. And it's just another double kill this time tonight. Viper gets another and they just turn bot, blow everyone up. And you know what? The skirmishing's good and the snowballing's good and BLG's comp does do that. I favoured WE's comp because I thought it was a little bit more synergistic. Thought they have a really good mid game. But sometimes you just get blown apart in lane. Like, started with the 2v2 kill that Monkey had to come and rescue, and at the minute, the only kill they've got is Monkey coming to recover the bot side that one time, and that's been it. It ain't been pretty, chat. Onto the grubs we look. Back to live, and Monkey and Aaron about all around this bot side having a bad time, frankly. About left low, but not down. Dragon should get picked up here, no real contest. About being so far behind on this Lucian, especially considering it was basically first pick Lucian. First rounded there, tough. Charm there onto Knight, who is looking pretty scary. Up 10 CS, 3-0-1, nearly at the Lich Bane. It's all good news. Bot top side, Cube is at least ahead of Florent. There is that go. Over we go for a little bit of a play on to said top laner. The Jace gets run at, learns a flash, speeds his way up. Flash in from Monkey is required, but they do get the kill. Race for these topside turrets. Nice little bit of a split screen there. Still going to be BLG who picks one up. Knight comes on and gets a good chunk onto About gets a big cozy campfire. Burned his own barrier there because he was a bit nervous. Never a good sign. Now About's in danger. Flashes. Needed to. Bloody hell. Now topside, Eric gets tagged a little bit with his topside turret, kind of under siege. There's Yorick shoving on the other side, and that really does feel like the one bright spark for WE right now, as the rest of the map has largely fallen away from the Monkey with 2 kills as well. Got the Hex Plate, maybe this side laning Nocturne, or rather Nocturne playing towards these side lanes can be a win condition. Were it so easy. Okay, here comes the Nocturne Paranoia. Dash away from Viper, who will use that Arc of Ruin. Karis there with the charm. The damage onto Viper. The damage back will make it a 1-for-1. Okay, well, they do get the kill, but Viper, even with 2 ults thrown at him, gets 1 in the 1v2. You take that, I think, as Viper. Still, you get Karis a couple Dark Seal stacks. You get him into the game. It's important. No, Karis with no mana and no ult now really has very limited options here into the mid lane. He's just going to get polymorphed. He's dead. He's absolutely dead. Beautiful from on there as well to chain the CC and tank the aggro. Very clean dive, and that makes it an extended 2-for-1, I suppose. Monkey now in danger. We'll put the Unspeakable Horror down, but he's trapped inside the cage. Overcomes Cube. This gets real spicy. Flag and drag back through. The shot blast lands. Knight's here and just decides to ritually nail Monkey to the proverbial cross there. Out comes Purgatory. Now Knight throwing out some more ritual nails. 1, 2, not quite the third. Cube does get to escape, especially with those ghouls from the Morning Mist flying at night. Ritually nails, you're welcome for that one. I think it's a really good one. You can also have some fun with it if you're a little bit, you know, childish. Which you can be. 4,500 gold up, RBLG. Okay, 4,000 plus 0.1. Not quite the same, I grant you. I grant you.
Okay. Little bit of damage coming on in. Trying to hold with his mid lane turret, about dash in with a relentless pursuit. Not sure whether he wanted to do that. Okay, well, the decision is made. Lucian 0 and 4. Yeah, that's not great. It's not great. As they say, oops. Play into the jungle. Monkey left low, but not quite down. Fears up Knight. Orb of Deception just wide. So low, there'll be the paranoia over the wall. They look, a Monkey is unfortunately seeing and doing nothing more than Cataclysm, plus some more Ritual. Nails gets another, Yorick gets a turret, but he's now alone on that top side of the potential 3v1. On the other side, On flashing away from Karras, will look to come across that wall. Viper with the flash out, the Arc of Ruin. Doesn't quite bring down Karras, who does at least get that kill onto On. The ult away is still not enough to survive the damage, and the Smite secures the kill. Mid lane turret falls, and BLG finally claim that prize. Medjai's for Knight. Of course it is. What else would he be buying? What else would he be buying? Well, we'll look back at this replay. About tries to get a culling angle. On survives for such a long time. Ends up requiring a flash from Karras to get that kill, which is pretty frustrating to see. Still, now fighting over this blue side jungle. Knight looking to steal that away with a nail. Can't quite. The blue buff resets. A bit awkward, but okay. Damage done. Excuse me. Shen's gonna start up this Herald. Which I don't think should be a particularly great surprise. Oh, good damage again, and that's actually a kill onto Lot. That's potentially a bit more important. Could pick up onto Knight. And all those Medjai's pages disappear with it. Again, cost Monkey the flash, but Monkey is trying. He has been the one shining light here, realistically. Just the one. Damage continues to be a possibility here. As into the mid lane we look, out comes the Arc of Ruin, exhaust onto About, forces the flash, all the while Monkey now in danger, burned his flash to kill off Knight the last time, so he gets Wild Growth as a knockup. And Knight gets some vengeance. Jungle down, Herald mids. Baron still a minute off. BLG rolling away with this one. Big gold swing. Yeah. Yeah. This one, unfortunately, very much for BLG. If you're a WE fan who have kind of been second best today, the Herald comes charging this tier 2, and this could be a really rough teleport. About gets shielded up by the cozy campfire and the hugs. On, gets chunked pretty low, but in goes Shun, forces a nice dash away there, actually. Credit to About, who will relentless pursuit out on that one. Was a necessity, though. Ooh. Out comes the Herald. Viper. Out comes the Herald. We've already seen the Herald. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Out comes the Baron, I think is what I meant to say. Which would have made a little bit more sense, I think. Well, Emilio is top, is there? Yeah, Ari doesn't need a babysitter for side lane. Yeah, it's true. I mean, to be fair, a bit scary, because I think the fact that you've got so much mobility with the Lock and the Jarvan, and even the Lulu to an extent with the Whimsies, it's actually quite frustrating. Now looking mid lane here. Here we go. I mean, goodbye. Good damage as Flandre goes to the skies and brings down the other member of that bot side. Both bot laners down. Cube on the retreat. The Dark Procession to try and delay, deny some of this egress into the river. Baron started. Monkey is on the dragon. They might actually try and turn off and take both. They're greedy like that. Okay. Lock and Jace looking to ward off the Nocturne. Sure, they'll be there in time, but they might get the kill for it. Let's see how they do. Flash from Knight. Rocket Belt has to dodge back on the Orbit Deception. When's the next action pursuit? The Purgatory comes down, he's dead. It's too far from Knight. It's what that is, it's too far from Knight. Not really sure what else to say about that one. Oops, perhaps? Mid lane turret falls, some bounties picked up, and BLG just giving away a little bit more than I think they needed to. Have a look at the replay here. Monkey goes in, doesn't enjoy his time. Shun and Flandre mash the backside with a little bit of assistance. Still so point tonight. Baron is BLG's, but it's not exactly a potent Baron power play, is it? Not yet, anyway. But we shall see. Bit of a play again on that top side. Dark Procession denies Shun. Sieging onto this tier 2. Oh, WE, have you got a trigger to pull? Maybe. Great. I'm going to be forced away from this tier 2. For now, at least. There comes the ghouls again. Paranoia. Karis with the Spirit Rush as well. But again, we're priming the engines, but nowhere really to race to.
解的步伐。天网恢恢。
BLG just shoving through there. Fighting over this red buff. Successfully, I think. There's the Paranoia. Got possession in. Paranoia does get to the back end with the knock up there with the Wild Growth. The Blonderer survived and helped blow up. That knock only went in very, very alone. The Ari tried to come in from over the Raptor pit wall and got blown up in her own right by Blonderer. Knight, in fact, gets Cube as well, so 3 members down. And BLG say, go on, WE, dare you to pull that trigger. And they don't have the best time having done so. Comes at critical cost, that. And now, pressure somewhat mounts for WE. Really sure what else they have left in the tank, frankly. Feels like their comp was supposed to spike about 10 minutes ago and hasn't really been given the opportunity to do so. Well, they do at least get some shoves here. They get the dragon to BLG. Oh, hang on, that's better, Karis. Hang on, that's a little bit more. Okay. So, gonna come at cost of their own inhibitor turret, but hey, they did kill off Knight. Lost the dragon to make that happen, though, and now the problem is the inhibitors are under siege. BLG not needing the Baron, that's up in 10 seconds, and into the Nexus they observe. Knight not here for a little while. It would be a 4v5, and I think that probably means that BLG is going to be a little bit careful here not to play their hand. Storm Surge from Karis. I have a little bit more move speed and Magic Pen. Deal with some of these slippery customers. Shoving through mid lane again now. This is kind of the name of the game. BLG looking pretty competent here, honestly, on the whole. Baron's up. Good shot on the flank, though. That shot blast into the flash flag drag. That's a cataclysmic set of ults from Billy Gaming. Will wipe out what remains of WE's resistance in this game, in this series. They are done. That is it. The game ends here. As BLG massacre WE, frankly, in 2 games. We thought that WE would be a tougher customer. We thought BLG had some stuff to work out. It was a much better series from Flandre. Shunanon turned up well. Feels like BLG clicking a little bit more today than they have with their revamp roster, and deservedly get themselves a solid option of a win. Thank you everyone for coming and tuning in. I have been Initialise, thank you very much. Normally I'd stick around for MVPs, for interviews, all that kind of stuff as well. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling pretty unwell. Also, shout out to one of my Honor of Kings goats, who is such a wonderful dude. Make sure you follow Hauler if you're enjoying your mobile esports as well. He's just a lovely dude and a great friend. And colleagues to work with. Missed you this year, mate. Sad I wasn't on at the same time as you were. But do shout out. Obviously very cool to speak to Flandre. I would normally love to listen in, but again, feeling a bit unwell, got family upstairs. We will call it here today. Let's go find someone to raid over to.